Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey, rewritten in modern English. Written by E.K. Stewart, rewritten from the Jane Austen classic novel. Narrated by Hart, our AI assistant. Chapter 1. No one who had ever seen Catherine Morland as a baby would have guessed she was destined to be a heroine. Everything about her worked against it. Her place in life, the nature of her parents, her looks, and her personality. Her father was a clergyman who was neither neglected nor poor, and a perfectly respectable man, even though his name was Richard, and he had never been good-looking. He had a comfortable independent income on top of 2 solid church livings, and he had absolutely no habit of locking his daughters away. Her mother was a practical, sensible woman with a pleasant disposition, and perhaps more remarkably, excellent health. She had 3 sons before Catherine was born, and rather than dying in childbirth as anyone might have expected, she went on living to have 6 more children, watching them all grow up around her while remaining in outstanding health herself. A family of 10 children will always be called a fine family, provided there are enough heads, arms, and legs to go around. But the Morlands had little else to recommend them by that description, since they were generally quite plain, and Catherine was as plain as any of them for the better part of her childhood. She had a thin, awkward build, a dull complexion with no color in it, dark limp hair, and strong features. That was the extent of her appearance, and her personality seemed just as unsuited to heroism. She loved all the games boys played and strongly preferred cricket, not just over dolls, but over the more traditionally feminine pleasures of childhood like nursing a pet dormouse, feeding a canary, or watering a rosebush. She had no interest in gardening at all, and when she did pick flowers, it was mostly for the thrill of getting away with something, or so everyone assumed, since she always went straight for the ones she'd been told not to touch. Those were her habits. Her abilities were equally remarkable in all the wrong ways. She could never learn or understand anything until someone taught her, and sometimes not even then, since she was often inattentive and occasionally just slow. Her mother spent 3 months teaching her to recite the Beggar's Petition, and even after all that effort, her younger sister Sally could say it better than she could. Not that Catherine was always slow, not at all. She picked up the fable of the Hare and Many Friends as quickly as any girl in England. Her mother wanted her to learn music, and Catherine was sure she'd love it since she already enjoyed banging away on the keys of the old battered spinet, so she started lessons at 8 years old. She stuck it out for a year and then couldn't stand it anymore. Mrs. Morland, who never insisted her daughter's master skills they clearly had no talent or enthusiasm for, let her quit. The day the music teacher was dismissed was one of the happiest of Catherine's life. Her interest in drawing wasn't much better, though whenever she managed to get hold of the back of an envelope from her mother or scrounged up any spare scrap of paper, she did her best, producing drawings of houses and trees, hens and chicks, all of which looked remarkably similar to one another. Her father taught her writing and arithmetic, and her mother taught her French. She made no notable progress in any of it and skipped out on her lessons whenever she could. What a strange, inexplicable character she was, because despite all these signs of being completely ungovernable at 10 years old, she was neither mean-spirited nor bad-tempered. She was rarely stubborn, almost never quarrelsome, and was genuinely kind to the younger children, with only occasional bursts of bossiness. She was loud and wild, hated being kept indoors or being made to stay clean, and loved nothing in the world quite as much as rolling down the grassy slope behind the house. That was Catherine Morland at 10. By 15, things were looking up. She started styling her hair and dreaming about dances. Her complexion improved, her features softened as she filled out and gained some color. Her eyes grew livelier, and her figure became more noticeable. Her love of getting dirty gave way to a fondness for pretty things, and she got cleaner as she got more fashionable. She now had the pleasure of occasionally overhearing her parents commenting on how she was coming along. "Catherine is turning into quite a pretty girl. She's almost attractive today," were words that drifted to her ears every now and then, and how wonderful they were to hear. For a girl who has spent the first 15 years of her life being plain, being called almost pretty is a far greater thrill than someone born beautiful could ever appreciate. Mrs. Morland was a good woman who wanted to see her children become everything they should be, but she was so constantly occupied with having babies and teaching the little ones that her older daughters were inevitably left to fend for themselves. It wasn't at all surprising, then, that Catherine, who had nothing naturally heroic about her, should prefer cricket, baseball, horseback riding, and roaming the countryside at 14 to reading books. Or at least books of any educational value, because as long as there was nothing remotely informative to be gained from them, as long as they were pure story with no serious reflection required, she had no objection to books whatsoever. But from 15 to 17, she was in training to become a proper heroine. She read all the works that heroines are required to read, stocking her memory with the kinds of quotes that prove so useful and comforting through the ups and downs of an eventful life. From Pope, she learned to judge those who bear about the mockery of woe. From Gray, that many a flower is born to blush unseen and waste its fragrance on the desert air. From Thomson, that it is a delightful task to teach the young idea how to shoot. And from Shakespeare, she gathered a wealth of wisdom, among other things, that trifles light as air are, to the jealous confirmation strong as proofs of holy writ. That, the poor beetle, which we tread upon, in corporal sufferance feels a pang as great as when a giant dies. And that a young woman in love always looks like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Her progress so far was perfectly adequate, and she was coming along very well in many other respects too. Though she couldn't write sonnets, she had brought herself to read them. And though there was little chance of her sending a whole roomful of people into raptures with an original piano composition of her own, she could sit through other people's performances with very little suffering. Her biggest weakness was in drawing. She had absolutely no talent for it, not even enough to attempt a sketch of her lover's profile so that someone might catch her at it. In that area, she fell hopelessly short of true heroine standards. But at the moment, she didn't feel the loss, since she had no lover to draw anyway. She had reached 17 without having met a single charming young man who could stir her emotions, without having inspired a single genuine passion in anyone else, and without having attracted anything more than mild, fleeting admiration. How very strange, but strange things can usually be explained if you look hard enough for the cause. There wasn't a single lord in the neighborhood, not even a baronet. None of the families they knew had taken in and raised a boy mysteriously left on their doorstep. There wasn't a single young man of unknown origins anywhere nearby. Her father had no ward, and the local squire had no children. But when a young woman is meant to be a heroine, the stubbornness of 40 neighboring families can't stand in her way. Something must happen and will happen to bring a hero into her life. Mr. Allen, who owned most of the property around Fullerton, the village in Wiltshire where the Morlands lived, was ordered to go to Bath to treat his gout. His wife, a cheerful woman who was fond of Catherine and who probably understood that if adventures won't come to a young woman in her own village, she must go looking for them elsewhere, invited her to come along. Mr. and Mrs. Morland agreed without hesitation, and Catherine was absolutely overjoyed. Chapter 2. Beyond what had already been said about Catherine Morland's personality and appearance, as she was about to be thrown into all the challenges and adventures of a 6-week stay in Bath, the reader should know a few more things to get a clear sense of who she was meant to be. Her heart was warm and loving. Her nature was cheerful and open, without a trace of arrogance or pretension. Her manners were just past the awkward shyness of girlhood. She was pleasant-looking, and when she was at her best, genuinely pretty. And her mind was about as uninformed and unpolished as any 17-year-old girl's tended to be. As the hour of departure approached, one might naturally expect Mrs. Morland to be overwhelmed with maternal anxiety. Surely 1,000 frightening premonitions about what might befall her beloved Catherine during this terrifying separation would weigh heavily on her heart, leaving her in tears for the last day or two before they parted. And surely, in their final private conversation, she would pour out a flood of the most urgent and heartfelt advice. One would expect warnings about the dangers of unscrupulous noblemen and baronets who delight in carrying off young women to remote farmhouses. Who wouldn't think so? But Mrs. Morland knew so little about lords and baronets that she had no idea they were supposed to be a menace, and she was completely unworried about any such threat to her daughter. Her actual parting advice came down to this. I do hope, Catherine, that you'll always wrap something warm around your throat when you leave the rooms at night, and I wish you'd try to keep track of the money you spend. I'll give you this little notebook for that very purpose. Sally, or rather Sarah, as she now preferred to be called, since what girl of any social standing reaches 16 without updating her name as much as possible, was naturally Catherine's closest friend and confidante at this point, given their shared life at home. It's worth noting, however, that she didn't insist on Catherine writing with every post, didn't make her promise to send detailed character sketches of every new acquaintance, and didn't demand a full account of every interesting conversation Bath might produce. In fact, everything about this significant journey was handled by the Morlands with a level of calm practicality that seemed far more in keeping with ordinary family life than with the heightened emotions and tender sensibilities that a heroine's first departure from home ought to inspire. Her father, rather than giving her an open-ended line of credit at the bank or even pressing £100 note into her hand, gave her just 10 guineas and promised to send more when she needed it. Under these thoroughly unremarkable circumstances, the goodbyes were said and the journey began. It passed with fitting quietness and without incident. There were no highwaymen, no dramatic storms, and not so much as a lucky carriage accident to introduce Catherine to a hero. The only moment of alarm came when Mrs. Allen thought she had left her clogs behind at an inn, and that turned out to be nothing at all. They arrived in Bath. Catherine was electric with excitement, her eyes darting in every direction as they approached the city's impressive outskirts and then drove through the streets leading to their hotel. She had come to be happy, and she already felt it. They were soon comfortably settled in lodgings on Pulteney Street. At this point, it seems worthwhile to give the reader some sense of who Mrs. Allen was, so they can judge how her actions might contribute to the general trouble of the story ahead, and consider whether she might eventually reduce poor Catherine to the depths of despair that a final volume typically requires, whether through carelessness, vulgarity, or jealousy, whether by intercepting letters, damaging reputations, or throwing someone out of the house. Mrs. Allen belonged to that large category of women who inspire in those around them only one emotion: genuine puzzlement that any man could have liked them well enough to propose marriage. She had no particular beauty, no intellectual gifts, no special talents, and no remarkable social grace. What could explain Mr. Allen's choice? Only a certain air of quiet respectability, a thoroughly good-natured temperament that never stirred itself to cause trouble, and a mind that ran cheerfully along trivial lines. In one respect, though, she was perfectly suited to introducing a young woman into society. She loved going out and seeing everything just as much as any young woman could. Clothes were her great passion. She took a perfectly harmless pleasure in dressing well. And so Catherine's debut into public life had to wait 3 or 4 days while Mrs. Allen researched the latest fashions and equipped herself with an appropriately up-to-date gown. Catherine made a few purchases of her own as well, and once all of that was sorted, the important evening finally arrived that would introduce her to the upper rooms. Her hair was cut and styled by a skilled hand, her clothes put on with great care, and both Mrs. Allen and her maid agreed that she looked exactly as she should. With that encouragement, Catherine hoped at least to move through the crowd without drawing any criticism. Admiration, if it came, would always be welcome, but she wasn't counting on it. Mrs. Allen took so long getting ready that they didn't arrive at the ballroom until late. The season was in full swing, the room was packed, and the two women pressed their way inside as best they could. Mr. Allen headed straight for the card room and left them to manage the crush on their own, far more concerned about the safety of her new gown than about her young companion's comfort. Mrs. Allen pushed through the crowd of men near the door as quickly as caution allowed. Catherine stayed close at her side, gripping her arm too tightly to be separated by anything short of a determined effort. But to her complete astonishment, she discovered that moving through the room only made things worse, not better. The crowd seemed to grow denser the further they went. She had imagined that once they were through the door, they would easily find seats and watch the dancing in comfort, but that was nowhere near the case. Even after they had worked their way, through sheer persistence, all the way to the far end of the room, their situation was no better than before. All they could see of the dancers were the tall feathers in some of the ladies' hair. Still they pressed on, something better had to be ahead, and through sustained effort and determination, they finally found themselves in the passage behind the highest row of seating. There was a little more breathing room here, and from this vantage point, Catherine had a full view of the crowd below her, as well as a clearer appreciation of exactly what she had just fought her way through. It was a magnificent scene, and for the first time that evening, she felt genuinely as though she was at a ball. She longed desperately to dance, but she didn't know a single person in the room. Mrs. Allen did everything she could in the circumstances by saying, in her placid way and at regular intervals, "I do wish you could dance, my dear. I wish we could find you a partner." For a while, Catherine felt genuinely grateful for these wishes, but they were repeated so often and proved so completely useless that she eventually gave up thanking her for them. They couldn't stay in their hard-won spot for long, however. Before much time had passed, everyone was moving toward the tea room, and they had to squeeze out along with the rest. Catherine was beginning to feel genuinely disappointed. She was worn out from being constantly jostled by strangers, most of whom had no particularly interesting faces, and none of whom she knew well enough to exchange so much as a word with. When they finally reached the tea room, she felt even more keenly the awkwardness of having no group to join, no one to recognize, no gentleman to help them. Mr. Allen was nowhere to be seen. After looking around without success for a better option, they were forced to sit down at the end of a table already occupied by a large party, with nothing to do and no one to speak to except each other. The moment they were seated, Mrs. Allen congratulated herself on having gotten her gown through the evening undamaged. "It would have been terrible to have it torn," she said. "It really would. It's such delicate muslin. Honestly, I haven't seen anything in the whole room that I like as well. I really mean that." "How uncomfortable it is," Catherine whispered, "not knowing a single person here." "Yes, my dear," replied Mrs. Allen with perfect calm, "it really is very uncomfortable. What are we supposed to do? The people at this table look as though they're wondering why we sat down here. We seem to be pushing ourselves into their group." "Yes, we do rather. That is disagreeable. I do wish we had a larger acquaintance here." "I wish we had any, at least then we'd have somewhere to go." "Very true, my dear, and if we knew anyone at all, we'd join them right away. The Skinners were here last year. I do wish they were here now. Wouldn't it be better to just leave? There aren't even any tea things set for us, you see." "No, there aren't, are there? How very irritating. But I think we'd better stay sitting. One gets so disheveled in a crowd like this. How does my hair look, dear? Someone bumped into me and I'm afraid it's been knocked about." "No, it looks perfectly fine. But dear Mrs. Allen, are you quite sure there's no one you know in all this crowd? There must be someone." "I really don't, I'm afraid. I wish I did. I truly wish I had a wide acquaintance here, and then I could get you a partner. I would love to see you dancing." "Oh, look at that woman. What a peculiar gown she's wearing. How terribly old-fashioned. Look at the back of it." After some time, a neighbor at the table offered them tea, which they accepted gratefully. This led to a brief, pleasant exchange with the gentleman who had offered it, the only real conversation either of them had with anyone all evening, until Mr. Allen finally found them after the dancing ended. "Well, Miss Morland," he said immediately, "I hope you've had an enjoyable evening." "Very enjoyable indeed," she replied, doing her best to conceal an enormous yawn. "I do wish she had been able to dance," said his wife. "I so wish we could have found her a partner. I was just saying how much better it would have been if the Skinners had come this winter instead of last, or if the Parrys had come as they once talked of doing, she might have danced with George Parry. I feel so bad that she hasn't had a partner. We'll manage better another evening, I expect," said Mr. Allen by way of comfort. As the dancing came to an end, the crowd gradually thinned out enough to allow the remaining guests to move around in reasonable comfort. And now, at last, was the moment for a heroine who had not yet played any particularly remarkable role in the evening to be noticed and appreciated. Every 5 minutes, as more people left, the room opened up a little more, and her charms became that much more visible. She was now in the sight line of several young men who hadn't noticed her before. Not one of them, however, stopped in his tracks with an expression of rapturous astonishment. No whispered inquiry circulated excitedly around the room. No one called her a goddess. And yet Catherine was looking genuinely well that evening, and had anyone there known her 3 years earlier, they would now have found her remarkably pretty. She was noticed, and with some real admiration, she heard 2 gentlemen within earshot refer to her as a pretty girl. Those words had exactly the effect they should have. She immediately felt the evening had been more pleasant than she'd realized. Her modest vanity was satisfied. She felt more gratitude toward those 2 young men for that brief, simple compliment than a truly conventional heroine would have felt for 15 elaborate poems written in praise of her beauty. She climbed into her chair at the end of the evening in good spirits with everyone around her, and perfectly content with the attention she'd received. Chapter 3. Every morning now had its regular routine: shops to visit, new parts of town to explore, and the pump room to attend, where they walked up and down for an hour, watching everyone and speaking to no one. Mrs. Allen still desperately wanted to make friends in Bath, and she said so again every morning after yet another reminder that she didn't know a single soul there. They made their first appearance at the lower rooms, and here fortune smiled on our heroine. The master of ceremonies introduced her to a very gentlemanly young man as her dance partner. His name was Tilney. He appeared to be about 24 or 25, was fairly tall, had an attractive face and bright, intelligent eyes, and while not quite conventionally handsome, he came very close. His manner was polished, and Catherine felt like she'd gotten lucky. There wasn't much chance to talk while they danced, but when they sat down for tea, she found him just as pleasant as she'd already hoped he would be. He spoke with energy and ease, and there was a wit and playfulness about him that she found interesting, even if she didn't always quite follow it. After chatting for a while about whatever naturally came up from their surroundings, he suddenly turned to her and said, "I've been terribly neglectful of my duties as a partner, I'm afraid. I haven't yet asked how long you've been in Bath, whether you've been here before, whether you've visited the upper rooms, the theater, the concert, or what you think of the place in general. Completely remiss of me. But if you have a moment, I'd love to get through all of that now. Shall I begin? You really don't need to bother, sir. No bother at all, I assure you." Then he arranged his face into an exaggerated smile, softened his voice with obvious affectation, and said with a simpering air, "And how long have you been in Bath, madam?" "About a week, sir," replied Catherine, trying not to laugh. "Really?" he said with theatrical astonishment. "Why on earth would that surprise you, sir?" "Why indeed?" he said, dropping back into his normal voice. "But I felt some reaction was called for, and surprise is the easiest thing to fake and no less reasonable than anything else. Now onward, had you never been here before, madam?" "Never, sir." "Indeed, have you visited the upper rooms yet?" "Yes, sir, I was there last Monday." "And the theater?" "Yes, sir, I went on Tuesday." "The concert?" "Yes, sir, on Wednesday." "And are you enjoying Bath overall?" "Yes, I like it very much." "Right, I'm required to give one smug smile at that, and then we can go back to being normal." Catherine turned her head away, not sure whether she was allowed to laugh. "I can see exactly what you think of me," he said seriously. "I'll make a pretty poor showing in your journal tomorrow." "My journal?" "Yes, I know precisely what you'll write. Friday, went to the lower rooms. Wore my sprigged muslin dress with blue trim, plain black shoes, looked to great advantage. Was unfortunately pestered all evening by a strange, half-witted man who insisted on dancing with me and bored me senseless with his nonsense. I would absolutely not write any such thing. Shall I tell you what you should write?" "If you like." Danced with a very agreeable young man, introduced by Mr. King, had a wonderful conversation with him, seems like a truly remarkable person. Hope to see more of him. That, madam, is what I'd prefer you to say. But perhaps I don't keep a journal. Perhaps you're not sitting in this room, and I'm not sitting beside you. These are equally doubtful propositions. Not keep a journal. How are your cousins back home supposed to follow what your life in Bath is like without one? How can the daily compliments and social niceties be properly recorded unless you write them down every evening? How will you remember all your outfits, the exact state of your complexion, the particular curl of your hair on any given day, without constantly consulting a journal? My dear madam, I'm not nearly as ignorant of young ladies' habits as you'd like to think. It's this wonderful practice of keeping a journal that largely explains why women are so widely celebrated for their easy, natural writing style. Everyone agrees that the ability to write a charming letter is a particularly female talent. Nature may play some part, but I'm convinced that keeping a journal is what really develops it. "I've sometimes wondered," said Catherine hesitantly, "whether ladies really do write so much better than gentlemen. I mean, I'm not sure the advantage is always on our side. From what I've had the chance to observe, women's letter writing strikes me as essentially flawless, except in 3 specific areas." "And what are those?" "A general lack of anything to say, a complete disregard for punctuation, and a fairly widespread disregard for grammar." "Well, I needn't have worried about rejecting your compliment. You don't think very highly of us in that department after all. I'd no sooner declare that women write better letters than men than that they sing better duets or paint better landscapes. In every skill that depends on taste, excellence is pretty evenly distributed between the sexes." They were interrupted by Mrs. Allen. "My dear Catherine," she said, "do take this pin out of my sleeve. I'm afraid it's already made a hole. I'll be very upset if it has, because this is one of my favorite gowns, even though it only cost 9 shillings a yard." "That's exactly what I would have guessed it cost, madam," said Mr. Tilney, examining the fabric. "Do you know about muslins, sir?" "Particularly well. I always choose my own cravats, and I'm considered quite the expert. My sister has often relied on my judgment when choosing a gown. I bought one for her just the other day, and every woman who saw it declared it a tremendous bargain. I paid only 5 shillings a yard, and it was genuine Indian muslin." Mrs. Allen was genuinely impressed. "Men usually pay so little attention to these things," she said. "I can never get Mr. Allen to tell one of my gowns from another. You must be such a comfort to your sister, sir." "I hope so, madam. And tell me, sir, what do you think of Miss Morland's gown? "It's very pretty, madam," he said, examining it with a serious expression, "but I don't think it will wash well. I'm afraid it will fray." "How can you," said Catherine, laughing, "be so?" She had almost said strange. "I quite agree with you, sir," said Mrs. Allen, "and I told Miss Morland exactly the same thing when she bought it. But then, you know, muslin can always be turned into something. Miss Morland will get enough out of it for a handkerchief or a cap or a trim. Muslin is never really wasted. I've heard my sister say so at least 40 times, whenever she'd been extravagant enough to buy more than she needed or careless enough to cut it badly. Bath really is a wonderful place, sir. So many good shops. We're terribly limited in the country. Not that we don't have perfectly good shops in Salisbury, but it's such a distance to go. 8 miles is a long way. Mr. Allen says it's 9, measured exactly 9, but I'm sure it can't be more than 8. And it's such an exhausting trip. I come home absolutely worn out. Here, you can just step outside and get what you need in 5 minutes. Mr. Tilney was polite enough to appear interested in everything she said, and she kept him on the topic of muslins until the dancing started up again. As Catherine listened to their conversation, she began to worry that he was perhaps a little too amused by other people's quirks. "What are you thinking about so seriously?" he asked as they walked back to the ballroom. "Not about your partner, I hope, because judging by that shake of your head, your thoughts aren't very flattering." Catherine blushed. "I wasn't thinking about anything. That's a very clever and evasive answer, but I'd honestly rather you just told me straight out that you won't say." "Very well then, I won't." "Thank you, because now we're practically friends. I'm officially entitled to tease you about this whenever we meet, and there's nothing in the world that builds closeness faster." They danced again, and when the evening ended, they parted, on Catherine's side, at least, with a strong desire to see him again. Whether she thought about him as she drank her warm wine and water and got ready for bed, or dreamed about him once she was there, can't be confirmed. But I'd hope it was nothing more than a passing thought in a light doze, or at most a brief morning dream. Because if it's true, as one celebrated writer has argued, that no young woman is justified in falling in love before the gentleman has declared his feelings, then it must be equally improper for a young woman to dream about a gentleman before it's established that he has dreamed about her first. Whether Mr. Tilney would make a suitable dream subject or potential love interest hadn't necessarily crossed Mr. Allen's mind. But after making a few quiet inquiries early in the evening to find out who Catherine's partner was, he had satisfied himself that Mr. Tilney was perfectly acceptable as a casual acquaintance. He had been assured that Mr. Tilney was a clergyman from a very respectable family in Gloucestershire. Chapter 4. Catherine hurried to the pump room the next morning with more eagerness than usual, certain she would see Mr. Tilney there before the day got too late and ready to greet him with a smile. But no smile was needed. Mr. Tilney never showed up. Every other person in Bath seemed to pass through the room at one point or another during the fashionable hours. Crowds of people streamed in and out, up the steps and down. People nobody cared about and nobody wanted to see. He alone was absent. "What a delightful place Bath is," said Mrs. Allen as they sat down near the great clock, after walking the room until their legs were tired. "How pleasant it would be if we knew anyone here." She had said this so many times without result that she had little reason to expect anything different now. But they say to never give up on what you want, since persistent effort will eventually get you there. And Mrs. Allen's persistent daily wish was finally about to be rewarded. She had barely been seated 10 minutes when a woman about her own age, who had been sitting nearby and studying her face for several minutes, spoke to her with great politeness. "I believe I'm not mistaken, madam. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of seeing you, but isn't your name Allen?" Once that was confirmed, the stranger gave her own name as Thorpe, and Mrs. Allen immediately recognized the face of an old school friend and close companion whom she had seen only once since they had each married, and that had been many years ago. Their delight at the reunion was considerable, as well it might be, given that they had been perfectly content to know nothing of each other for the past 15 years. Compliments on their appearances were exchanged, and after remarking on how quickly time had passed since they were last together, how little they had expected to meet in Bath, and what a pleasure it was to see an old friend, they moved on to asking about and sharing news of their families, sisters, and cousins. They talked over each other constantly, far more interested in sharing their own news than in hearing the others, and each catching very little of what was actually said. Mrs. Thorpe had one considerable advantage over Mrs. Allen as a conversationalist. She had children. When she went on at length about her son's talents and her daughter's beauty, describing their various situations and plans, John at Oxford, Edward at Merchant Taylor's, and William at sea, all of them more loved and admired in their respective spheres than any other three people had ever been, Mrs. Allen had no comparable news to offer, no similar triumphs to press upon her friends' reluctant and skeptical ears. She was forced to sit there and pretend to listen to all this maternal enthusiasm, consoling herself, however, with the observation her sharp eye soon made, that the lace on Mrs. Thorpe's pelisse was nowhere near as fine as her own. "Here come my dear girls," cried Mrs. Thorpe, pointing at three stylish young women who were making their way toward her arm in arm. "My dear Mrs. Allen, I'm so eager to introduce them, they'll be absolutely thrilled to see you. The tallest is Isabella, my eldest. Isn't she a lovely young woman? The others are very much admired too, but I do think Isabella is the prettiest." The Miss Thorpes were introduced, and Miss Morland, who had been briefly forgotten, was introduced as well. The name seemed to catch them all off guard, and after speaking to her very politely, the eldest young woman remarked aloud to the others, "How incredibly like her brother Miss Morland is." "The very image of him," cried the mother, "and I would have known her anywhere for his sister," was repeated by all of them 2 or 3 times over. Catherine was momentarily puzzled, but Mrs. Thorpe and her daughters had barely begun to explain how they knew Mr. James Morland when Catherine remembered that her eldest brother had recently become close friends with a young man from his college named Thorpe, and that he had spent the last week of the Christmas holiday with that family near London. Once everything was clear, the Miss Thorpe said many warm things about how much they hoped to know her better, about already feeling like friends through their brother's friendship, and so on. Catherine listened with pleasure and responded with all the gracious expressions she could find. As the first gesture of friendship, she was soon invited to take the eldest Miss Thorpe's arm and walk with her around the room. Catherine was thrilled by this addition to her bath circle and nearly forgot about Mr. Tilney while she chatted with Miss Thorpe. Friendship truly is the finest remedy for the pain of disappointed love. Their conversation turned to exactly the kinds of topics that tend to forge a sudden bond between two young women: clothes, dances, flirtations, and odd characters worth laughing at. Miss Thorpe, however, being 4 years older than Miss Morland and at least 4 years more worldly, had a clear advantage when it came to these subjects. She could compare Bath's balls to those in Tunbridge, its fashions to the fashions of London. She could correct her new friend's opinions on matters of style. She could spot a flirtation between any man and woman who merely smiled at each other, and she could pick out an eccentric worth noticing from across a crowded room. Catherine was genuinely impressed by all of this, since it was entirely new to her. The admiration it inspired might have been enough to make her feel intimidated. Had Miss Thorpe's easy, cheerful manner and her frequent expressions of delight in their new friendship not smoothed away any sense of awe and left only warm affection in its place? Their growing attachment couldn't be satisfied with just a few laps around the pump room. When they all left together, Miss Thorpe had to walk Miss Morland all the way to Mr. Allen's front door, where they parted with an especially long and heartfelt handshake, but only after discovering, to their mutual relief, that they would be able to see each other across the theater that evening and would be saying their prayers in the same chapel the following morning. Catherine then ran straight upstairs and watched Miss Thorpe walk away down the street from the drawing-room window, admiring the graceful energy of her stride, the fashionable look of her figure and dress, and feeling genuinely grateful, as she had every reason to be, for the fortunate chance that had brought her such a friend. Mrs. Thorpe was a widow and not a particularly wealthy one. She was a good-natured, well-meaning woman and a very indulgent mother. Her eldest daughter was genuinely beautiful, and the younger ones, by claiming to be just as pretty as their sister, copying her manner, and dressing exactly like her, managed quite well. This brief sketch of the family is meant to spare the reader the lengthy and detailed account that Mrs. Thorpe herself might otherwise have been expected to provide, filling 3 or 4 chapters with tales of her past hardships and grievances, the failings of various lords and lawyers, and conversations from 20 years ago repeated word for word. Chapter 5. That evening at the theater, Catherine was kept busy enough returning Miss Thorpe's nods and smiles, but not so busy that she forgot to scan every box within sight for Mr. Tilney. She looked in vain. Apparently Mr. Tilney had no more interest in the theater than he did in the pump room. She hoped to have better luck the next day, and when she woke to a beautiful morning, she felt almost certain she would. A fine Sunday in Bath empties every house in the city, and on such days the whole world seems to turn out for a walk and tell everyone they meet what a lovely day it is. As soon as church was over, the Thorpes and the Allens eagerly sought each other out. After spending just long enough in the pump room to agree that it was unbearably crowded and that there wasn't a respectable face to be found. A conclusion reached by everyone in Bath every single Sunday of the season. They hurried off to the Crescent to enjoy the fresh air and better company. There, Catherine and Isabella walked arm in arm and savored all the pleasures of close friendship in easy, open conversation. They talked a great deal and enjoyed every moment of it. But once again, Catherine was disappointed in her hope of finding her dance partner. He was nowhere to be found. Every search proved equally unsuccessful: morning strolls and evening assemblies, the upper rooms and the lower rooms, formal balls and casual ones, all drew a blank. He wasn't among the walkers, the riders, or the carriage drivers out in the mornings. His name wasn't in the pump room register, and that was the end of what curiosity could discover. He must have left Bath entirely. And yet he hadn't mentioned that his stay would be so brief. This air of mystery, which always suits a hero so well, cast a fresh romantic glow over Mr. Tilney in Catherine's imagination and only deepened her desire to know more about him. From the Thorpes she could learn nothing, since they had only arrived in Bath 2 days before meeting Mrs. Allen. It was a subject, however, that she often explored with her dear friend Isabella, who gave her every possible encouragement to keep thinking about him, ensuring that his impression on her mind showed no signs of fading. Isabella was quite certain he must be a charming young man, equally certain that he must have been completely taken with her dear Catherine, and therefore fully confident that he would soon return. She liked him all the more for being a clergyman, for she had to confess herself very partial to the profession, and something almost like a sigh escaped her as she said it. Perhaps Catherine was wrong not to press her on the cause of that gentle emotion, but she wasn't experienced enough in the subtleties of romance or the obligations of friendship to know when a little teasing was called for, or when a confidence ought to be coaxed out. Mrs. Allen was now perfectly happy, completely satisfied with Bath. She had found acquaintances and had been lucky enough to find among them the family of a most worthy old friend. To crown her good fortune, she discovered that these friends dressed considerably less expensively than herself. Her daily refrain of "I do wish we knew someone in Bath" had given way entirely to "How glad I am we've run into Mrs. Thorpe." She was just as eager as the young women themselves to bring the two families together, and was never satisfied with a day unless she spent most of it beside Mrs. Thorpe, engaged in what they called conversation, though there was rarely any real exchange of opinions, and the subjects seldom had much in common. Mrs. Thorpe talked mainly about her children, and Mrs. Allen talked mainly about her clothes. The friendship between Catherine and Isabella advanced as rapidly as it had begun warmly. They moved so quickly through every stage of growing closeness that there was soon no new proof of affection left to offer each other or display to the world. They called each other by their first names, were always arm in arm when they walked, pinned up each other's trains for dancing, and refused to be separated at any set. If a rainy morning cut off their other pleasures, they still insisted on meeting in spite of the wet and mud, shut themselves away together, and read novels. Yes, novels. I refuse to follow that mean-spirited and foolish habit so common among novelists of sneering at the very kind of work they themselves are producing, siding with their harshest critics to heap the worst labels onto such books, and barely allowing their own heroine to read one. If by chance she does pick up a novel, she is sure to flip through its dull pages with contempt. But honestly, if the heroine of one novel won't stand up for the heroine of another, where is either of them to look for support? I can't approve of it. Let's leave it to the critics to attack works of imagination at their leisure, and to trot out the same tired complaints about the trash flooding the market with every new publication. Let's not abandon one another. We are a wronged community. Though novels have given more genuine and widespread pleasure than any other form of literature in the world, no other genre has been so thoroughly dismissed. Out of snobbery, ignorance, or mere fashion, our enemies are nearly as numerous as our readers. While the abilities of the 900th person to produce an abridged history of England, or of the man who scrapes together a dozen lines of Milton, Pope, and Prior, throws in an essay from the Spectator and a chapter from Sterne, and calls it a volume, while such people are praised by 1,000 pens, there seems to be an almost universal desire to dismiss the talent and undervalue the work of novelists, and to belittle books that have only genius, wit, and taste to recommend them. I'm not really a novel reader. I hardly ever look at novels. Don't think I make a habit of reading novels. It's actually quite good for novel. That's the standard line. And what are you reading, miss? Oh, it's only a novel, replies the young woman, putting her book down with a show of indifference or a flash of embarrassment. It's only Cecilia, or Camilla, or Belinda, or, in short, only some work in which the greatest powers of the human mind are on full display, in which the deepest understanding of human nature, the most vivid and varied portrayals of how people actually are, and the most sparkling wit and humor are delivered to the world in beautifully chosen language. Now, if that same young woman had been reading a volume of The Spectator instead, how proudly she would have held it up and announced its title, even though the odds are strongly against any part of that sprawling publication offering something that wouldn't bore or put off a young reader of any taste. Its essays so often deal in far-fetched situations, unbelievable characters, and topics of conversation that no one alive today has any reason to care about. And the writing itself is frequently so coarse as to give a rather unflattering picture of the age that found it acceptable. Chapter 6. The following conversation took place between the two friends in the pump room one morning, after they had known each other for 8 or 9 days. It's offered here as a sample of their deep friendship and of the sensitivity, good judgment, original thinking, and literary taste that made that friendship so perfectly reasonable. They had arranged to meet, and since Isabella had arrived nearly 5 minutes before her friend, her opening words were naturally, "My dearest, what on earth kept you so long? I've been waiting here forever." "Have you really? I'm so sorry, but honestly, I thought I was right on time. It's just gone 1 o'clock. You haven't been here long, have you?" "Only about 10 ages at least. I'm sure I've been here a full half hour. But come on, let's go sit down at the other end of the room and have a proper chat. I have 100 things to tell you. First of all, I was so worried it was going to rain this morning. Just when I was trying to leave, the sky looked so threatening, and that would have been absolutely agonizing. And you know, I just saw the prettiest hat you can imagine in a shop window on Milsom Street, very much like yours, except with red ribbons instead of green. I absolutely wanted it. But my dearest Catherine, what have you been up to all morning? Have you kept reading Udolpho?" "Yes, I've been reading it ever since I woke up. I've just gotten to the Black Veil." "Have you really? How thrilling. Oh, I would not tell you what's behind the Black Veil for anything in the world. Aren't you dying to know?" "Oh yes, absolutely. What could it possibly be? But don't tell me. I don't want to know, not for anything. I'm sure it must be a skeleton. I'm convinced it's Laurentina's skeleton. Oh, I'm completely obsessed with this book. I could happily spend my whole life reading it. I promise you, if I hadn't arranged to meet you, I wouldn't have put it down for anything in the world." "You sweet thing, I'm so touched. And when you've finished Udolpho, we'll read the Italian together, and I've put together a list of 10 or 12 more books just like it for you." "Have you really? I'm so happy. What are they all?" "I'll read you the titles right now. Here they are in my notebook. Castle of Wolfenbach, Clermont, Mysterious Warnings, Necromancer of the Black Forest, Midnight Bell, Orphan of the Rhine, and Horrid Mysteries. Those should keep us going for a while." "Yes, that should do nicely, but are they all terrifying? Are you absolutely sure they are all terrifying?" "Yes, completely sure. A very good friend of mine, a Miss Andrews, the sweetest girl, one of the loveliest people in the world, has read every single one of them. I wish you knew Miss Andrews. You'd adore her. She's knitting herself the most gorgeous cloak you can imagine. I think she's as beautiful as an angel, and I'm so annoyed with men for not appreciating her. I give them all a good scolding about it." "Scolding them? You actually scold them for not admiring her?" "Yes, absolutely. There's nothing I wouldn't do for people who are truly my friends. I don't believe in caring for people halfway. It's just not who I am. My attachments are always incredibly intense. I told Captain Hunt at one of our dances this past winter that he could pester me all night long, and I still wouldn't dance with him unless he admitted that Miss Andrews was as beautiful as an angel. Men think we're incapable of real friendship, you know, and I'm determined to prove them wrong. Now, if I ever heard anyone say anything dismissive about you, I'd be furious in an instant. But that's hardly likely, because you're exactly the kind of girl that men absolutely love." "Oh goodness," cried Catherine, blushing. "How can you say that?" "I know you very well. You have so much energy and spirit, which is exactly what Miss Andrews lacks. I have to admit there's something rather dreadfully dull about her. Oh, I must tell you, right after we said goodbye yesterday, I saw a young man watching you so intently. I'm completely sure he's in love with you." Catherine blushed again and protested. Isabella laughed. "It's absolutely true. I promise, but I can see how it is. You're indifferent to everyone's attention except for one particular gentleman who shall remain nameless. And honestly, I can't blame you," her voice turning more serious. "Your feelings are completely understandable. When your heart is truly attached to someone, I know perfectly well how little anyone else's attention can mean to you. Everything else feels so dull, so pointless, when it has nothing to do with the person you love. I understand your feelings completely. But you shouldn't try to convince me that I think about Mr. Tilney so much because I may never even see him again. Never see him again? My dearest, don't even say that. I'm sure you'd be devastated if you really believed it. No, honestly, I wouldn't. I'm not going to pretend I wasn't very taken with him, but as long as I have Udolpho to read, I feel like nothing could make me miserable. Oh, that dreadful black veil? My dear Isabella, I'm absolutely certain there must be Laurentina's skeleton behind it. It's so strange to me that you'd never read Udolpho before, I suppose, Mrs. Morland disapproves of novels? No, not at all. She reads Sir Charles Grandison herself quite often, actually. It's just that new books don't really come our way. Sir Charles Grandison? Isn't that an absolutely dreadful book? I remember Miss Andrews couldn't even get through the first volume. It's nothing like Udolpho, but I still think it's very entertaining. Do you really? You surprise me. I thought it was completely unreadable. But my dearest Catherine, have you decided what you're wearing in your hair tonight? I've made up my mind to dress exactly like you, no matter what. Men do notice that sort of thing sometimes, you know. But it doesn't really matter if they do, said Catherine, quite innocently. Doesn't matter? Oh, good heavens, I make it a rule never to care what they say. They can be incredibly rude if you don't stand your ground and keep them in their place. Can they? Well, I've never noticed that. They always behave perfectly well around me. Oh, they put on such airs. They're the most conceited creatures in the world, and they think themselves so terribly important. By the way, I've thought about asking you this 100 times but always forgotten. What's your ideal type when it comes to men's looks? Do you prefer dark or fair? I honestly don't know. I've never really thought about it. Somewhere in between, I think. Brown, not fair, and not very dark either. Perfect, Catherine. That's exactly him. I haven't forgotten your description of Mr. Tilney. A tanned complexion, dark eyes, and fairly dark hair. Well, my taste is different. I prefer light eyes, and as for complexion, you know, I actually like a slightly sallow look better than anything else. You mustn't give me away if you ever happen to meet someone fitting that description among your acquaintances. Give you away? What do you mean? Please don't press me on it. I think I've already said too much. Let's drop the subject. Catherine, somewhat puzzled, let it go. After sitting quietly for a few moments, she was just about to bring the conversation back to what interested her more than anything else in the world at that moment, Laurentina's skeleton, when her friend cut her off by saying, "For heaven's sake, can we move away from this end of the room? There are two absolutely insufferable young men who have been staring at me for the past half hour. They're making me genuinely uncomfortable. Let's go look at the arrivals register. They'll hardly follow us over there." They walked over to the book, and while Isabella scanned the names, Catherine kept watch on the activities of these alarming young men. They're not coming this way, are they? I hope they're not rude enough to follow us. Please tell me if they start coming over. I'm absolutely not going to look up. After a few moments, Catherine happily reassured her that she had nothing more to worry about. The gentlemen had just left the pump room. And which way did they go? Said Isabella, spinning around quickly. One of them was quite good-looking, actually. They headed toward the churchyard. Well, I'm incredibly relieved to be rid of them, so what do you say we head over to Edgar's buildings and have a look at my new hat? You said you'd like to see it. Catherine agreed right away. Although, she added, we might end up catching up with those two young men. Oh, never mind about that. If we walk quickly, we'll pass right by them, and I'm desperate to show you my hat. But if we just wait a few minutes, there'll be no risk of running into them at all. I certainly won't be paying them any compliment like that. I have no intention of showing men that kind of consideration. That's exactly how you spoil them. Catherine had no argument to offer against such logic, and so, in demonstration of Miss Thorpe's independence and her firm resolve to put men in their place, they set off immediately at the fastest pace they could manage, in direct pursuit of the two young men. Chapter 7. Half a minute brought them through the pump yard to the archway opposite Union Passage, but there they were stopped. Anyone who knows Bath will remember how difficult it is to cross Cheap Street at that particular spot. It's a street with an unfortunate position, connected as it is to the main London and Oxford roads and the city's principal inn, so that not a day goes by without groups of women being held up on one side or the other by carriages, horsemen, or carts, no matter how urgent their business, whether they are after pastries, hats, or even, as in this case, young men. Isabella had experienced this frustration at least 3 times a day since arriving in Bath, and now she was fated to suffer it once more. At the very moment they reached the opposite side from Union Passage, with the two gentlemen in sight as they pushed through the crowds and picked their way through the gutters of that lively alley. A gig came barreling toward them and blocked their crossing. It was driven over the rough pavement by a flashy-looking coachman who was pushing his horse at precisely the speed most likely to kill himself, his passenger, and the animal. "Oh, these horrible gigs," said Isabella, looking up. "How I hate them." But her hatred, justified as it was, didn't last long, for she looked again and cried, "Wonderful, Mr. Morland and my brother. Good heavens, that's James," Catherine exclaimed at the same moment, and when the young men spotted them, the horse was yanked to a stop so sharply it nearly went down on its haunches. The servant came running up, the gentleman jumped out, and the carriage was handed over to his care. Catherine had not expected this meeting at all, and she greeted her brother with pure delight. He, being genuinely good-natured and truly fond of her, showed every sign of equal happiness, or at least as much as he could manage, while Miss Thorpe's bright eyes were constantly pulling his attention her way. He was quick to pay his compliments to her, with a mix of joy and awkwardness that might have told Catherine something, had she been more perceptive about other people's feelings and less caught up in her own, namely that her brother found her friend every bit as pretty as she did herself. John Thorpe, who had been giving instructions about the horses, soon joined them, and from him Catherine received the greeting that was her due. While he gave Isabella's hand only a careless, casual touch, he honored Catherine with a full bow and half a short nod. He was a stocky young man of medium height who, despite a plain face and awkward build, seemed to worry that he might come across as too handsome if he didn't dress like a stable hand, and too much like a gentleman if he wasn't rude when he should have been polite and pushy when he might have been allowed to relax. He pulled out his watch. "How long do you think we've been driving from Tetbury, Miss Morland?" "I don't know the distance." Her brother told her it was 23 miles. 23, cried Thorpe. 25 if it's an inch. Morland objected, citing road books, innkeepers, and milestones, but his friend dismissed all of it. He had a more reliable method of measuring distance. "I know it must be 25, he said, based on the time it took us. It's now 1:30. We pulled out of the inn yard at Tetbury just as the town clock struck 11, and I challenge any man in England to tell me my horse goes less than 10 miles an hour in harness. That makes it exactly 25. "You've lost an hour," said Morland. "It was only 10 o'clock when we left Tetbury." 10 o'clock. It was 11, I swear it. I counted every stroke. This brother of yours would have me doubt my own mind, Miss Morland. Just look at my horse. Have you ever seen an animal so built for speed in your life? The servant had just climbed up onto the carriage and was driving away. That bloodline, 3.5 hours to cover only 23 miles. Look at that creature and tell me if you think that's possible. He does look very hot, I have to say. Hot. He hadn't broken a sweat until we reached Walcott Church. But look at his chest, look at his hindquarters, watch how he moves. That horse cannot go less than 10 miles an hour. Tie his legs and he'd still get there. What do you think of my gig, Miss Morland? Smart, isn't it? Well balanced, built in town. I haven't had it a month. It was built for a Christchurch man, a friend of mine, a decent fellow. He drove it a few weeks until, I believe, it became convenient for him to be done with it. I happened to be looking around for something light just then, though I had nearly settled on a curricle as well. But I ran into him on Magdalen Bridge as he was driving into Oxford last term. "Ah, Thorpe," he said, "do you happen to want something like this? It's a fine one of its kind, but I'm completely tired of it." "Oh, I said, "I'm your man. What are you asking? And how much do you think he wanted, Miss Morland?" I really couldn't begin to guess. Curricle hung, as you can see, seat, trunk, sword case, splashboard, lamps, silver trim, all of it complete, the ironwork as good as new or better. He asked 50 guineas. I shook hands with him on the spot, handed over the money, and the carriage was mine. "And honestly," said Catherine, "I know so little about such things that I couldn't tell you whether that was a bargain or not. Neither one nor the other. I could probably have got it for less, but I hate haggling, and poor Freeman needed the cash." "That was very kind of you," said Catherine warmly. "Oh, blast it, when you have the means to do a friend a good turn, I hate to be stingy about it." There was now an inquiry into where the young ladies had been heading, and once that was established, it was decided that the gentlemen would walk with them to Edgar's buildings and pay their respects to Mrs. Thorpe. James and Isabella led the way. And Isabella was so pleased with her situation, so contentedly focused on making the walk enjoyable for someone who had the dual advantage of being both her brother's friend and her friend's brother, and so completely free of any flirtatious scheming, that even though they overtook and passed the two young men who had annoyed them earlier on Milsom Street, she was so far from trying to attract their attention that she only looked back at them 3 times. John Thorpe naturally walked with Catherine, and after a few minutes of silence, picked up again on the subject of his gig. "You'll find, though, Miss Morland, that some people would consider it a real bargain because I could have sold it for 10 guineas more the very next day. Jackson of Oriel offered me 60 on the spot. Morland was there at the time." "Yes," said Morland, who had overheard this, "but you're forgetting that your horse was included in the offer." "My horse? Oh, damn it, I wouldn't sell my horse for 100. Are you fond of open carriages, Miss Morland?" "Yes, very much. I hardly ever get the chance to ride in one, but I love it." "I'm glad to hear it. I'll take you out in mine every day." "Thank you," said Catherine, feeling slightly uncertain about whether it was proper to accept such an offer. "I'll drive you up Lansdowne Hill tomorrow." "Thank you, but won't your horse need to rest?" "Rest? He's only come 23 miles today. Nonsense. Nothing ruins horses like rest, nothing wears them out faster. No, I'll exercise mine an average of 4 hours every day while I'm here." "Will you really?" said Catherine seriously. "That will be 40 miles a day." 40, 50, for all I care." "Well, I will drive you up Lansdowne tomorrow. Consider it settled." "How wonderful that will be," cried Isabella, turning around. "My dearest Catherine, I quite envy you, but I'm afraid, brother, you won't have room for a third." "A third? No, I didn't come to Bath to chauffeur my sisters around. That would be a fine joke. Morland will have to look after you." This led to an exchange of polite offers between the other two, but Catherine heard none of the details or how it ended. Her companion's conversation now dropped from its earlier lively energy to nothing more than brief, definitive judgments on the face of every woman they passed. And Catherine, having listened and agreed for as long as she could manage with all the politeness and deference that young women tend to show around self-assured men, especially on the subject of female beauty, finally ventured to change the subject with a question that had been on her mind for a while. "Have you ever read Udolpho, Mr. Thorpe?" "Udolpho? Good Lord, no, I never read novels, I have better things to do." Catherine, embarrassed, was about to apologize for asking, but he cut her off by saying, "Novels are stuffed full of nonsense. There hasn't been a halfway decent one since Tom Jones, except The Monk. I read that the other day, but all the others are the most tedious things in existence. I think you'd enjoy Udolpho if you read it, it's so compelling." "Not a chance. No, if I read any novels, it'll be Mrs. Radcliffe's. Hers are entertaining enough, worth reading, some humor and authenticity in them." "Udolpho was written by Mrs. Radcliffe," said Catherine carefully, not wanting to embarrass him. "Really, was it? Yes, I remember now, so it was. I was thinking of that other dull book by that woman everyone makes such a fuss about, the one who married the French emigrant. I suppose you mean Camilla?" "Yes, that's the one. Such unnatural rubbish. An old man playing on a seesaw. I picked up the first volume once and flipped through it, but I quickly saw it was hopeless. Actually, I guessed what kind of nonsense it would be before I even opened it. As soon as I heard she'd married an emigrant, I knew I'd never get through it. I've never read it. You haven't missed anything, I assure you. It's the most dreadful nonsense imaginable. There is absolutely nothing in it but an old man playing on a seesaw and learning Latin. On my soul, there isn't." This critique, whose accuracy was unfortunately wasted on poor Catherine, brought them to the door of Mrs. Thorpe's lodgings, and the feelings of that astute and open-minded reader of Camilla gave way to the feelings of a dutiful and devoted son as they met Mrs. Thorpe, who had spotted them from upstairs and come down to the hallway. "Ah, mother, how are you?" he said, giving her a vigorous handshake. "Where did you get that ridiculous hat? It makes you look like an old witch. Morland and I have come to stay a few days with you, so you'll need to find us a couple of decent beds somewhere nearby." And this greeting appeared to fulfill every wish of the mother's heart, for she received him with the most overjoyed and exuberant affection. He then showed his two younger sisters an equal measure of brotherly warmth by asking each of them how they were doing and noting that they both looked very plain. These manners did not impress Catherine, but he was James's friend and Isabella's brother, and her opinion was further swayed when Isabella, as they slipped away to look at the new hat, assured her that John thought she was the most charming girl in the world, and by John's securing her as his partner for that evening before they parted. Had she been older or more vain, such tactics might have had little effect. But where youth and self-doubt combine, it takes an unusual strength of mind to resist the appeal of being called the most charming girl in the world and being claimed as a dance partner so early in the evening. The result was that when the two Morlands, after spending an hour with the Thorpes, set off together to walk to Mr. Allen's, and James, as the door closed behind them, said, "Well, Catherine, what do you think of my friend Thorpe?" Instead of answering as she probably would have done without the friendship and the flattery involved, namely, "I don't like him at all," she replied without hesitation, "I like him very much. He seems very pleasant. He's as good-natured a fellow as you'll ever meet. A bit of a talker, but I think that'll go over well with your sex, I believe. And what do you think of the rest of the family?" "Very, very much indeed. Isabella especially." "I'm very glad to hear you say so. She's exactly the kind of young woman I'd want you to be close friends with. She has such good sense, and she's so completely genuine and warm. I always wanted you to know her, and she seems very fond of you. She said the most wonderful things about you, and the praise of a girl like Miss Thorpe," he said, taking her hand affectionately, "is something even you, Catherine, can be proud of." "I truly am," she replied. "I love her dearly, and I'm so glad you like her too. You barely mentioned her at all when you wrote to me after your visit, because I thought I'd be seeing you myself soon enough. I hope you'll spend a great deal of time together while you're in Bath. She is a wonderful girl, such an impressive mind. How much her whole family adores her. She's clearly everyone's favorite. And how admired she must be in a place like this, isn't she?" "Yes, very much, I think. Mr. Allen considers her the prettiest girl in Bath." "I'd expect he does, and I don't know a man with a better eye for beauty than Mr. Allen. I don't need to ask whether you're happy here, my dear Catherine. With a companion and friend like Isabella Thorpe, it would be impossible for you to be anything else. And the Allens are being kind to you, I'm sure." "Yes, very kind. I've never been so happy in my life, and now that you're here it will be even better. How good of you to come all this way just to see me." James accepted this expression of gratitude and eased his conscience for doing so by saying with complete sincerity, "I really do love you very much, Catherine." They then exchanged news and questions about brothers and sisters, who was where, how the others had grown, and other family matters, all the way to Pulteney Street, with only one brief detour on James's part to praise Miss Thorpe. There, he was welcomed warmly by Mr. and Mrs. Allen. Mr. Allen invited him to dinner, while Mrs. Allen pressed him to guess the price and assess the quality of a new muff and tippet. A prior commitment at Edgar's Buildings prevented him from accepting the first invitation and forced him to hurry away as soon as he had satisfied the second. Once the time for the two parties to meet in the octagon room had been carefully confirmed, Catherine was left to the pleasure of a restless, excited, and slightly anxious imagination over the pages of Udolpho, entirely lost to the practical concerns of getting dressed and eating dinner, unable to soothe Mrs. Allen's worries about a dressmaker who was running late, and sparing barely 1 minute in 60 to think about her own happiness in already having a partner secured for the evening. Chapter 8. Despite the delay caused by Udolpho and the dressmaker, the group from Pulteney Street arrived at the upper rooms right on time. The Thorpes and James Morland had only beaten them there by 2 minutes. Isabella greeted Catherine with all her usual enthusiasm, admiring her dress, envying her curls, and then the two friends followed their chaperones into the ballroom arm in arm, whispering to each other whenever something came to mind, and filling in the gaps with a squeeze of the hand or an affectionate smile. The dancing started just minutes after they sat down. James, who had been waiting just as long as his sister, was eager for Isabella to get up and dance with him. But John had gone to the card room to speak to someone, and Isabella declared that nothing on earth would make her join the set before her dear Catherine could join it too. "I assure you," she said, "I wouldn't get up without your dear sister for anything in the world. If I did, we'd certainly be separated for the whole evening." Catherine accepted this kindness gratefully. 3 minutes later, though, Isabella, who had been talking to James on her other side, turned back to Catherine and whispered, "My dear, I'm afraid I have to leave you. Your brother is absolutely desperate to start dancing. I know you won't mind me going, and I'm sure John will be back any second, and then you can easily find me." Catherine was a little disappointed, but she was too good-natured to object. Isabella just had time to squeeze her friend's hand and say, "Goodbye, my dear love," before she and James hurried off. With the younger Miss Thorpes also out on the dance floor, Catherine was left between Mrs. Thorpe and Mrs. Allen. She couldn't help feeling annoyed at John Thorpe's continued absence. Not only was she desperate to dance, but she was also painfully aware that her situation looked no different from all the other young women sitting without partners, and that was embarrassing, regardless of the reason. To be humiliated in the eyes of the world, to appear disgraced while your heart is pure, your actions innocent, and someone else's failings entirely to blame. This is one of those trials that seems to belong especially to a heroine's life, and bearing it with dignity is what truly defines her character. Catherine had that kind of dignity. She suffered in silence without a word of complaint. After 10 minutes of this quiet misery, something lifted her spirits, not the sight of Mr. Thorpe, but of Mr. Tilney, not 3 yards away from where they were sitting. He seemed to be heading in their direction, but he hadn't noticed her yet, so the smile and blush that his sudden appearance brought to Catherine's face went unobserved. He looked just as handsome and lively as before, and was talking animatedly to an attractive, stylishly dressed young woman on his arm. Catherine immediately assumed this must be his sister, thereby overlooking the perfectly reasonable possibility that he might be married. But that thought had simply never crossed her mind. He hadn't behaved or spoken like any married man she'd ever known. He'd never mentioned a wife, and he had mentioned a sister. So naturally, she concluded that the woman beside him was his sister, and instead of going pale with dread and collapsing onto Mrs. Allen's shoulder, Catherine sat up straight, fully composed, with cheeks only slightly pinker than usual. Mr. Tilney and his companion were slowly making their way closer when they were stopped by a lady who was an acquaintance of Mrs. Thorpe. Since they were apparently with her, they stopped too. At that moment, Mr. Tilney caught Catherine's eye and gave her a warm smile of recognition. She returned it with pleasure. He came closer and spoke to both her and Mrs. Allen, who greeted him warmly. "I'm so glad to see you again, sir. I was afraid you'd left Bath." He thanked her for her concern and explained that he had indeed left the very morning after he'd had the pleasure of meeting her and had been away for a week. "Well, sir, I'm sure you're not sorry to be back. It's just the place for young people and really for everyone else too. When Mr. Allen talks of being tired of it, I tell him he has no reason to complain. It's such a pleasant place that it's far better to be here than at home at this dull time of year. I tell him he's quite lucky to have been sent here for his health. And I hope, madam, that Mr. Allen will come to appreciate it once he finds it doing him good." "Thank you, sir. I have no doubt he will. A neighbor of ours, Dr. Skinner, came here for his health last winter and left looking perfectly robust. That's very encouraging to hear." "Yes, sir, and Dr. Skinner and his family stayed 3 months, so I tell Mr. Allen he mustn't be in any hurry to leave." At this point, Mrs. Thorpe interrupted to ask Mrs. Allen if she would shift over a little to make room for Mrs. Hughes and Miss Tilney, who had agreed to join their group. This was arranged accordingly, with Mr. Tilney remaining standing before them. After a moment's thought, he asked Catherine to dance. As wonderful as this was, it caused her considerable distress. She had to turn him down, and she expressed her regret so genuinely that if Thorpe, who appeared just after, had arrived half a minute earlier, he might have thought her disappointment was a bit excessive. The casual, unbothered way Thorpe then told her he'd kept her waiting did nothing to improve her mood. Nor did his lengthy account of his friend's horses and dogs, and the potential trade of terriers between them, do anything to stop her eyes from drifting repeatedly to the part of the room where she'd last seen Mr. Tilney. Of her dear Isabella, whom she was particularly eager to point Mr. Tilney out to, she could see nothing. They were in different sets. She was separated from everyone she knew, surrounded by strangers. One frustration followed another, and from the whole experience she drew one useful conclusion: that arriving at a ball with a prearranged partner doesn't necessarily make the evening any more dignified or enjoyable. She was pulled out of these gloomy reflections by a tap on the shoulder. Turning around, she found Mrs. Hughes standing directly behind her, with Miss Tilney and a gentleman at her side. "I beg your pardon, Miss Morland," she said, taking this liberty, "but I simply can't get through to Miss Thorpe, and Mrs. Thorpe said she was quite sure you wouldn't mind letting this young lady sit beside you." There was no one in the room more delighted to oblige than Catherine. The two young women were introduced to each other, Miss Tilney graciously acknowledging the kindness, Miss Morland warmly brushing off any need for thanks with the natural ease of a generous spirit. Satisfied that her young charge was comfortably settled, Mrs. Hughes returned to her own party. Miss Tilney had a good figure, a pretty face, and a pleasant expression. Her manner, though it lacked the bold confidence and studied stylishness of Miss Thorpe, had something more genuinely elegant about it. She was well-bred and sensible, neither awkwardly shy nor artificially open. She seemed perfectly capable of being young, attractive, and at a ball without needing every man in the room to notice her, and without performing exaggerated joy or distress at every small thing that happened. Catherine, drawn to her both by her appearance and her connection to Mr. Tilney, was eager to get to know her, and talked willingly whenever she could think of something to say and had the nerve and the moment to say it. But the conversation never quite progressed beyond the basics: how much each of them liked Bath, what they thought of its buildings and countryside, whether either of them drew, played, or sang, and whether they enjoyed riding. The two dances had barely ended when Catherine felt her arm gently grabbed by Isabella, who cried out with great excitement, "I've finally found you. My dearest creature, I've been searching for you for an hour. What on earth made you come into this set when you knew I was in the other? I've been absolutely miserable without you." "My dear Isabella, how was I supposed to get to you? I couldn't even see where you were. I told your brother as much the whole time, but he wouldn't believe me. 'Go and find her, Mr. Morland,' I said, but it was no use. He wouldn't move an inch. Isn't that right, Mr. Morland? You men are all so impossibly lazy. I've been scolding him terribly, my dear Catherine, you would be amazed. You know I never stand on ceremony with people like that." "Look at that young lady with the white beads around her head," Catherine whispered, pulling Isabella away from James. "That's Mr. Tilney's sister." "Oh heavens, you can't be serious. Let me look at her this instant. What a delightful girl. I've never seen anyone half so beautiful. But where is her all-conquering brother? Is he in the room? Point him out to me right now if he is. I'm dying to see him. Mr. Morland, you are not to listen. We are not talking about you." "But what's all this whispering? What's going on?" "There, I knew it would be like this. You men and your endless curiosity. Everyone talks about women being curious, but it's nothing compared to this. Be satisfied, you are not going to know anything about the matter." "And do you really think that's going to satisfy me?" "Well, I declare I've never known anyone like you. What can it possibly matter to you what we're talking about? Perhaps we're talking about you, so I'd advise you not to listen, or you might hear something you'd rather not." This light, rambling chatter went on for some time, and the original subject seemed to be completely forgotten. Catherine was content enough to let it drop for a while, but she couldn't help noticing, with a small degree of suspicion, that Isabella's desperate eagerness to see Mr. Tilney had entirely disappeared. When the orchestra started up again, James tried to lead Isabella back onto the floor, but she resisted. "I tell you, Mr. Morland," she cried, "I would not do such a thing for the world. How can you be so tiresome? Just think, my dear Catherine, your brother wants me to dance with him again, even though I've told him it's completely improper and goes entirely against the rules. People would talk about us for a week if we didn't change partners." "Upon my honor," said James, "at public dances like this, it happens all the time." "Nonsense, how can you say that? But when you men want something, there's no stopping you. My sweet Catherine, do back me up. Tell your brother how impossible this is. Tell him it would horrify you to see me do such a thing, wouldn't it?" "No, not at all, but if you think it's wrong, you'd be much better off changing partners." "There," cried Isabella, "you hear what your own sister says, and still you won't listen. Well, remember, it's not my fault if we set every old lady in Bath talking. Come along, my dearest Catherine, for heaven's sake, and stay by me." And off they went to reclaim their original places. John Thorpe, meanwhile, had wandered off somewhere, and Catherine, always hoping that Mr. Tilney might repeat his earlier invitation to dance, made her way as quickly as she could back to Mrs. Allen and Mrs. Thorpe, hoping to find him still there. When he wasn't, she felt that hope had been rather unreasonable to begin with. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Thorpe, eager for her son to be praised, "I hope you had an agreeable partner." "Very agreeable, madam. I'm glad to hear it. John has such wonderful spirit, doesn't he? Did you happen to see Mr. Tilney, my dear?" said Mrs. Allen. "No, where is he? He was here with us just a moment ago and said he was so tired of standing around that he was determined to go and dance. I thought perhaps he might ask you if he found you." "Where has he gone?" said Catherine, looking around, and she didn't have to look long before she spotted him leading another young lady onto the floor. "Ah, he's found a partner. I wish he had asked you," said Mrs. Allen, and after a brief pause added, "He really is a very agreeable young man." "He is indeed, Mrs. Allen," said Mrs. Thorpe, smiling with satisfaction. "I have to say, though it may sound like a mother talking, there is not a more agreeable young man in the world." This rather off-target reply might have puzzled many people, but it didn't confuse Mrs. Allen for long. After a moment's thought, she leaned over and whispered to Catherine, "I suspect she thought I was talking about her son." Catherine was disappointed and irritated. She felt she had missed the very thing she'd been hoping for by the narrowest possible margin, and this feeling did not put her in a very gracious mood when John Thorpe approached soon after and said, "Well, Miss Morland, I suppose you and I are going to get up and dance again." "Oh, no, thank you very much, but our 2 dances are done, and besides, I'm tired and don't intend to dance anymore." "You don't? Then let's walk around and make fun of people. Come with me. I'll show you the 4 most ridiculous people in the room, my 2 younger sisters and their partners. I've been laughing at them for half an hour." Catherine again declined, and eventually he wandered off to mock his sisters on his own. The rest of the evening she found thoroughly dull. Mr. Tilney was drawn away from their group at tea to sit with his partner. Miss Tilney, though belonging to the same party, didn't sit near her. And James and Isabella were so absorbed in each other's conversation that Isabella spared her friend nothing more than one smile, one squeeze of the hand, and one "Dearest Catherine." Chapter 9. Catherine's unhappiness after the events of that evening unfolded in stages. It began as a general irritation with everyone around her while she was still at the rooms, which quickly turned into exhaustion and a desperate urge to go home. Once she arrived at Pulteney Street, this transformed into a ravenous hunger, and when that was satisfied, it became an overwhelming desire to go to bed. That was the worst of it, because the moment her head hit the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep that lasted 9 hours, and she woke up completely refreshed, in great spirits, with new hopes and new plans. Her greatest wish was to get to know Miss Tilney better, and her first firm resolution was to look for her at the pump room at noon. Anyone newly arrived in Bath was sure to be found there, and she had already discovered it to be such an ideal place for finding wonderful women and forming close friendships, so perfectly suited to private conversations and total openness, that she had every reason to expect to find another friend within its walls. With her morning plans settled, she sat down quietly with her book after breakfast, determined to stay in the same spot doing the same thing until the clock struck 1. She was barely bothered by Mrs. Allen's constant remarks and exclamations, since that woman's vacant mind and inability to think meant that while she never talked at great length, she could never be completely silent either. So as she sat working, if she dropped her needle or broke her thread, if she heard a carriage in the street or spotted a mark on her dress, she had to say something about it out loud, whether anyone was free to respond or not. At about 12:30, an unusually loud knock sent Mrs. Allen rushing to the window, and she barely had time to tell Catherine there were 2 open carriages at the door, a servant in the first and her brother driving Miss Thorpe in the second, before John Thorpe came thundering upstairs calling out, "Well, Miss Morland, here I am. Have you been waiting long? We couldn't come any earlier. That wretched coachmaker took forever to find something worth getting into, and now it's 10,000 to 1 they'll break down before we're even out of the street. How are you, Mrs. Allen? Fantastic ball last night, wasn't it? Come on, Miss Morland, hurry up. The others are in a terrible rush to get going. They want to get their spill over with." "What do you mean?" said Catherine. "Where is everyone going?" "Going? Come on, you haven't forgotten our plan. Didn't we agree to go for a drive this morning? What a memory you have. We're going up Claverton Down." "Something was mentioned, I remember," said Catherine, glancing at Mrs. Allen for her opinion, "but I really wasn't expecting you." "Weren't expecting me? That's a good one. And what a fuss you'd have made if I hadn't come." Catherine's silent appeal to her friend was entirely wasted, since Mrs. Allen never communicated anything through her expressions herself and had no idea anyone else ever tried to. Catherine, who felt her desire to see Miss Tilney again could wait a little while in favor of a pleasant drive, and who saw nothing wrong with going with Mr. Thorpe since Isabella was going at the same time with James, was therefore forced to speak more directly. "Well, ma'am, what do you think? Can you spare me for an hour or two, should I go?" "Do whatever you like, my dear," replied Mrs. Allen with perfect indifference. Catherine took that as her answer and ran off to get ready. She was back in just a few minutes, barely giving the other 2 time to exchange a few words of praise about her, after Thorpe had secured Mrs. Allen's admiration of his carriage. Then, with her friends' warm goodbyes, they both hurried downstairs. "My dearest darling," cried Isabella, who felt duty-bound to speak to Catherine before she could get into the carriage, "you've taken at least 3 hours to get ready. I was afraid you were ill. What a wonderful ball we had last night. I have 1,000 things to tell you, but hurry up and get in. I'm dying to leave." Catherine did as she was told and turned away, but not quite quickly enough to miss hearing her friend exclaim to James, "What a sweet girl she is. I absolutely adore her." "You won't be scared, Miss Morland," said Thorpe as he helped her in. "If my horse gets a bit lively at the start, he'll probably rear up once or twice and maybe bolt for a moment, but he'll settle down once he knows who's in charge. He's full of energy, very playful, but there's no meanness in him." Catherine didn't find this description particularly reassuring, but it was too late to back out, and she was too proud to admit she was frightened. So she resigned herself to her fate, put her trust in the horse's supposed respect for its owner, sat down calmly, and watched Thorpe settle in beside her. Everything was arranged. The servant holding the horse's head was told in a commanding tone to let him go, and off they went in the most peaceful manner imaginable, without so much as a single rear or a sideways step. Catherine, delighted to have escaped so easily, expressed her relief out loud with genuine surprise. Her companion immediately explained it all away by assuring her it was entirely due to his exceptionally skillful way of holding the reins and his remarkable precision with the whip. Catherine, though she couldn't help wondering why someone with such perfect control over his horse would bother alarming her with stories about its wild behavior, congratulated herself sincerely on being in the hands of such an excellent driver. Noticing that the animal continued along just as calmly, showing no sign whatsoever of any unpleasant excitement, and traveling at a pace that was by no means frighteningly fast, considering it was inevitably around 10 miles an hour, she gave herself over to the pure pleasure of fresh air and exercise on a fine, mild February day, feeling perfectly safe. Several minutes of silence followed their brief opening exchange. It was broken by Thorpe saying very abruptly, "Old Alan is loaded, isn't he?" Catherine didn't follow him, and he repeated the question, adding by way of explanation, "Old Alan, the man you're staying with." "Oh, Mr. Alan, you mean, yes, I believe he's very wealthy. And no children at all?" "No, none. That's quite something for his heirs. He's your godfather, isn't he?" "My godfather, no, but you're always with them." "Yes, very much." "Right, that's what I meant. He seems like a decent enough old fellow, and I'm sure he's lived well in his time. He didn't get gout for nothing. Does he get through a bottle a day these days?" "A bottle a day? No, why would you think that? He's a very moderate man, and surely you didn't think he was drunk last night?" "Good Lord, you women are always going on about men being drunk. You don't seriously think a bottle would knock a man off his feet, do you?" "I'm absolutely certain that if everyone drank a bottle a day, there'd be half the illnesses in the world there are now. It would be the best possible thing for all of us." "I can't believe that." "Oh, Lord, it would save thousands of lives. Not even a fraction of the wine that should be consumed in this country actually is. Our damp climate needs the help. And yet, I've heard that a great deal of wine is drunk in Oxford." "Oxford? There's no real drinking in Oxford anymore. I assure you, nobody drinks there. You'd hardly find a man who goes beyond 4 pints at the most. As a matter of fact, it was considered quite remarkable at the last party in my rooms that we averaged about 5 pints a head. It was seen as out of the ordinary. My stuff is exceptionally good, of course. You wouldn't often find anything like it in Oxford, which might account for it. But that should give you some idea of how much people generally drink there." "Yes, it does give me an idea," said Catherine firmly. "And that idea is that you all drink a great deal more wine than I thought, though I'm quite sure James doesn't drink that much." This prompted a loud and overwhelming reply from Thorpe, of which very little was clear except the frequent exclamations bordering on oaths that peppered it throughout. When it was over, Catherine was left with a somewhat stronger belief that a great deal of wine was indeed drunk in Oxford, and the same reassuring conviction that her brother was comparatively sober. Thorpe's thoughts then turned entirely to the qualities of his own vehicle, and Catherine was called upon to admire the energy and freedom with which his horse moved, and the smoothness that both its gait and the excellent springs gave to the ride. She followed him in all his enthusiasm as best she could. Getting ahead of him or going beyond him was impossible. His expertise and her ignorance of the subject, his rapid-fire manner of speaking and her lack of confidence in herself made that quite out of the question. She couldn't come up with any new points of praise, but she readily echoed whatever he chose to claim, and it was eventually settled between them without any difficulty that his vehicle was altogether the finest of its kind in England, his carriage the most elegant, his horse the best mover, and himself the best driver. "You don't really think, Mr. Thorpe," said Catherine, venturing after a while to consider the matter entirely settled and to introduce a slight variation in the subject, "that James's carriage will break down?" "Break down? Oh, Lord, have you ever seen such a flimsy little rattletrap in your life? There isn't a sound piece of iron on it. The wheels have been completely worn out for at least 10 years, and as for the body, good God, you could shake it to pieces yourself with one hand. It's the most hopelessly rickety thing I've ever laid eyes on. Thank God we have something better. I wouldn't agree to go 2 miles in it for £50,000. "Good heavens!" cried Catherine, genuinely alarmed. "Then please let's turn back. They'll certainly have an accident if we go on. Please turn back, Mr. Thorpe. Stop and tell my brother how unsafe it is." "Unsafe? Oh, Lord, what of it? They'll just take a tumble if it breaks down, and the road is muddy enough. It'll be a soft landing." "Oh, come on. The carriage is safe enough if a man knows how to drive it. Something like that in good hands will last 20 years beyond when it's worn out. Good Lord, I'd happily bet £5 to drive it to York and back without losing a nail." Catherine listened in bewilderment. She had no idea how to reconcile two such completely contradictory accounts of the same thing, because she hadn't grown up around people who talked for the sake of talking, or who understood how far excessive vanity could lead a person into pointless boasting and shameless lies. Her own family were straightforward, practical people who rarely aimed at cleverness of any kind. Her father's idea of wit was a pun at most, her mother's a proverb. They were not in the habit of exaggerating their own importance, or of saying one thing one moment and the opposite the next. She turned the matter over in her mind for some time, genuinely puzzled, and more than once came close to asking Thorpe to be clearer about what he actually thought. But she stopped herself, because it was obvious he wasn't particularly good at being clear about things he'd already made confusing. Added to this was the thought that he surely wouldn't allow his sister and his friend to be exposed to a danger he could easily prevent, and she finally concluded that he must know the carriage was perfectly safe after all, and decided to worry no more about it. He seemed to have forgotten the whole matter entirely. Everything else he said, or rather, everything he talked at her, began and ended with himself and his own affairs. He told her about horses he'd bought for next to nothing and sold for extraordinary sums, about races in which his judgment had unfailingly predicted the winner, about shooting parties in which he had killed more birds, despite never once making a good shot, than all his companions combined. He described memorable days with the foxhounds in which his foresight and skill in directing the dogs had corrected the mistakes of the most seasoned huntsmen, and in which his daring riding, though it had never put his own life at risk for a single moment, had repeatedly led others into danger, which he calmly concluded had probably broken the necks of several of them. Little as Catherine was accustomed to forming her own judgments, and vague as her general ideas were about how men ought to behave, she couldn't entirely suppress a doubt, even while enduring the flood of his endless self-congratulation, about whether he was altogether pleasant company. It was a daring conclusion for her to reach, since he was Isabella's brother, and James had assured her his manner would win over any woman. But despite all that, the profound boredom of his company, which had crept over her before they'd been out an hour, and continued to grow without relief until they pulled up in Pulteney Street again, nudged her, in some small way, toward resisting such high recommendations and questioning his ability to charm everyone he met. When they arrived at Mrs. Allen's door, Isabella's shock at finding it was too late in the day to come inside was almost beyond expression. Past 3 o'clock, it was inconceivable, incredible, impossible. She refused to believe her own watch or her brother's or the servants'. She would accept no assurance based on reason or fact until Morland produced his watch and confirmed it. To have doubted a moment longer after that would have been equally inconceivable, incredible, and impossible, and she could only insist, over and over again, that no 2.5 hours had ever passed so quickly, calling on Catherine to agree. Catherine could not tell a lie even to please Isabella, but Isabella spared herself the discomfort of hearing her friend disagree by not waiting for her answer. Her own feelings entirely consumed her. Her distress at being forced to go straight home was at its peak. It had been absolutely ages since she'd had a proper conversation with her dearest Catherine, and though she had thousands of things to say to her, it felt as though they might never be together again. So with a smile of exquisite anguish and laughing eyes full of despair, she said goodbye to her friend and went on her way. Catherine found Mrs. Allen just back from a morning of busy purposelessness and was immediately greeted with, "Well, my dear, here you are," a fact Catherine had neither the desire nor the ability to dispute, "and I hope you had a pleasant outing." "Yes, ma'am. Thank you, we couldn't have asked for a nicer day." "So Mrs. Thorpe said she was very pleased that you all went. You've seen Mrs. Thorpe then?" "Yes, I went to the pump room as soon as you'd gone, and I ran into her there. We had a long chat. She says there was barely any veal to be had at the market this morning. It's been terribly scarce." "Did you see anyone else we know?" "Yes, we agreed to take a walk along the Crescent, and there we met Mrs. Hughes and Miss Tilney walking with her." "Did you really? And did they speak to you?" "Yes, we walked along the Crescent together for half an hour. They seem very pleasant people. Miss Tilney was wearing a very pretty spotted muslin, and from what I could gather, she always dresses very elegantly. Mrs. Hughes told me quite a lot about the family." "And what did she say about them?" "Oh, a great deal indeed. She could hardly talk of anything else." "Did she mention what part of Gloucestershire they come from?" "Yes, she did, but I can't remember now. They're very good people, though, and very wealthy. Mrs. Tilney was a Miss Drummond, and she and Mrs. Hughes were schoolmates together. Miss Drummond had a very large fortune, and when she married, her father gave her £20,000 and 500 more for her wedding clothes. Mrs. Hugh saw all the clothes after they arrived from the warehouse. And are Mr. and Mrs. Tilney in Bath? Yes, I believe they are, but I'm not entirely sure. Actually, now that I think about it, I have a feeling they're both dead, at least the mother is. Yes, I'm certain Mrs. Tilney is dead because Mrs. Hughes told me about a beautiful set of pearls that Mr. Drummond gave his daughter on her wedding day, and that Miss Tilney has them now since they were set aside for her when her mother died. And is Mr. Tilney, my dance partner, the only son? I can't say for certain, my dear. I have some idea that he is, but in any case, he's a very fine young man, according to Mrs. Hughes, and likely to do very well for himself. Catherine asked no more. She had heard enough to realize that Mrs. Allen had nothing useful to tell her, and that she herself had been particularly unlucky in missing such an opportunity to meet both brother and sister. Had she known such a thing might happen, nothing could have persuaded her to go out with the others. As it was, she could only regret her bad luck and dwell on what she had missed, until it became perfectly clear to her that the drive had not been enjoyable in the least, and that John Thorpe himself was thoroughly disagreeable. Chapter 10. The Allens, Thorpes, and Morlands all met at the theater that evening, and since Catherine and Isabella were sitting together, Isabella finally had the chance to say at least a few of the countless things she'd been saving up during what felt like an eternity apart. "Oh my God, Catherine, darling, I finally have you to myself," she said the moment Catherine stepped into the box and sat down beside her. "Now, Mr. Morland," she added, since James was sitting right on her other side, "I'm not going to say another word to you for the rest of the evening, so don't even expect it. My dearest Catherine, how have you been all this time? Actually, I don't even need to ask, you look absolutely radiant. You've done your hair in the most gorgeous way ever. You little troublemaker, are you trying to attract every man in the room? I'm telling you, my brother is already completely in love with you. And as for Mr. Tilney, well, that's a done deal, even you can't doubt how he feels now. The fact that he came back to Bath says everything. Oh, I would give anything to see him. I'm practically going out of my mind with impatience. My mother says he's the most wonderful young man alive. She saw him this morning, you know. You absolutely have to introduce him to me. Is he here tonight? Look around, for heaven's sake. I honestly can't stand it until I see him." "No," said Catherine. "He's not here. I can't see him anywhere." "Oh, how awful. Am I never going to meet him? What do you think of my dress?" "I think it's rather nice, actually. The sleeves were entirely my own idea. You know, I'm getting so utterly tired of Bath. Your brother and I were agreeing just this morning that while it's perfectly fine to be here for a few weeks, we wouldn't stay for anything in the world. We realized almost immediately that we both feel exactly the same way, that the country is better than anywhere else. Our opinions matched so perfectly it was almost ridiculous. There wasn't a single thing we disagreed on. I'm so glad you weren't there. You're such a little schemer. I'm sure you would have made some clever remark about it." "No, I really wouldn't have." "Oh, yes, you would. I know you better than you know yourself. You would have said something like we seemed made for each other, or some nonsense like that, which would have embarrassed me terribly. My cheeks would have been as red as roses. I'm so glad you weren't there." "That's really not fair of you. I would never have made such an inappropriate comment, and honestly, it never would have even crossed my mind." Isabella smiled skeptically and spent the rest of the evening talking to James. Catherine's determination to find Miss Tilney again remained just as strong the next morning, and until it was time to leave for the pump room, she was on edge, worried something might get in the way again. But nothing of the sort happened. No visitors showed up to delay them, and all three set off in good time for the pump room, where the usual routine played out as it always did. Mr. Allen drank his glass of water and went to join some other gentlemen to discuss the news of the day and compare what they'd read in their respective papers, while the ladies strolled around together, taking note of every new face and nearly every new bonnet in the room. The female members of the Thorpe family arrived with James Morland in under a quarter of an hour, and Catherine immediately fell into her usual place beside her friend. James, who was now constantly by Isabella's side, positioned himself just as close, and the four of them gradually drifted away from the others and walked together for some time, until Catherine began to wonder just how enjoyable it really was to be confined entirely to her friend and brother, both of whom barely noticed she was there. They were always wrapped up in some deeply emotional discussion or playful argument, but their conversations were conducted in hushed whispers and punctuated with so much laughter that even when one of them occasionally called on Catherine to weigh in, she never could, because she hadn't heard a word of what they were talking about. Eventually, though, she was able to free herself from the group, using the perfectly genuine excuse that she needed to speak to Miss Tilney, whom she spotted with great delight just entering the room with Mrs. Hughes. She went to her immediately, more boldly determined to make friends with her than she might otherwise have been, had yesterday's disappointment not pushed her to it. Miss Tilney greeted her warmly and returned her friendliness in kind, and the two of them kept talking for as long as they were both in the room. In all likelihood, nothing they said to each other hadn't been said thousands of times before under that same roof during every bath season, and yet there was something worth noting in the way they spoke, simply, honestly, and without any trace of self-importance. "Your brother dances so well," Catherine exclaimed naturally, near the end of their conversation, which both surprised and amused Miss Tilney. "Henry?" she replied with a smile. "Yes, he does dance very well. He must have thought it very strange when I said I was already engaged the other evening, while he could see me sitting there doing nothing, but I really had been promised to Mr. Thorpe for the entire day." Miss Tilney could only nod politely. "You have no idea," Catherine added after a brief pause, "how surprised I was to see him again. I was completely convinced he had left Bath for good. When Henry had the pleasure of seeing you before, he was only here for a couple of days. He came just to find us a place to stay. That never occurred to me, and since I didn't see him anywhere, I naturally assumed he was gone. Was the young lady he danced with on Monday a Miss Smith?" "Yes, a friend of Mrs. Hughes. I'm sure she was very happy to get to dance. Do you think she's pretty?" "Not particularly." "Does he ever come to the pump room?" "Sometimes, yes, but he rode out with my father this morning." Mrs. Hughes came over then and asked Miss Tilney if she was ready to leave. "I hope I'll have the pleasure of seeing you again soon," said Catherine. "Will you be at the cotillion ball tomorrow?" "Perhaps. Yes, I think we almost certainly will." "I'm so glad, because we'll all be there." The pleasantry was returned in kind, and they parted, Miss Tilney with some sense of how her new acquaintance felt about things, and Catherine with absolutely no awareness that she had revealed anything at all. She went home feeling wonderful. The morning had lived up to every hope she'd had, and now the following evening was the thing she looked forward to most. Her main concern became what dress and hairstyle she would wear, which isn't something she can really be excused for. Obsessing over clothes is always a somewhat shallow pursuit, and caring too much about what to wear often defeats the whole purpose. Catherine knew all this perfectly well. Her great-aunt had given her quite a lecture on the subject just the previous Christmas, and yet she lay awake for a full 10 minutes on Wednesday night going back and forth between her spotted muslin and her embroidered one, and only the lack of time stopped her from going out to buy an entirely new dress for the occasion. That would have been a mistake in judgment, a common one, but a mistake nonetheless. And it was the sort of error that a brother rather than a great-aunt would have been better placed to warn her against, because only a man truly understands how little men notice a new dress. It would wound the feelings of many women if they truly grasped how little a man's heart is stirred by something expensive or freshly bought, how little he cares about the quality of the fabric, and how entirely unmoved he is by whether the muslin is spotted, sprigged, plain, or fine. A woman dresses up for her own pleasure, not for anyone else's. No man will admire her more for it, and no woman will like her better for it either. Men care only that a woman looks neat and fashionable, while women, if anything, are faintly warmed by a hint of carelessness or imperfection in another woman's appearance. But none of these serious reflections disturbed Catherine's peace of mind in the slightest. She arrived at the assembly rooms on Thursday evening in a very different frame of mind from the one she'd been in the previous Monday. That time, she had been thrilled about her promise to Thorpe. Now, her main concern was avoiding him entirely, for fear he would corner her into dancing with her again. She didn't dare let herself hope, didn't dare even expect, that Mr. Tilney would ask her to dance a third time, and yet everything she wished for, hoped for, and planned around amounted to exactly that. Every young woman will sympathize with her in that anxious moment, because every young woman has felt the same thing at one time or another. All of us have been, or have at least believed ourselves to be, in danger of being pursued by someone we desperately wanted to avoid, while simultaneously longing for the attention of someone we wanted to impress. The moment the Thorpes joined them, Catherine's anxiety kicked in. She fidgeted every time John Thorpe came near her, tried to make herself as invisible as possible, and pretended not to hear him when he spoke to her. The cotillions finished and the country dancing began, and still there was no sign of the Tilneys. "Don't panic, my dear Catherine," Isabella whispered to her, "but I'm going to dance with your brother again. I know, it's absolutely terrible of me. I keep telling him he should be ashamed of himself, but you and John simply must cover for us. "Come quickly, darling. John just stepped away, but he'll be back any minute." Catherine had neither the time nor the desire to respond. The others walked off. John Thorpe was still lurking nearby, and she resigned herself to the worst. To avoid looking like she was watching for him or waiting for anyone, she fixed her eyes firmly on her fan, and had just finished silently scolding herself for being foolish enough to think she could ever spot the Tilneys in such a crowd within any reasonable amount of time, when Mr. Tilney himself appeared before her and asked her to dance. One can easily imagine the brightness in her eyes as she said yes, and the delightful flutter in her heart as she went with him to take their place. To have just barely escaped John Thorpe, or so she believed, and then to be asked immediately by Mr. Tilney of all people as if he had come looking for her on purpose, she felt quite certain that life could offer nothing more wonderful than this. They had barely managed to settle into their spot in the set, however, when John Thorpe appeared behind her and demanded her attention. "Hey there, Miss Morland," he said. "What's going on here? I thought you and I were supposed to be dancing. I don't see why you'd think that. You never actually asked me." "Oh, that's a good one. I asked you the moment I walked into the room, and I was just about to ask you again when I turned around and you disappeared. That's a rotten trick to pull. I only came tonight to dance with you. I've been convinced since Monday that you were saving a dance for me." "Yes, I remember now. I asked you while you were waiting in the lobby for your cloak, and I've been going around telling everyone I was going to dance with the prettiest girl in the room, and now they'll see you dancing with someone else and have a field day at my expense. Oh, they won't give me a second thought after a description like that. Good God, if they don't, I'll throw them out for being idiots. Who's the fellow you're with?" Catherine told him. "Tilney," he repeated. Don't know him. Decent-looking man, well-built. Is he in the market for a horse? A friend of mine, Sam Fletcher, has one for sale that would suit anyone. A fantastic animal for the road, only 40 guineas. I very nearly bought it myself because it's always been a rule of mine to buy a good horse when I come across one, but it wouldn't work for what I need. It's not a hunting horse. I'd pay anything for a proper hunter. I've got 3 now, the finest horses that ever lived. I wouldn't take 800 guineas for them. Fletcher and I are planning to rent a house in Leicestershire before next season. Living out of an inn is damned uncomfortable." That was the last thing he said before being swept away by the irresistible force of a long stream of ladies passing through. Her partner moved closer and said, "That gentleman would have tried my patience completely if he'd stayed with you another half-minute. He has no business pulling my partner's attention away from me. We've entered into a kind of mutual agreement for the evening, to be agreeable to each other and no one else. No one has the right to claim the attention of one partner without taking something away from the other. I think of a country dance as a kind of metaphor for marriage. Loyalty and consideration are the main duties of both, and those men who choose not to dance or marry have no business interfering with other people's partners or wives. But they are such completely different things that you think they can't possibly be compared. Of course they can't. People who are married can never simply part ways. They have to go and run a household together. People who dance are just standing across from each other in a big room for half an hour. And that is your definition of marriage and dancing. Looked at in that light, I'll grant you the resemblance isn't obvious, but I think I could draw the comparison quite well. You'll admit that in both cases, the man has the advantage of making the choice, while the woman has only the power to refuse. In both, it's an arrangement between a man and a woman, entered into for the benefit of each, and once committed to, they belong exclusively to each other until it ends. It's each person's duty to give the other no reason to wish they had chosen differently, and it's in both their best interests to keep their minds from drifting toward other people or imagining they'd be happier elsewhere. You'll grant me all of that? Yes, I suppose. When you put it that way, it all sounds quite reasonable, but they're still so different. I simply can't see them as the same thing or think the same expectations apply to both. In one way, there is a real difference. In marriage, the man is expected to provide for the woman, and the woman is expected to make the home comfortable for the man. He earns, she smiles. But in dancing, the roles are reversed. He's the one expected to be charming and accommodating, while she just brings her fan and her composure. I assume that's the difference that made you feel the two couldn't be compared. No, honestly, that never even crossed my mind. Then I'm completely at a loss. There is one thing I must say, though. This attitude of yours is rather concerning. You reject any similarity in the obligations entirely. So may I take that to mean your sense of duty as a dancing partner isn't quite as strict as your partner might hope? Do I have reason to worry that if the gentleman who just spoke to you came back, or if any other man came to talk to you, you'd feel perfectly free to chat with him as long as you liked. Mr. Thorpe is such a close friend of my brother's that if he speaks to me, I do have to respond, but there are barely 3 young men in this entire room besides him that I even know. And that's the only guarantee I get? How alarming. Well, it's the best guarantee possible. If I don't know anyone, I can't very well talk to them, and besides, I don't want to talk to anyone else anyway. Now that's a guarantee worth having. I can proceed with confidence. Are you finding Bath as enjoyable as when I had the pleasure of asking you that same question before? Yes, absolutely, more so actually. More so, be careful, you'll forget to grow tired of it at the right time. You're supposed to be worn out with Bath after 6 weeks. I don't think I'd be tired of it even after 6 months. Bath has very little variety compared to London, and everyone figures that out eventually. 6 weeks in Bath is pleasant enough, but beyond that, it's the most tedious place in the world. That's what you'd hear from people of every kind. The same people who come every winter, stretch their 6 weeks into 10 or 12, and only leave in the end because they've run out of money to stay. Well, other people can make their own judgments, and those who prefer London are welcome to it. But I come from a small, quiet village in the country, and I could never find more sameness here than at home. Here there's endless variety, things to see and do all day long that I know nothing of back home. So you're not really fond of the country. Yes, I am. I've lived there my whole life and I've always been very happy. But there is certainly much more sameness in the country than in Bath. Every day in the country is exactly the same as the last. But surely you spend your time far more sensibly in the country. Do I? Don't you? I'm not sure there's much difference. Here you spend all day chasing amusement. And I do the same at home, only I don't find nearly as much of it. I walk around here and I walk around there. But here I see all sorts of people in every street, while at home I can only go and call on Mrs. Allen. Mr. Tilney was thoroughly amused. Only go and call on Mrs. Allen, he repeated. What a portrait of intellectual barrenness. Still, when you sink back into that existence, you'll have more to talk about. You'll be able to tell her all about Bath and everything you did here. Oh, yes, I'll never be short of something to say to Mrs. Allen or anyone else ever again. I honestly think I'll be talking about Bath for years once I'm back home. I really do love it here that much. If only Papa and Mama and the others could be here too, I think I'd be too happy to bear it. Having James here, my eldest brother, is just wonderful, especially since it turns out that the very family we've become so close to are already his good friends. Oh, who could ever get tired of Bath? Not someone who brings as much fresh enthusiasm to it as you do. But for most of the regular visitors to Bath, Papas and Mamas and brothers and close friends are largely a thing of the past, and so is the simple, honest pleasure of balls and plays and the ordinary sights of everyday life. Their conversation ended there, as the demands of the dance made it impossible to keep talking. Not long after they reached the bottom of the set, Catherine noticed that a gentleman standing among the onlookers directly behind her partner was watching her intently. He was a very handsome man, commanding in his presence, past the first flush of youth but still vigorous and vital, and even as she watched, she saw him lean in and say something quietly to Mr. Tilney. Flustered by his attention and afraid that something must be wrong with her appearance, she turned her head away. But while she did, the gentleman stepped back and her partner drew closer and said, "I can see you've guessed what I was just asked. That gentleman knows your name, and you have every right to know his. It's General Tilney, my father." Catherine's only response was a quiet "oh," but it was an "oh" that said everything it needed to, that she had heard him, and that she believed him completely. She watched the general now with genuine fascination as he moved through the crowd, thinking privately, what a remarkably handsome family they are. Later in the evening, during another conversation with Miss Tilney, Catherine discovered yet another source of happiness. She hadn't taken a single walk in the countryside since arriving in Bath. Miss Tilney, who knew all the local paths and surrounding areas well, described them so appealingly that Catherine was immediately eager to explore them herself. When Catherine openly admitted she was worried she might not have anyone to go with, Miss Tilney and her brother suggested they all go together one morning. "I would love that more than anything in the world," Catherine exclaimed. "Let's not put it off. Let's go tomorrow." This was readily agreed to, with only Miss Tilney's condition that it not be raining, which Catherine was absolutely certain it wouldn't be. They would come to call for her on Pulteney Street at noon, and remember, 12 o'clock were her last words to her new friend as they parted. Of her other friend, her older, more established friend Isabella, whose loyalty and warmth she had trusted for a full 2 weeks now, Catherine barely caught a glimpse all evening. Yet even though she was longing to share her happiness with her, she cheerfully went along with Mr. Allen's wish to leave a little earlier than usual, her spirits so light and buoyant that she practically danced in her chair all the way home. Chapter 11. The next morning arrived looking gray and overcast, with the sun making only half-hearted attempts to break through. Catherine took this as a promising sign. A bright morning this early in the year, she reasoned, would usually turn to rain, but a cloudy one suggested the day might improve as it went on. She asked Mr. Allen to confirm her hopes, but without his usual weather instruments around him, he refused to make any definite promises about sunshine. She turned to Mrs. Allen, who was far more optimistic. She had absolutely no doubt it would be a lovely day, she said, just as long as the clouds cleared and the sun came out. Around 11 o'clock, however, a few drops of rain on the windows caught Catherine's watchful eye, and "Oh dear, I really think it's going to be wet," escaped her in a tone of deep despair. "I knew it would come to this," said Mrs. Allen. "No walk for me today," Catherine sighed. "But maybe it'll come to nothing or clear up before noon." "Maybe it will, but then, my dear, it'll be so muddy." "Oh, that won't matter, I never mind a bit of mud." "No," replied her friend in her usual calm way, "I know you never mind mud." After a short pause, "It's coming down faster and faster," said Catherine, standing watch at the window. "So it is indeed. If it keeps raining, the streets will be absolutely soaked. There are 4 umbrellas already out there. How I hate the sight of an umbrella. They are such disagreeable things to carry. I'd much rather take a sedan chair any day." It looked like such a lovely morning. I was so sure it would stay dry. Anyone would have thought the same, really. There'll be very few people at the pump room if it rains all morning. I hope Mr. Allen puts on his greatcoat when he goes, though I doubt he will. He'd do almost anything rather than go out in one. I can't understand why he dislikes it so much. It must be wonderfully warm and comfortable. The rain kept on steady, though not heavy. Catherine checked the clock every 5 minutes, declaring each time that if it was still raining in another 5 minutes, she would give up the idea entirely as hopeless. The clock struck 12, and still it rained. "You won't be able to go, my dear. I haven't quite given up hope yet. I won't call it off until 12:15. This is exactly the time of day when things tend to clear up, and I do think it looks a little lighter. There, it's 12:20, and now I really am giving up. Oh, if only we had weather here like they had at Udolpho, or at least in Tuscany and the south of France. The night poor St. Aubin died, such beautiful weather." At 12:30, when Catherine had finally stopped monitoring the sky and could no longer take any credit for its recovery, the clouds began to part on their own. A sudden ray of sunshine caught her completely off guard. She looked around and saw the sky breaking up, and she immediately rushed back to the window to watch the promising change with encouragement. 10 more minutes made it clear that a bright afternoon was on its way, which justified Mrs. Allen's position that she had always thought it would clear up. But whether Catherine's friends would still come was another question entirely. Had there been too much rain for Miss Tilney to risk the walk? That remained to be seen. The streets were still too muddy for Mrs. Allen to walk with her husband to the pump room, so he headed off alone, and Catherine had barely watched him disappear down the street when she spotted the same 2 open carriages coming toward her, carrying the same 3 people who had surprised her a few mornings earlier. "Isabella, my brother, and Mr. Thorpe, of all people, they must be coming for me, but I won't go. I really can't go because Miss Tilney might still call." Mrs. Allen agreed with her. John Thorpe was with them moments later. Actually, his voice arrived before he did, as he was already calling up the stairs for Miss Morland to hurry. Come on," he shouted, throwing open the door. "Get your hat on right now, there's no time to waste, we're going to Bristol. How do you do, Mrs. Allen? To Bristol? Isn't that terribly far? In any case, I can't come with you today, I'm expecting friends any moment." This objection was immediately and loudly dismissed as no reason at all. Mrs. Allen was called upon to take his side, and the other 2 came in to add their persuasion. "My dearest Catherine, isn't this wonderful? We'll have the most glorious drive. You have your brother and me to thank for the idea. It came to us both at breakfast, practically at the same moment. We would have left 2 hours ago if not for that dreadful rain. But it doesn't matter now. The nights are moonlit, and it'll be perfect. Oh, I'm absolutely thrilled at the thought of some fresh country air and a bit of peace and quiet. So much better than going to the lower rooms. We'll drive straight to Clifton and have dinner there, and if there's time after, carry on to Kingsweston." "I doubt we'll manage all that," said Morland. "You old pessimist," cried Thorpe. "We'll manage 10 times that amount. Kingsweston, yes, and Blaise Castle too, and anywhere else we hear about along the way, but here's your sister saying she won't come." "Blaise Castle?" cried Catherine. "What's that?" the finest place in England, worth traveling 50 miles to see any day of the week. Wait, is it really a castle? An old castle? The oldest in the country. But is it like what you read about in books? Exactly the very same. But really, are there towers, long galleries, dozens of them? Then I would love to see it, but I really can't go. Can't go, my dear girl, what do you mean? I can't go because, she looked down as she said it, nervous about Isabella's reaction. I'm expecting Miss Tilney and her brother to come and take me on a country walk. They promised to come at 12, but then it rained, and now that the weather's cleared, I'm sure they'll be here soon. Not a chance, cried Thorpe. As we turned into Broad Street, I saw them. Doesn't he drive a phaeton with bright chestnut horses? I honestly don't know. Yes, he does, I saw him. You're talking about the man you danced with last night, aren't you? Yes. Well, I saw him at that very moment turning up the Lansdowne Road, driving a smart-looking young woman. Did you really? On my honor. Recognized him straight away, and he had a fine-looking pair of horses, too. How strange. But I suppose they thought it would be too muddy for a walk. And well, they might. I've never seen so much mud in my life. Walk, you might as well try to fly. It hasn't been this muddy all winter. It's ankle-deep everywhere. Isabella backed him up. My dearest Catherine, you have no idea how muddy it is. Come on. You have to come, you can't possibly say no now. I would love to see the castle, but can we explore all of it? Can we go up every staircase and into every room? Yes, every last corner. But what if they've only gone out for an hour until it's drier and come by later? Don't worry about that, there's no chance of it. I heard Tilney calling out to a man passing on horseback that they were going as far as Wick Rocks. Then I will come. Should I go, Mrs. Allen? Whatever you think best, my dear. Mrs. Allen, you must persuade her to go. Everyone urged at once. Mrs. Allen didn't ignore them. Well, my dear, she said, I think you should go. And within 2 minutes they were off. Catherine's feelings as she climbed into the carriage were unsettled. She was torn between regret at missing one great pleasure and hope of soon enjoying another that was nearly as good, even if quite different in nature. She couldn't help feeling that the Tilneys hadn't treated her very fairly, simply abandoning their plan without sending any word of excuse. It was barely an hour past the time they'd agreed to meet, and despite everything she'd been told about the dreadful mud, her own observation suggested they could have managed the walk with very little inconvenience. The thought that they might think less of her was genuinely painful. On the other hand, the thrill of exploring a place like Udolpho, which was exactly how she was imagining Blaise Castle, was almost enough to make up for anything. They moved quickly down Pulteney Street and through Laura Place with little conversation. Thorpe talked to his horse, while Catherine's thoughts moved back and forth between broken promises and crumbling archways, carriages and concealed passageways, the Tilneys and hidden trapdoors. As they entered Argyle Buildings, her companion broke her reverie with a question. Who is that girl who stared at you so hard as she went by? Who? Where? On the right-hand pavement, she must be almost out of sight by now. Catherine looked around and saw Miss Tilney on her brother's arm, walking slowly down the street. They were both looking back at her. Stop, Mr. Thorpe, she cried urgently. It's Miss Tilney, it really is. How could you tell me they'd gone? Stop, I'll get out right now and go to them. But what was the use of saying it? Thorpe only urged his horse into a faster trot. The Tilneys, who had already stopped looking back, disappeared around the corner of Laura Place in seconds, and moments later Catherine herself was swept into the marketplace. Still, for the length of another street, she begged him to stop. Please stop, Mr. Thorpe. I can't go on, I won't go on, I have to go back to Miss Tilney. But Mr. Thorpe only laughed, cracked his whip, urged his horse on, made a series of odd sounds, and drove ahead. Furious and frustrated as she was, Catherine had no way of getting out and was forced to accept defeat. She didn't hold back her reproaches, however. How could you deceive me like that, Mr. Thorpe? How could you say you'd seen them driving up the Lansdowne Road? I wouldn't have had this happen for anything in the world. They must think it so strange, so rude of me, to drive right past them without a word. You have no idea how upset I am. I'll have no enjoyment at Clifton or anywhere else. I'd 1,000 times rather get out right now and walk back to them. How could you say you saw them driving out in a phaeton? Thorpe defended himself vigorously, insisting he had never seen two men who looked so alike in his life, and refused to entirely give up the idea that it had been Tilney himself. Even after the subject was dropped, the drive was unlikely to be enjoyable. Catherine was far less agreeable company than she had been on their previous outing. She listened with little interest, and her responses were brief. Blaise Castle was her only remaining comfort, and she still glanced toward it from time to time with a flicker of pleasure, though if she were honest, she would willingly have given up all the delights it could offer rather than be thought badly of by the Tilneys. All of it. The grand, long-deserted rooms with their faded furnishings, the narrow, winding vaults blocked by low iron-grated doors, the single lamp snuffed out by a sudden draft of wind, the plunge into total darkness. She would have traded all of it to have kept her promise. In the meantime, they continued their journey without mishap and were within sight of the town of Keynsham when a shout from Morland behind them brought Thorpe to a halt. "We'd better turn back, Thorpe," said Morland when they were close enough to talk. "It's too late to go on today, your sister agrees with me. It's taken us a full hour to come from Pulteney Street, which is barely 7 miles. We've got at least 8 more to go. It won't work. We set off far too late. We're much better off putting it off to another day and turning around." "All the same to me," replied Thorpe, sounding rather annoyed, and he immediately turned the horse around and they headed back to Bath. "If your brother didn't drive such a damned useless animal," he said shortly afterward, "we might have managed it perfectly well. My horse would have trotted to Clifton within the hour on his own, and I've nearly wrenched my arm out pulling him back to match that broken-winded creature's pace. Morland is a fool for not keeping his own horse and gig." "No, he is not," said Catherine firmly, "because I'm quite sure he can't afford it." "And why can't he afford it?" "Because he doesn't have enough money." "And whose fault is that?" "Nobody's, as far as I know." Thorpe then muttered something loud and rambling about how it was a damned shame to be tight with money, and that if people who were rolling in wealth couldn't afford things, he didn't know who could, something Catherine didn't even try to follow. Robbed of what was supposed to have been her consolation for the first disappointment of the day, she felt less and less inclined to be pleasant herself or to find any pleasantness in her companion, and they returned to Pulteney Street with barely 20 words spoken between them. As she came into the house, the footman told her that a gentleman and a lady had called and asked for her a few minutes after she'd left. When he told them she had gone out with Mr. Thorpe, the lady asked whether any message had been left for her. When he said no, she had reached for a calling card but found she had none with her, and they had left. Catherine walked slowly upstairs, turning this heartbreaking news over in her mind. At the top of the stairs she was met by Mr. Allen, who, on hearing why they had returned so quickly, said, "I'm glad your brother had that much sense. I'm glad you're back. It was a strange, reckless plan." They all spent the evening together at the Thorpes. Catherine was miserable and downcast, but Isabella seemed to find a card game of commerce, which she was playing in a private partnership with Morland, a perfectly adequate substitute for the peaceful country outing at Clifton. She remarked more than once how glad she was not to be at the lower rooms. "How I pity the poor things who are there right now. How glad I am I'm not among them. I wonder whether it will be a full ball or not. They won't have started dancing yet. I wouldn't be there for anything in the world. It's so lovely to have an evening to oneself now and then. I dare say it won't be a very good ball anyway. I know the Mitchells won't be there. I feel sorry for everyone who is, but I dare say, Mr. Morland, you're longing to be there, aren't you? I'm quite sure you are. Well, please don't let anyone here hold you back. I'm sure we could manage perfectly well without you, but you men always think yourselves so indispensable." Catherine could almost have accused Isabella of being heartless toward her and her troubles, so little did they seem to weigh on her friend's mind, and so inadequate was the comfort she offered. "Don't look so miserable, my dearest," she whispered. "You're breaking my heart. It was terribly unfortunate, of course, but the Tilneys were entirely to blame. Why weren't they more punctual? Yes, it was muddy, but what did that matter? I'm sure John and I wouldn't have minded in the least. I never mind going through anything when a friend is involved. That's simply who I am, and John is exactly the same. He feels things so deeply. Good heavens, what a wonderful hand you have. Kings, I declare. I've never been so happy in my life. I'd 50 times rather you had them than me. And now, I may leave my heroine to the sleepless night that is every true heroine's lot, a pillow scattered with thorns and wet with tears. And she may count herself lucky if she manages another good night's rest in the next 3 months. Chapter 12. "Mrs. Allen," said Catherine the next morning, "would it be wrong of me to call on Miss Tilney today? I won't feel right until I've explained everything." "Go ahead, dear, by all means, just put on a white dress. Miss Tilney always wears white." Catherine happily agreed, and once she was properly dressed, she was more eager than ever to get to the pump room to find out exactly where General Tilney was staying. She was fairly sure they were on Milsom Street, but she didn't know the exact house number, and Mrs. Allen's vague guesses weren't much help. She was directed to Milsom Street, and once she had the right number, she hurried off with quick steps and a racing heart to pay her visit, explain herself, and be forgiven. She walked lightly through the churchyard, deliberately looking away so she wouldn't have to see her beloved Isabella and her family, who she had good reason to believe were in a nearby shop. She reached the house without any trouble, checked the number, knocked on the door, and asked for Miss Tilney. The servant thought Miss Tilney was home but wasn't entirely sure. Would she like to send up her name? She handed over her card. A few minutes later the servant returned, and with a look that didn't quite match his words, said he'd been mistaken. Miss Tilney had gone out for a walk. Catherine left the house, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was almost convinced that Miss Tilney was actually home and too offended to see her. As she walked back down the street, she couldn't help glancing up at the drawing room windows, half expecting to see her there, but no one appeared. At the bottom of the street, though, she looked back again, and there, not at a window but coming out through the front door, was Miss Tilney herself. She was followed by a gentleman Catherine took to be her father, and they turned up toward Edgar's buildings. Catherine walked on, deeply humiliated. She could almost have been angry herself at such a cold-hearted snub, but she held the feeling back. She reminded herself of her own failings. She didn't know how badly the social rules of polite society would judge what she'd done, how unforgivable it might be considered, or how much rudeness she might fairly have coming to her in return. Feeling low and ashamed, she even briefly considered not going to the theater with the others that night, though it must be said that this thought didn't last long, since she quickly remembered, first, that she had no good excuse to stay home, and second, that it was a play she very much wanted to see. So they all went to the theater. No Tilneys appeared to bother or delight her. She suspected that a love of plays wasn't among that family's many fine qualities, or perhaps it was simply that they were used to the superior productions of the London stage, which, on Isabella's authority, made everything else of the kind quite dreadful. She wasn't wrong about the pleasure she'd hoped for. The comedy lifted her spirits so completely that anyone watching her during the first 4 acts would never have guessed she had a care in the world. At the start of the 5th act, however, she suddenly spotted Mr. Henry Tilney and his father joining a group in the box across from them, and all her worry and distress came rushing back. The stage could no longer hold her full attention or bring her any real amusement. On average, every other glance she made was directed toward the opposite box, and for 2 entire scenes, she watched Henry Tilney without once managing to catch his eye. There was no suspecting him of indifference to the play. His attention never once left the stage during those 2 full scenes. At last, though, he did look her way and gave a bow, but what a bow! No smile, no lingering look accompanied it. His eyes went straight back to the stage. Catherine was restlessly miserable. She could almost have run around to his box and forced him to hear her out. What she felt was natural rather than noble. Instead of seeing herself as wronged by his quick judgment, instead of holding her head high in the knowledge of her own innocence, deciding to show her resentment by avoiding him or flirting with someone else, and leaving him to seek out the explanation himself, she took all the blame on herself, or at least the blame for how things had appeared, and she wanted nothing more than a chance to explain. The play ended. The curtain came down. Henry Tilney was no longer in his seat, but his father was still there, and perhaps Henry was now on his way around to their box. She was right. A few minutes later he appeared, making his way through the thinning rows and speaking to Mrs. Allen and her companion with the same composed politeness as always. His companion did not respond with the same composure. "Oh, Mr. Tilney, I've been absolutely desperate to speak to you and apologize. You must have thought me so rude, but truly it wasn't my fault, was it, Mrs. Allen? Didn't they tell me that Mr. Tilney and his sister had gone out together in a phaeton? What else was I supposed to do? But I would have given anything to be with you instead. Wouldn't I, Mrs. Allen?" "Dear, you're wrinkling my gown," was Mrs. Allen's reply. Even without Mrs. Allen's support, however, Catherine's assurance wasn't wasted. It brought a warmer, more genuine smile to his face, and he replied in a tone that only held a trace of forced reserve. "We were grateful, at any rate, for your kind wishes for a pleasant walk after we passed you on Argyle Street. You were thoughtful enough to look back on purpose." "But I didn't wish you a pleasant walk. I never even thought of it," I begged Mr. Thorpe so desperately to stop. "I called out to him the moment I saw you. Didn't I, Mrs. Allen? Oh, you weren't there, but I really did, and if Mr. Thorpe had only stopped, I would have jumped out and run after you." Is there a Henry in the world who could remain unmoved by such a declaration? Henry Tilney certainly could not. With an even warmer smile, he said everything that needed to be said about his sister's concern, her regret, and her complete faith in Catherine's good intentions. "Oh, please don't say Miss Tilney wasn't angry," cried Catherine, "because I know she was. She wouldn't see me this morning when I called. I saw her walk out of the house the very minute after I left it. I was hurt, but I wasn't offended. Perhaps you didn't know I had been there. I wasn't in at the time, but I heard about it from Alina, and she's been wanting to see you ever since to explain why she behaved so rudely. But perhaps I can explain it just as well. It was simply that my father, they were just getting ready to go out, and he was in a hurry and didn't want to delay, insisted that she not be admitted. That was all, I promise you. Alina was very upset about it and planned to apologize to you as soon as she could. Catherine felt greatly relieved by this, though a small trace of concern remained, which led to her next question, perfectly innocent in itself, though rather awkward for him. But Mr. Tilney, why were you less generous than your sister? If she trusted my good intentions and could put it down to a simple mistake, why were you so quick to take offense? Me, take offense? Yes, I could tell by your expression when you came into the box that you were angry. Angry? I had no right to be. Well, no one who saw your face would have guessed you thought so. He answered by asking her to make room for him and changing the subject to the play. He stayed with them for some time, and was so pleasant that Catherine felt quite sorry when he left. Before they parted, they agreed that the planned walk should happen as soon as possible, and setting aside the sadness of watching him leave their box, she was, all things considered, one of the happiest people in the world. While they had been talking, she'd noticed with some surprise that John Thorpe, who never stayed in one part of the theater for more than 10 minutes at a stretch, was deep in conversation with General Tilney. She felt something beyond surprise when she got the distinct impression that she herself was the subject of their discussion. What could they possibly have to say about her? She worried that General Tilney didn't like how she looked. After all, he had clearly thought it better to keep his daughter from seeing her than to delay his own walk by a few minutes. How did Mr. Thorpe come to know your father? She asked her companion anxiously, pointing them out to him. He had no idea, but his father, like most military men, had an enormous number of acquaintances. When the evening's entertainment was over, Thorpe came to help them out. He made Catherine his particular target of attention, and while they waited in the lobby for a chair, he got ahead of the question that had been sitting on the tip of her tongue by asking, with an air of self-importance, whether she had noticed him talking with General Tilney. Remarkable old fellow, I must say. Sturdy, active, looks as young as his son. I have a great deal of respect for him, truly as fine and decent a gentleman as you could hope to meet. But how did you come to know him? Know him? There are very few people around town that I don't know. I've run into him constantly at the Bedford, and I recognized his face the moment he walked into the billiard room today. One of the best players we have, I might add. We had a little match, though I was almost intimidated by him at first. The odds were 5-4 against me, and if I hadn't made one of the cleanest shots perhaps ever made in this world, I hit his ball perfectly, but I couldn't explain it without a table. The point is, I beat him, a very fine fellow, rich as anything. I'd love to dine with him someday. I'd wager he throws magnificent dinners. But can you guess what we've been talking about, you? Yes, honestly, and the General thinks you the most beautiful girl in Bath. Oh, nonsense, how can you say such a thing? And do you want to know what I told him? Lowering his voice, "Well done, General," I said. I couldn't agree more. At this, Catherine, who was far more pleased by General Tilney's admiration than by Thorpe's, was quite glad to be called away by Mr. Allen. Thorpe, however, insisted on seeing her to her chair, and until she was seated, kept up the same sort of overstated flattery, despite her repeated requests that he stop. That General Tilney admired her rather than disliked her was wonderfully gratifying, and she thought happily that there was not one member of that family she now needed to fear meeting. The evening had done far more for her than she could ever have hoped. Chapter 13. Monday through Saturday have already been covered. Each day's hopes and fears, disappointments and pleasures have been described in turn. Only Sunday remains to close out the week. The Clifton trip had been postponed, not abandoned, and that Sunday afternoon on the Crescent it was brought up again. In a private conversation between Isabella and James, Isabella having set her heart on going, and James equally determined to please her, they agreed that if the weather was good, the group would head out the following morning, leaving early enough to be back at a reasonable hour. Once the plan was settled and Thorpe's approval secured, Catherine was the only one left to be informed. She had stepped away for a few minutes to speak with Miss Tilney, and in that short interval everything had been decided. The moment she returned, they asked for her agreement, but instead of the cheerful yes Isabella expected, Catherine's expression fell. She was very sorry, but she couldn't go. The same commitment that had kept her from joining the last attempt made it impossible to join this one. She had just that moment made firm plans with Miss Tilney to take their walk the next day. It was settled, and she absolutely would not back out. But both Thorpes immediately insisted, loudly and eagerly, that she must and would back out. They had to go to Clifton tomorrow, they refused to go without her, and putting off a simple walk by one day was nothing. They wouldn't hear a refusal. Catherine was upset, but she held her ground. "Don't push me on this, Isabella. I've made a commitment to Miss Tilney. I can't go." It made no difference. The same arguments came at her again. She must go, she would go, and they wouldn't hear otherwise. It would be so easy to tell Miss Tilney you just remembered a prior engagement and ask to reschedule the walk to Tuesday. No, it wouldn't be easy. I couldn't do that. There is no prior engagement. But Isabella only pushed harder, calling on her in the most affectionate terms, using the most endearing names. Surely her dearest, sweetest Catherine wouldn't seriously refuse such a small request from a friend who loved her so much. She knew her beloved Catherine had such a warm heart, such a sweet nature, and was so easily swayed by those she cared about. But none of it worked. Catherine knew she was in the right, and though she was genuinely pained by such tender and flattering pleading, she refused to let it change her mind. Isabella then tried a different approach. She accused Catherine of caring more about Miss Tilney, someone she had known for such a short time, than about her oldest and closest friends, of having grown cold and indifferent toward her. "I can't help feeling jealous, Catherine, when I see myself pushed aside for strangers, me, who loves you so much. Once my feelings are fixed on someone, nothing in the world can change them. But I think my feelings are stronger than most people's. I know they're stronger than is good for my own peace of mind. And to see myself replaced in your friendship by people you barely know really cuts deep, I have to say. These Tilneys seem to take over everything." Catherine found this accusation both strange and unkind. Was it what a friend did, to parade her feelings so openly in front of others? Isabella struck her as selfish and thoughtless, caring about nothing but getting her own way. These uncomfortable thoughts crossed her mind, though she said nothing. Meanwhile, Isabella had pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, and James, miserable at the sight, couldn't stop himself from saying, "Come on, Catherine. I don't think you can keep holding out now. It's not much of a sacrifice, and for a friend like this, I'll think you're being quite unkind if you still refuse." This was the first time her brother had openly taken sides against her. Anxious not to lose his goodwill, she offered a compromise. If they would simply push the trip back to Tuesday, which was entirely up to them, she could go along and everyone would be happy. But it was no, 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 right away. That couldn't work because Thorpe wasn't sure he might not need to go to town on Tuesday. Catherine was sorry, but there was nothing more she could do. A brief silence fell, broken by Isabella, who said in a tone of cold resentment, "Fine, then the whole trip is off. If Catherine isn't going, I'm not going. I can't be the only woman. I wouldn't do something so improper for anything in the world." "Catherine, you have to go," said James. "But why can't Mr. Thorpe take one of his other sisters? I'm sure any of them would be happy to go." "Thanks very much," said Thorpe, "but I didn't come to Bath to chauffeur my sisters around and make a fool of myself. No, if you're not going, damn it, neither am I. The only reason I'm going is to drive you. That's a compliment that gives me no pleasure at all." But her words were wasted on Thorpe, who had already turned sharply away. The other three kept walking together, making things thoroughly uncomfortable for Catherine. Sometimes no one spoke. Sometimes she was hit again with more pleading or accusations, and her arm was still linked through Isabella's despite the tension between them. One moment she felt herself softening, the next she felt irritated, always distressed but never wavering. "I didn't think you were this stubborn, Catherine," said James. "You didn't used to be so hard to persuade. You used to be the kindest, most good-natured of my sisters." "I hope I still am," she replied with genuine feeling, "but I really cannot go. If I'm wrong, I'm at least doing what I believe is right." "I suspect," said Isabella quietly, "there's no great internal struggle here at all." Catherine's heart tightened. She pulled her arm free, and Isabella made no move to stop her. This went on for a long, miserable 10 minutes, until Thorpe rejoined them looking considerably more cheerful. "Well, I've sorted it all out. We can all go tomorrow with a clear conscience. I've been to Miss Tilney and made your excuses." "You haven't," Catherine cried. "I have, I swear it. Just left her this moment. Told her you'd sent me to say that you just remembered a prior commitment to go to Clifton with us tomorrow and wouldn't be able to walk with her until Tuesday. She said that was perfectly fine, Tuesday suited her just as well, so all our problems are solved. Pretty clever of me, wouldn't you say?" Isabella's face immediately lit up with smiles and good humor, and James looked happy again too. "An absolutely brilliant idea. Now, my sweet Catherine, all our troubles are over. You're honorably excused, and we're going to have a wonderful time." "This isn't acceptable," said Catherine. "I can't let this stand. I have to go find Miss Tilney right now and set things straight." But Isabella grabbed one hand and Thorpe grabbed the other, and all three of them protested at once. Even James was genuinely angry. Everything was settled. Miss Tilney herself had said Tuesday was fine, so making any further objection was completely ridiculous and unreasonable. "I don't care. Mr. Thorpe had no right to invent a message like that. If I'd decided it was right to postpone, I could have spoken to Miss Tilney myself. This is just doing it in a ruder way, and how do I even know that Mr. Thorpe got it right? He might have made another mistake. He got me into one act of rudeness with his mistake on Friday. Let go of me, Mr. Thorpe." "Isabella, let go." Thorpe told her it was pointless to go after the Tilneys. They'd been turning the corner onto Brock Street when he caught up with them, and they'd be home by now. "Then I'll go to their home," said Catherine. "Wherever they are, I'll find them. There's no point arguing. If I couldn't be talked into doing something I knew was wrong, I certainly won't be tricked into it." With that, she pulled free and hurried away. Thorpe moved to go after her, but James held him back. Let her go if she wants to go. She's as stubborn as—" Thorpe never finished the comparison, which was probably just as well. Catherine walked away quickly, pushing through the crowd as fast as she could, nervous about being followed but determined to see it through. As she walked, she turned over what had happened. It hurt her to disappoint them and upset her brother, but she couldn't regret standing firm. Setting aside her own preferences entirely, breaking her word to Miss Tilney a second time, taking back a promise she'd made voluntarily just 5 minutes earlier, and doing so under a false pretext, would simply have been wrong. She hadn't resisted them purely out of selfishness. She hadn't been thinking only of her own enjoyment. In fact, the trip itself might have given her some of that, since she would have seen Blaise Castle. No, she had thought about what she owed to others, and what her behavior said about her character in their eyes. Even so, knowing she was right wasn't enough to calm her down. She wouldn't feel at ease until she'd spoken to Miss Tilney, and she quickened her pace once she was clear of the crescent, almost running the rest of the way to the top of Milsom Street. She had moved so quickly that despite the Tilneys' head start, they were only just walking into their lodgings when she caught sight of them. The servant was still at the open door, and she simply told him she needed to speak with Miss Tilney immediately and rushed past him up the stairs. She opened the first door she came to, which happened to be the right one, and found herself in the drawing room with General Tilney, his son, and his daughter. Her explanation, which in her agitated and breathless state was barely an explanation at all, came tumbling out at once. "I came as fast as I could. It was all a mistake. I never agreed to go. I told them from the beginning I couldn't go. I ran here to explain. I didn't care what you thought of me. I didn't even wait for the servant." Unclear as this speech was, it didn't take long for everything to make sense. Catherine established that John Thorpe had delivered the message, and Miss Tilney readily admitted she had been quite surprised by it. Whether her brother had been even more offended than his sister, Catherine couldn't tell. She had instinctively directed her explanation to both of them equally. But whatever feelings had existed before she arrived, her rushed and earnest account quickly turned every look and word warm and friendly, exactly as she could have hoped. With the matter happily resolved, Miss Tilney introduced Catherine to her father, who received her with such prompt and attentive courtesy that it called Thorpe's earlier remarks to mind, and made her think, with some satisfaction, that he could occasionally be relied upon. General Tilney's politeness was so carefully directed toward her that, not realizing how quickly she had entered the house, he was genuinely annoyed at the servant for what he assumed was a failure to admit her properly. He declared he would look into the matter, and had Catherine not warmly defended the servant's innocence, it seemed that poor William might have permanently lost his employer's favor, if not his job entirely, simply because of her speed. After sitting with them for about 15 minutes, she got up to leave, and was then very pleasantly surprised when General Tilney asked if she would do his daughter the honor of staying for dinner and spending the rest of the day with her. Miss Tilney added her own invitation. Catherine was genuinely grateful, but it really wasn't possible. Mr. and Mrs. Allen would be expecting her back any moment. The general said he could press no further. Mr. and Mrs. Allen's claim on her time had to be respected, but he hoped that on another day, with more advance notice, they would be willing to spare her to her friend. Oh, of course, Catherine was certain they would have absolutely no objection, and she would love to come. The general personally walked her to the front door, saying charming things all the way down the stairs, commenting on the energy of her walk, which he said matched perfectly with the spirit she showed in dancing, and giving her one of the most elegant bows she had ever seen as they parted. Catherine walked happily back to Pulteney Street, delighted by everything that had happened, and now self-consciously aware of her energetic stride, though it had never occurred to her to think about it before. She arrived home without running into anyone from the offended group, and now that she had succeeded in everything, made her point, and secured her walk, she began, as the rush of excitement settled, to wonder whether she had actually been entirely in the right. A sacrifice was always a noble thing, after all, and if she had given in to their pleading, she would have been spared the painful thought of a friend upset, a brother angry, and what might have been a happy outing possibly ruined by her stubbornness. To settle her mind and get the honest opinion of someone impartial, she found a moment to mention to Mr. Allen the partially arranged plan her brother and the Thorpes had made for the next day. Mr. Allen picked up on it immediately. "Well," he said, "and were you thinking of going?" "No, I'd already committed to walking with Miss Tilney before they told me about it, so I couldn't go with them, could I?" "No, certainly not, and I'm glad you're not thinking of it. These kinds of outings simply aren't appropriate. Young men and women driving around the countryside together in open carriages. Every now and then it's perfectly fine, but going to inns and public places together, that's not right. I'm surprised Mrs. Thorpe would allow it. I'm glad you're not thinking of going. I'm quite sure Mrs. Morland would not be happy about it. Mrs. Allen, don't you agree with me? Don't you think this sort of plan is objectionable?" "Yes, very much so. Open carriages are dreadful things. A clean dress won't survive 5 minutes in one. You get splashed getting in and out, and the wind makes a complete mess of your hair and your hat. I can't stand open carriages myself." "I know you can't, but that's not the point. Don't you think it looks odd when young women are constantly being driven around in them by young men they are not even related to?" "Yes, dear, it looks very odd indeed. I can't bear to see it." "Good heavens," cried Catherine. "Then why didn't you say so before? If I had known it was improper, I would never have gone with Mr. Thorpe at all, but I always hoped you would tell me if you thought I was doing something wrong." "And so I would, my dear, you can count on that. As I told Mrs. Morland when we parted, I would always do my best for you, but one mustn't be too strict about everything. Young people will be young people, as your dear mother always says herself. When we first arrived, I did try to warn you off buying that sprigged muslin, but you went ahead. Young people don't like to be constantly told no. But this was something that actually mattered, and I don't think you'd have found me difficult to persuade." "As things stand, no real harm has been done," said Mr. Allen, "and my only advice, my dear, is not to go out with Mr. Thorpe any more." "That's exactly what I was going to say," his wife added. Reassured about her own situation, Catherine found herself feeling uneasy about Isabella, and after a moment's thought, she asked Mr. Allen whether it might be both right and kind to write to Miss Thorpe and explain the impropriety, since Isabella was probably just as unaware of it as she herself had been. She worried that Isabella might otherwise go ahead with the Clifton trip the next day regardless. Mr. Allen, however, discouraged her from doing anything of the sort. "Better leave her alone, my dear. She's old enough to know what she's doing, and if she isn't, she has a mother to advise her. Mrs. Thorpe is far too permissive, no question about it, but even so, you do better not to get involved. If your brother and she choose to go, all you'll do is make them resent you." Catherine accepted this, and though she was troubled by the thought of Isabella doing something wrong, she felt greatly relieved by Mr. Allen's approval of her own behavior, and genuinely grateful to have been steered by his advice away from making the same mistake herself. Her decision not to join the Clifton party now seemed like a very lucky escape indeed. For what would the Tilneys have thought of her if she had broken her promise to them in order to do something that was wrong in the first place? She would have committed one breach of proper behavior simply to set herself up for another. Chapter 14. The next morning was beautiful, and Catherine half expected another confrontation from the group. With Mr. Allen there to back her up, she wasn't afraid of it, but she would have been happy to avoid a fight where even winning felt awful. She was genuinely relieved, then, when she neither saw nor heard anything from them. The Tilneys arrived at the agreed time, and with no new complications, no sudden change of plans, no unexpected messages, and no unwanted interruptions to throw things off, my heroine was, remarkably, actually able to keep her plans, even though they had been made with the hero himself. They decided to walk around Beechen Cliff, that magnificent hill whose lush greenery and hanging woods make it such a striking sight from nearly every vantage point in Bath. "I can never look at it," said Catherine as they walked along the riverbank, "without thinking of the south of France." "You've been abroad, then?" said Henry, mildly surprised. "Oh, no, I only mean from what I've read. It always reminds me of the countryside that Emily and her father traveled through in The Mysteries of Udolpho, but I don't suppose you ever read novels? Why not? Because they're not serious enough for you. Gentlemen read better books. Anyone, man or woman, who can't enjoy a good novel must be unbearably dull. I've read all of Mrs. Radcliffe's works, most of them with tremendous pleasure. The Mysteries of Udolpho, once I started it, I couldn't put it down. I remember finishing it in 2 days with my hair on end the entire time. Yes, added Miss Tilney, and I remember that you promised to read it aloud to me, and that when I was called away for just 5 minutes to answer a note, instead of waiting for me, you took the book off to the Hermitage Walk, and I had to wait until you'd finished it. Thank you, Elinor, a most honorable testimony. You see, Miss Morland, how unfair your suspicions are. There I was, so eager to keep going that I refused to wait even 5 minutes for my sister, broke my promise to read aloud, left her in suspense at the most gripping part, and ran off with the book. Which, I should point out, was hers. Specifically hers. I'm proud when I think back on it, and I believe it ought to raise me in your esteem. I'm very glad to hear it, truly, and now I'll never feel embarrassed about loving Udolpho myself. But I really did think before that young men looked down on novels terribly. Terribly indeed. It would be quite astonishing if they did, since they read nearly as many as women. I myself have read hundreds and hundreds. Don't imagine you can match me in knowledge of Julia's and Lewis's. If we get into specifics and start in on the endless round of have you read this, and have you read that, I'll soon leave you as far behind me as, what shall I say? I need a good comparison, as far as your friend Emily herself left poor Valancourt behind when she went off to Italy with her aunt. Think of how many years' head start I have on you. I was already at Oxford when you were a good little girl at home doing your embroidery. Not very good, I'm afraid. But honestly, don't you think Udolpho is the nicest book in the world? The nicest, by which I take it you mean the neatest. That would depend on the binding. Henry, said Miss Tilney, you're being very rude. Miss Morland, he treats you exactly the way he treats his sister. He's always picking on me for saying something incorrectly, and now he's doing the same to you. He didn't like your use of the word nicest, and you'd better change it as quickly as you can, or we'll be bombarded with Johnson and Blair for the rest of the walk. I'm sure, cried Catherine, I didn't mean to say anything wrong, but it is a nice book, and why shouldn't I call it that? Very true, said Henry, and this is a very nice day, and we're taking a very nice walk, and you are 2 very nice young ladies. Oh, it really is a very nice word. It does for everything. Originally, it was probably used only to express neatness, propriety, delicacy, or refinement. People were nice in their dress, their sentiments, their taste. But now it's become the all-purpose compliment for every subject imaginable. While in fact, cried his sister, it ought to be applied only to you, without any compliment intended. You're more nice than wise. Come, Miss Morland, let's leave him to dwell on our faults in perfect grammatical correctness, while we praise Udolpho in whatever words we like. It's a wonderfully gripping book. You enjoy that kind of reading? To be honest, I don't much like any other kind. Really? That is, I can read poetry and plays and things like that, and I don't mind travel writing. But history, real solemn history, I can't get interested in. Can you? Yes, I love history. I wish I did too. I read a little of it out of a sense of duty, but it tells me nothing that doesn't either irritate or bore me. Every page is full of quarrels between popes and kings, wars and plagues. The men are all dreadful, and there are hardly any women at all. It's so tedious. And yet I often think it strange that it should be so dull, because so much of it must be made up. The speeches put in the heroes' mouths, their thoughts and plans, most of that has to be invention, and invention is what I love most in other books. Historians, you think, said Miss Tilney, aren't very successful when they let their imagination loose. They show creativity without generating any real interest. I love history, and I'm quite happy to take the fictional along with the factual. For the main events, they have sources in earlier histories and records, which are probably as reliable as anything we haven't witnessed firsthand. And as for the little embellishments you're talking about, they are embellishments, and I enjoy them as such. If a speech is well written, I read it with pleasure, whoever supposedly said it, and probably with considerably more pleasure if it's the work of Mr. Hume or Mr. Robertson than if it's the actual words of Caractacus, Agricola, or Alfred the Great. You love history, so do Mr. Allen and my father, and I have 2 brothers who don't mind it either. So many examples from just my small circle of friends is quite remarkable. At this rate, I'll stop feeling sorry for historians. If people enjoy reading their books, that's all well and good, but to go to so much trouble filling up enormous volumes that, as I used to think, no one would ever willingly open, to work so hard only to torment children in school, that always struck me as a hard fate. And though I know it's all very right and necessary, I've often admired the courage of anyone who could sit down deliberately to do it. That children should be tormented, said Henry, is something no one familiar with human nature in a civilized society can deny. But in defense of our greatest historians, I should point out that they might reasonably take offense at being thought to have no higher purpose, and that by their method and style, they're perfectly capable of tormenting readers of the most advanced intellect and mature years as well. I'm using the verb to torment, I observe, following your own example, in place of to instruct, on the assumption that you now consider them synonymous. You think I'm silly to call instruction a torment. But if you had been as accustomed as I am to hearing poor little children first learning their letters and then learning to spell, if you had ever seen how impossibly slow they can be for an entire morning, and how exhausted my poor mother is by the end of it, as I see almost every day at home, you'd agree that to torment and to instruct can sometimes be used as the same thing. Very likely. But historians aren't responsible for the difficulty of learning to read, and even you yourself, who don't seem particularly devoted to very demanding, very intense study, might perhaps come to agree that it is well worth being tormented for 2 or 3 years of one's life in exchange for being able to read for all the rest of it. Think about it. If reading had never been taught, Mrs. Radcliffe would have written in vain, or perhaps never written at all. Catherine agreed, and a warm tribute from her to that lady's genius brought the subject to a close. The Tilneys soon moved on to a topic about which she had nothing to contribute. They were looking at the landscape with the eyes of people who were used to drawing, assessing its potential as a picture with all the enthusiasm of genuine artistic taste. Here Catherine was completely lost. She knew nothing about drawing, nothing about taste, and she listened to them with full attention that did her little good, since they spoke in terms that conveyed almost nothing to her. What little she could follow seemed to contradict the few ideas she'd previously held on the subject. It appeared that a good view was no longer best seen from the top of a high hill, and that a clear blue sky was no longer a sign of a beautiful day. She was deeply ashamed of her ignorance. It was misplaced shame. When people want to attract someone, they should always remain ignorant. Coming with a well-informed mind means coming without the ability to flatter the other person's vanity, something a sensible person would always prefer to avoid. A woman especially, if she has the misfortune of knowing anything, ought to hide it as best she can. The advantages of natural simplicity in a beautiful girl have already been set out by the brilliant pen of a fellow author, and to her treatment of the subject I will only add, in fairness to men, that while the larger and more shallow portion of them find ignorance in a woman a considerable enhancement of her charms, there is a portion of them too reasonable and too well-educated themselves to want anything more in a woman than stupidity. But Catherine didn't know her own advantages, didn't know that a pretty girl with a warm heart and a very ignorant mind is almost certain to attract a clever young man, unless circumstances are particularly unfavorable. In this case, she admitted and lamented how little she knew, declared that she would give anything in the world to be able to draw, and a lesson on the picturesque immediately followed. His explanations were so clear that she soon began to see beauty in everything he admired, and her attention was so genuine that he became entirely convinced she had a great deal of natural taste. He talked about foregrounds and distances and middle distances, side screens and perspectives, light and shadow. Catherine proved such an eager student that by the time they reached the top of Beechen Cliff, she had voluntarily dismissed the entire city of Bath as unworthy of inclusion in a proper landscape. Delighted by her progress, and not wanting to overwhelm her with too much at once, Henry let the subject wind down. Through an easy transition from a jagged piece of rock and a gnarled oak he'd pointed out near the summit, he moved to oak trees in general, then to forests, the enclosure of common land, crown lands and government, and shortly found himself talking politics, from which it was a natural step to silence. The general quiet that followed his brief commentary on the state of the nation was broken by Catherine, who said, in a rather solemn tone, "I've heard that something quite shocking is going to come out in London soon." Miss Tilney, to whom this was primarily directed, was startled and quickly replied, "Really? What sort of thing?" "I don't know exactly or who wrote it. I only know it's supposed to be more horrible than anything we've seen yet." "Good heavens, where did you hear about this?" "A close friend of mine got word of it in a letter from London yesterday. It's supposed to be utterly dreadful. I'm expecting murder and everything of that sort." "You talk about it so calmly. I hope your friend's information has been exaggerated, and if such a plan is already known, the government will surely take steps to prevent it from going ahead." The government, said Henry, trying not to smile, neither wants nor dares to get involved in such matters. There must be murder, and the government couldn't care less how much. The ladies stared at him. He laughed and added, "Come, shall I help you understand each other, or leave you to puzzle it out yourselves? No, I'll be noble. I'll prove myself a gentleman, as much by the generosity of my spirit as by the clarity of my thinking. I have no patience with men who refuse to lower themselves to the level of women's understanding. Perhaps women's abilities are neither sound nor sharp, neither vigorous nor keen. Perhaps they lack observation, discernment, judgment, passion, genius, and wit. Miss Morland, don't pay any attention to him, but please do put my mind at rest about this dreadful riot." "Riot? What riot?" "My dear Aline, the riot exists only in your own head. The confusion there is outrageous. Miss Morland has been talking about nothing more alarming than a new book that's about to come out in 3 small volumes, 276 pages each, with an illustration on the frontispiece of 2 tombstones and a lantern. Do you follow? And you, Miss Morland, my foolish sister has completely misread your plainest words. You spoke of expected horrors coming to London, and instead of immediately grasping, as any sensible person would, that such words could only refer to a lending library, she instantly pictured a mob of 3,000 men assembling in St. George's Fields, the bank under attack, the Tower threatened, the streets of London running with blood, a detachment of the 12th Light Dragoons, the nation's great hope, called up from Northampton to put down the uprising, and the gallant Captain Frederick Tilney, at the moment of leading his troops in a charge, knocked from his horse by a brick thrown from an upper-story window. Forgive her. A sister's fear added to a woman's weakness, but she is by no means generally a fool." Catherine looked serious. "And now, Henry," said Miss Tilney, "now that you've helped us understand each other, you might as well help Miss Morland understand you, unless you want her to think you're unbearably rude to your sister and hold women in contempt in general. Miss Morland isn't used to your strange ways. I would be very happy to help her get better acquainted with them." "No doubt, but that doesn't explain the present situation. What am I supposed to do? You know perfectly well what you should do. Redeem yourself properly. Tell her that you have a very high opinion of women's intelligence." "Miss Morland, I have a very high opinion of the intelligence of every woman in the world, especially those, whoever they may be, in whose company I happen to find myself." "That isn't enough. Be more serious." "Miss Morland, no one could have a higher opinion of women's intelligence than I do. In my view, nature has given them so much that they never find it necessary to use more than half of it. We won't get anything more sensible from him now, Miss Morland. He's not in a serious frame of mind. But I do assure you that he would be completely misunderstood if he ever appeared to say anything unjust about any woman or anything unkind about me." It took no effort for Catherine to believe that Henry Tilney could never be wrong. His manner might sometimes surprise her, but his meaning, she felt sure, was always good, and what she didn't understand, she was almost as ready to admire as what she did. The whole walk was wonderful, and though it ended too soon, the ending was wonderful too. Her friends accompanied her inside, and Miss Tilney, before they parted, addressed herself formally and graciously to both Mrs. Allen and Catherine, extending an invitation to join them for dinner the day after tomorrow. Mrs. Allen raised no objections, and Catherine's only difficulty was in hiding how thrilled she was. The morning had passed so pleasantly that it had completely crowded out friendship and affection. Not once during the walk had she thought of Isabella or James. When the Tilneys had gone, she returned to her usual warm self, but for a while it did her little good. Mrs. Allen had no news that could settle her worries. She had heard nothing from any of them. Toward the end of the morning, however, Catherine, needing an absolutely essential length of ribbon that could not wait another moment, went out into town and on Bond Street caught up with the second Miss Thorpe, who was drifting toward Edgar's buildings in the company of 2 of the dearest girls in the world, who had been her closest friends all morning. From her, Catherine quickly learned that the trip to Clifton had gone ahead. "They left at 8 this morning," said Miss Anne, "and I honestly don't envy them the drive. I think you and I are well out of it. It must be the dullest thing imaginable. There's no one at Clifton at this time of year. Belle went with your brother and John drove Maria." Catherine expressed the genuine pleasure she felt at this arrangement. "Oh yes," the other replied, "Maria went. She was absolutely desperate to go. She thought it would be something wonderful. I can't say I share her taste, and for my part, I made up my mind from the very beginning not to go, no matter how much they pressed me." Catherine, somewhat skeptical of this, couldn't help replying, "I wish you could have gone too. It's a shame you couldn't all go." "Thank you, but it's truly a matter of complete indifference to me. I wouldn't have gone for anything in the world. I was just saying so to Emily and Sophia when you caught up with us." Catherine remained unconvinced, but glad that Anne at least had Emily and Sophia to keep her company, she said goodbye without too much concern and headed home, relieved that the outing hadn't been cancelled because of her refusal to join it, and sincerely hoping it would turn out to be too enjoyable for either James or Isabella to stay angry at her for long. Chapter 15. Early the next day, a note arrived from Isabella, full of warmth and affection in every line, urging Catherine to come to her immediately on a matter of the greatest importance. Catherine rushed to Edgar's buildings in the best possible mood, brimming with confidence and curiosity. The two youngest Miss Thorpes were alone in the parlor, and when Anne left to fetch her sister, Catherine took the chance to ask the other girl for some details about the previous day's outing. Maria was more than happy to talk about it, and Catherine quickly learned that it had been absolutely the most wonderful trip imaginable, that no one could possibly understand how fantastic it had been, and that it had surpassed anything anyone could have dreamed of. That was the gist of the first 5 minutes. The next 5 filled in the details. They had driven straight to the York Hotel, had some soup, and ordered an early dinner, walked down to the pump room, tasted the water, and spent a few shillings on purses and ornaments, then stopped for ice cream at a pastry shop, and rushed back to the hotel to bolt down their dinner before it got dark, after which they had a lovely drive home. Except the moon hadn't risen yet, it had rained a little, and Mr. Morland's horse was so exhausted it could barely keep moving. Catherine listened with pure contentment. It was clear that Blaise Castle had never even been considered, and as for everything else, there was nothing worth a moment's regret. Maria finished her account with an outpouring of sympathy for her sister Anne, who she described as unbearably sulky about being left out. "She'll never forgive me, I'm sure, but honestly, what could I do? John insisted I come because he flat out refused to drive Anne, saying her ankles were too thick. I expect she'll be in a foul mood for a month, but I'm determined not to let it bother me. It takes more than a little thing like that to get me down." Isabella now walked into the room with such an eager step and an air of such glowing excitement that she immediately captured all of Catherine's attention. Maria was promptly sent away without ceremony, and Isabella threw her arms around Catherine and began. "Yes, my dear Catherine, it's true your instincts were exactly right. Oh, those sharp eyes of yours. They see right through everything." Catherine responded with nothing but a look of complete bewilderment. "Now, my dearest, sweetest friend," Isabella continued, "calm yourself. I'm terribly worked up, as you can see. Let's sit down and talk properly. Well, you guessed it the moment you got my note, didn't you? You clever thing. Oh, my dear Catherine, you're the only one who truly knows my heart, and so you're the only one who can understand how happy I am right now. Your brother is the most wonderful man alive. I only wish I were more worthy of him. But what will your dear father and mother say? Oh goodness, when I think of them I feel faint." Catherine's mind began to stir. A flash of understanding suddenly struck her, and with a blush born of a feeling entirely new to her, she cried out, "Good heavens, my dear Isabella, what do you mean? Can you really be in love with James?" That bold guess, however, she soon discovered was only half the story. The tender feelings Isabella accused Catherine of having watched in her every look and action had, during the course of the previous day's outing, been met with the joyful confession of equal love from James. Her heart and her promise were both given to him. Catherine had never heard anything so full of wonder, excitement, and joy. Her brother and her best friend engaged to each other. Being new to such things, it struck her as an event of almost incomprehensible importance, one of those rare, momentous occasions that life rarely offers twice. She couldn't find words strong enough to express what she felt, but the depth of her feelings was enough to satisfy Isabella. Their first outpouring was sheer happiness at the thought of becoming sisters, and the two young women fell into each other's arms, laughing and crying at once. As genuinely thrilled as Catherine was about the engagement, it has to be said that Isabella far outdid her in sentimental enthusiasm. "You will mean so much more to me than either Anne or Maria ever could, my Catherine. I feel already that I'll be far more attached to the Morland family than to my own." That was a level of devotion beyond even Catherine's warmest feelings. "You're so like your dear brother," Isabella went on, "that I absolutely adored you from the first moment I saw you. But that's always how it is with me. The very first moment decides everything. The very first day Morland came to visit us last Christmas, the very first instant I laid eyes on him, my heart was gone for good. I remember I was wearing my yellow dress with my hair in braids, and when I came into the drawing room and John introduced us, I thought I had never seen anyone so handsome in my life." At this, Catherine quietly acknowledged the mysterious power of love, because, much as she adored her brother and admired all his qualities, she had never once in her life thought him particularly handsome. "I also remember that Miss Andrews had tea with us that evening and wore her plum-colored sarcenet, and she looked so beautiful that I was certain your brother would fall in love with her on the spot. I couldn't sleep a wink all night for worrying about it. Oh, Catherine, the sleepless nights I've spent over your brother. I wouldn't wish even half my suffering on you. I know I've become dreadfully thin, but I won't upset you by going into all my anxieties. You've already seen enough of them. I know I've given myself away over and over again, being so unguarded when I talked about how much I admire the church. But I always knew my secret was safe with you." Catherine reflected that it had indeed been perfectly safe, though perhaps not for the reason Isabella imagined. Too embarrassed by her own obliviousness to argue the point, she didn't dare contradict her, and simply accepted being credited with all the sharp-eyed perception and sympathetic understanding Isabella wished to attribute to her. She learned that her brother was already preparing to ride as quickly as possible to Fullerton to announce the situation and ask for their parents' consent, and this prospect was causing Isabella real anxiety. Catherine did her best to reassure her, as she genuinely believed, that their father and mother would never stand in the way of their son's happiness. "It's impossible," she said, "for parents to be kinder or more devoted to their children's well-being. I have no doubt they'll agree immediately." "Morland says exactly the same," Isabella replied, "and yet I can't bring myself to hope for it. My fortune is so small they could never agree to it. Your brother, who could marry anyone." Once again, Catherine recognized the strange workings of love. "Really, Isabella, you're being far too modest. The difference in your fortunes shouldn't matter in the slightest." "Oh, my sweet Catherine, in your generous heart I know it wouldn't matter at all. But we can't expect everyone to be so selfless. As for me, I only wish our positions were reversed. If I had millions at my disposal, if I were mistress of the whole world, your brother would still be my only choice." This beautiful sentiment, as much wise as it was heartfelt, reminded Catherine of every romantic heroine she'd ever read about, and she thought Isabella had never looked lovelier than in that moment of grand declaration. "I'm certain they'll agree," she kept saying. "I'm certain they'll be delighted with you." "For my part," said Isabella, "my needs are so simple that the smallest income imaginable would be perfectly enough for me. When two people truly love each other, poverty itself is a kind of wealth. I have no interest in grandeur whatsoever. I wouldn't live in London for anything in the world. A cottage in some quiet little village would be absolute bliss. There are some charming little houses around Richmond." "Richmond?" cried Catherine. "You must settle near Fullerton, you must be close to us. I would be miserable if we weren't. As long as I can be near you, I'll be perfectly content. But this is all wishful thinking. I won't let myself dwell on it until we have your father's answer. Morland says that if he sends a letter to Salisbury tonight, we could have a reply by tomorrow. Tomorrow? I know I'll never have the courage to open it. It will be the death of me." A dreamy silence followed, and when Isabella spoke again, it was to start deliberating over the fabric for her wedding dress. Their conversation was interrupted by the anxious young lover himself, who came to say his goodbyes before setting off for Wiltshire. Catherine wanted to congratulate him but couldn't find the right words. Her eloquence existed entirely in her eyes. From them, however, everything spoke clearly enough, and James had no trouble understanding. Eager to get home and set things in motion, his farewell was brief, and would have been even briefer had Isabella not kept pulling him back with urgent pleas that he leave at once. Twice, he was nearly out the door before she called him back in her rush to be rid of him. "Really, Morland, I must make you go. Think of how far you have to ride. I can't bear watching you drag your feet like this. For goodness sake, stop wasting time. Go, go, I absolutely insist." The two friends, their hearts closer than ever, were inseparable for the rest of the day, happily lost in visions of shared sisterly life. Mrs. Thorpe and her son John, who were fully informed and seemed to be waiting for nothing more than Mr. Morland's consent before treating Isabella's engagement as the greatest stroke of luck that could possibly have befallen their family, were admitted into the inner circle of discussion and contributed their share of meaningful glances and cryptic remarks, all designed to maximize the curiosity of the younger sisters, who were not officially in the know. To Catherine's straightforward sensibilities, this whole performance seemed neither particularly kind nor particularly well executed, and she might have said so had the inconsistency of it not actually worked in their favor. But Anne and Maria soon put her mind at rest with their knowing declarations of, "I know what's going on." And the evening turned into a sort of playful battle of wits, one side making an elaborate show of a pretend secret, the other performing exaggerated hints of having figured it out, both sides equally spirited. Catherine was back with her friend the next day, trying to keep her spirits up and help pass the long, dragging hours before the letters arrived. This was no small task, for as the time when a reply could reasonably be expected grew closer, Isabella grew more and more despondent, and by the time the letter actually arrived, she had worked herself into a state of genuine distress. But when it came, where was there any room for distress? "I have had no difficulty gaining the consent of my kind parents, and am promised that everything in their power shall be done to forward my happiness." Those were the first 3 lines, and in one instant everything was joyful relief. Isabella's face lit up immediately, all worry and anxiety vanished. Her spirits soared almost beyond control, and she declared herself without hesitation the happiest person alive. Mrs. Thorpe, with tears of joy, embraced her daughter, her son, her guest, and could happily have embraced half of Bath. Her heart was overflowing. It was dear John and dear Catherine with every breath. Dear Anne and dear Maria must be brought in to share the happiness at once, and 2 dears placed before Isabella's name were no more than that beloved girl had now well and truly earned. John himself was no quiet celebrant. He not only declared Mr. Morland to be one of the finest men in the world, but backed up the claim with considerable enthusiasm. The letter that had produced all this happiness was short, containing little beyond the assurance that James had succeeded, with all the details to follow in a later letter. But Isabella could easily afford to wait for details. The essential thing was contained in Mr. Morland's promise. His word was given to make everything work out, and she had no interest whatsoever in the practical question of how their income would be arranged, whether property would be transferred or funds redirected. She knew enough to be confident of a respectable and speedy future, and her imagination leaped ahead to all its accompanying pleasures. She pictured herself, a few weeks from now, the object of admiration for every new acquaintance in Fullerton, the envy of every old friend back in Putney, with a carriage at her disposal, a new name on her calling cards, and a dazzling collection of rings on her finger. Once the contents of the letter were confirmed, John Thorpe, who had been waiting only for its arrival before heading to London, made ready to leave. "Well, Miss Morland," he said, finding her alone in the parlor, "I've come to say goodbye." Catherine wished him a good journey. Without appearing to hear her, he wandered over to the window, fidgeted, hummed a tune, and seemed entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. "Won't you be late getting to Devizes?" said Catherine. He said nothing, but after a minute's silence blurted out, "Damned clever business, this engagement really is. Smart idea of Morland's and Bell's. What do you think of it, Miss Morland? I say it's not a bad idea at all." "I think it's a very good one, certainly." "Do you? Honestly, that's refreshing. Glad to hear you're not against marriage, at any rate. Ever heard the old song, 'One wedding leads to another'? I hope you'll come to Bell's wedding." "Yes, I've promised your sister I'll be there if I possibly can." And then, twisting himself about and forcing an awkward laugh, we might just put that old song to the test ourselves." "Might we? But I never sing." "Well, I wish you a good journey. I'm dining with Miss Tilney today and really must be getting home." No, there's no such desperate hurry. Who knows when we'll see each other again? Not that I won't be back within a fortnight, though it'll feel like a devilishly long fortnight, I can tell you." "Then why stay away so long?" replied Catherine, realizing he was waiting for her to say something. "That's kind of you, though, really kind and good-natured. I won't forget that in a hurry. But you have more good nature than anyone I know, I honestly believe. An extraordinary amount of good nature, and it's not just that either. You have so much of everything, and then you have such, honestly, I don't know anyone else like you. Oh goodness, there are plenty of people like me, I'm sure, most of them considerably better. Good morning. But look, Miss Morland, I'd like to come and pay a visit to Fullerton before too long if that's not inconvenient. Please do. My father and mother would be very happy to see you. And I hope, Miss Morland, you won't be sorry to see me." "Oh, not at all. There are very few people whose visits I'd regret. Company is always a pleasure." "That's exactly how I feel. Give me cheerful company, let me be with the people I care about, let me be where I want to be and with whom I want to be, and everything else can go hang, I say. And I'm genuinely glad to hear you feel the same way. I have a feeling, Miss Morland, that you and I think very much alike on most things, perhaps though it's more than I've ever considered before. And to be honest, there aren't many things I feel certain about one way or the other." By God, neither do I. I never bother my head with things that don't concern me. My view of life is straightforward enough. Just give me the girl I want and a decent roof over my head. What else do I need? Money means nothing to me. I have a good income of my own, and if she didn't have a penny to her name, well, all the better. Very true, I think the same way. If one side of a marriage has money, there's no reason the other side needs it. It doesn't matter which one has it, as long as there's enough. I can't stand the idea of a large fortune going in search of another large fortune. And marrying purely for money, I think that's just about the most contemptible thing a person can do. Good day. We'll be very glad to see you at Fullerton whenever it suits you. And with that, she was gone. Even all his charm and persistence couldn't keep her a moment longer. With such news to share and a visit to look forward to, nothing he could have said would have delayed her, and she hurried off, leaving him to savor the pleasant conviction that his performance had been masterful and her responses unmistakably encouraging. The excitement she had felt herself on first hearing of her brother's engagement led Catherine to expect that Mr. and Mrs. Allen would be equally moved when she shared the wonderful news. She was thoroughly disappointed. The momentous event, which she had led up to with considerable preamble, had already been anticipated by both of them since the moment James arrived, and all they had to offer on the occasion was a general wish for the young couple's happiness, a remark from Mr. Allen about Isabella's good looks, and an observation from Mrs. Allen about what a lucky girl she was. To Catherine, their calm was almost incomprehensible. The revelation, however, that James had slipped off to Fullerton the previous day in secret did manage to stir some feeling in Mrs. Allen. She couldn't hear that part with complete composure. She repeatedly lamented that it had to be kept quiet, wished she had known about his plans beforehand, wished she could have seen him before he left, as she would certainly have asked him to pass along her warmest regards to his parents and her kindest compliments to all the Skinners. Chapter 16. Catherine's expectations for her visit to Milsom Street had been so high that disappointment was almost guaranteed. And so, even though General Tilney received her with perfect politeness, his daughter welcomed her warmly, and Henry was home with no one else around, she realized when she got back, without spending much time analyzing her feelings, that she'd gone to that appointment expecting happiness it hadn't delivered. Instead of feeling closer to Miss Tilney after spending the day together, she actually felt less comfortable with her than before. Instead of seeing Henry Tilney at his best in the relaxed setting of a family gathering, he'd never said so little or been so dull. And despite his father's elaborate courtesies, his thanks, his invitations, his flattery, it had been a relief to get away from him. She couldn't figure out why. It couldn't be General Tilney's fault. That he was perfectly pleasant and good-natured, an altogether charming man, wasn't in question. He was tall and handsome, and he was Henry's father. He couldn't be blamed for his children's low spirits or for her own failure to enjoy his company. The first she eventually hoped had just been a coincidence, and the second she could only chalk up to her own dullness. When Isabella heard about the visit, she offered a different explanation. It was all pride, insufferable arrogance and pride. I've suspected that family of being very high and mighty for a long time, and this confirms it. I've never heard of such insolent behavior as Miss Tilney's in my life, not even showing basic good manners to a guest in her own home, treating her visitor with such contempt, barely even speaking to her. But it wasn't that bad, Isabella. There was no contempt. She was perfectly civil. Oh, don't defend her. And then the brother, he who seemed so attached to you. Good heavens. Well, some people's feelings are just incomprehensible, so he barely looked at you once the whole day? I didn't say that, but he didn't seem in good spirits. How pathetic. Of all things in the world, inconstancy is what I despise most. Please, my dear Catherine, never think of him again. He's simply not worthy of you. Not worthy? I don't imagine he ever thinks of me. That's exactly what I'm saying. He never thinks of you. Such fickleness? Oh, how different from your brother and mine. I truly believe John has the most devoted heart. But as for General Tilney, I assure you it would be impossible for anyone to treat me with more civility and attention. His only concern seemed to be entertaining me and making sure I was happy. Oh, I have nothing against him. I don't suspect him of pride. I think he's a very gentlemanly man. John thinks very highly of him and John's judgment. Well, I'll see how they treat me this evening. We'll run into them at the rooms. And do I have to go? Don't you plan to? I thought it was all settled. Well, since you insist, I can't refuse you anything. But don't expect me to be very charming. My heart, you know, will be about 40 miles away. And as for dancing, please don't even mention it. Charles Hodges will pester me to death, I'm sure, but I'll shut him down quickly. He'll probably guess the reason, which is exactly what I want to avoid, so I'll make sure he keeps his theories to himself. Isabella's opinion of the Tilneys didn't change her friend's mind. Catherine was certain there had been no arrogance in the manner of either the brother or sister, and she didn't believe there was any pride in their hearts. The evening proved her right. One greeted her with the same warmth as before, and the other with the same attentiveness. Miss Tilney made a point of staying close to her, and Henry asked her to dance. Having heard the day before in Milsom Street that their older brother, Captain Tilney, was expected almost any hour, she had no trouble putting a name to a very fashionable-looking, handsome young man she'd never seen before, who now clearly belonged to their group. She looked at him with considerable admiration and even acknowledged that some people might find him better looking than his brother, though to her eyes his manner was more self-important and his face less appealing. His taste and behavior were without question clearly inferior, because within her earshot he not only declared he had no intention of dancing himself, but actually laughed openly at Henry for being willing to. From this last detail, one might reasonably conclude that whatever our heroine thought of him, his admiration of her was not of a particularly dangerous kind, not likely to cause rivalry between the brothers or trouble for the lady. He certainly cannot be the mastermind behind the three villains in horsemen's overcoats who will later force her into a traveling carriage and four, which will speed away at incredible pace. Catherine, meanwhile, unbothered by any such dark premonitions, or any concern at all, except that she had only a short set to dance through, enjoyed her usual happiness with Henry Tilney, listening with shining eyes to everything he said, and in finding him irresistible, becoming irresistible herself. At the end of the first dance, Captain Tilney came toward them and, much to Catherine's annoyance, pulled his brother away. They withdrew, whispering together, and though her sensitive nature didn't immediately leap to the conclusion that Captain Tilney must have heard some malicious lie about her, which he was now rushing to relay to his brother in hopes of separating them forever, she couldn't watch her partner disappear from sight without feeling deeply uneasy. Her suspense lasted a full 5 minutes, and she was starting to think it felt like a very long quarter of an hour when they both returned. The explanation came in the form of Henry asking whether she thought her friend Miss Thorpe would have any objection to dancing, as his brother would be delighted to be introduced to her. Without hesitating, Catherine replied that she was quite sure Miss Thorpe had no intention of dancing at all. The disappointing answer was relayed to the other, and he immediately walked away. "Your brother won't mind, I know," she said, "because I heard him say earlier that he hated dancing, but it was very kind of him to think of it. I suppose he saw Isabella sitting down and thought she might want a partner, but he's quite wrong, because she wouldn't dance under any circumstances whatsoever." Henry smiled and said, "How effortlessly you manage to understand other people's motivations." "Why? What do you mean?" "With you, the question isn't how is this particular person likely to be influenced? What would appeal to someone with their feelings, their age, their situation, their habits? It's simply how would I be influenced? What would make me act that way?" "I don't follow you. Then we're on very unequal terms because I understand you perfectly. Me, well, I can't speak cleverly enough to be misunderstood. Bravo, an excellent piece of satire on modern conversation. But please tell me what you mean." "Shall I really? Do you truly want to know? But you don't realize the consequences. It will put you in a very awkward position and will certainly cause a disagreement between us." No, it will do neither. I'm not afraid." "Very well then. I only meant that your assuming my brother's wish to dance with Miss Thorpe came purely from good nature, convinced me that you yourself are more good-natured than anyone else in the world." Catherine blushed and protested, and the gentleman's prediction was proven right. Yet there was something in his words that more than made up for the embarrassment, and that something occupied her thoughts so completely that she drifted away for a while, forgetting to speak or listen, almost forgetting where she was, until Isabella's voice brought her back, and she looked up to see her taking Captain Tilney's hands across the dance floor. Isabella shrugged and smiled, the only explanation she could offer at that moment for this extraordinary change of heart. But since that wasn't quite enough for Catherine to make sense of, she expressed her astonishment plainly to her partner. "I can't imagine how it happened. Isabella was so absolutely determined not to dance. And has Isabella never changed her mind before?" "Oh, but because, and your brother, after what you told him from me, how could he go and ask her?" "I can't pretend to be surprised on that account. You asked me to be surprised on your friend's behalf, and so I am. But as for my brother, his behavior in this matter, I have to say, is exactly what I would have expected of him. Your friend's attractiveness was an obvious draw. Her resolve, of course, could only be understood by you. You're laughing, but I assure you, Isabella is very firm as a rule. That's about as much as one should say of anyone. To be always firm is often just to be stubborn. Knowing when to give way is the real test of good judgment, and without any reference to my brother, I genuinely think Miss Thorpe has chosen her moment quite well. The two friends couldn't get away for a private conversation until all the dancing was over, but then, as they walked arm in arm around the room, Isabella gave her account. I don't wonder that you're surprised, and I am truly exhausted. He is such a chatterbox. Entertaining enough, I suppose, if my mind had been free, but I would have given anything to just sit still. Then why didn't you? Oh, my dear, it would have looked so conspicuous, and you know how I hate drawing attention to myself. I put him off as long as I possibly could, but he simply wouldn't take no for an answer. You have no idea how he pushed. I begged him to excuse me and find another partner, but no, not him. Once he'd set his sights on me, there wasn't another woman in the room he could consider, and it wasn't just about dancing, he wanted to be with me. Oh, what nonsense. I told him he'd picked a very poor strategy, because of all things in the world I despised flattery and fine speeches, and so, in the end, I could see there'd be no peace unless I got up. Besides, I thought Mrs. Hughes, who introduced him, might take offense if I didn't. And your dear brother, I'm sure he would have been miserable if I'd sat out all evening. I'm so glad it's over. My nerves are completely frayed from listening to his rubbish. And then, being such a striking young man, I could feel everyone watching us. He is very handsome, isn't he? Handsome? I suppose so. I imagine most people would admire him, but he's not at all my type. I can't stand a ruddy complexion and dark eyes in a man. Still, he's well enough. Incredibly full of himself, I'm sure. I put him in his place a few times, you know, in my own way. The next time the young women met, they had a far more interesting subject to discuss. James Morland's second letter had arrived, and his father's intentions were now fully clear. A parish living of which Mr. Morland himself was patron and current holder, worth roughly £400 a year, was to be handed over to his son as soon as he was old enough to take it on. No small sacrifice from a family income, and no stingy offering to one of 10 children. An estate of at least equal value was also confirmed as his future inheritance. James expressed himself with appropriate gratitude, and though the necessity of waiting 2 to 3 years before they could marry was unwelcome, it was no more than he had anticipated, and he accepted it without complaint. Catherine, whose expectations had been as vague as her understanding of her father's income, and whose opinion was now entirely shaped by her brother's, felt equally satisfied and heartily congratulated Isabella on having everything settled so happily. "It's very lovely indeed," said Isabella, with a serious face. "Mr. Morland has been extremely generous," said the gentle Mrs. Thorpe, watching her daughter anxiously. "I only wish I could do as much. One couldn't really expect more from him, could one? And if he finds he can do more later on, I'm sure he will. I'm quite certain he must be an excellent, kind-hearted man. 400 is admittedly a modest income to start on, but your wishes, my dear Isabella, are so simple. You never think about how little you actually need, my dear. It's not for my own sake that I wish for more, but I can't bear to think of being the cause of any hardship for my dear Morland, having him settle for an income barely enough to cover the basic necessities of life. For myself, it's nothing. I never think of myself. I know you never do, my dear, and you'll always find your reward in the affection it earns you from everyone around you. No young woman was ever more adored than you are by everyone who knows you, and I dare say when Mr. Morland sees you, my dear child, but let's not upset our dear Catherine by talking about such things. Mr. Morland has behaved so very generously, you know. I always heard he was an excellent man, and we can certainly assume that if you'd had a suitable fortune, he would have offered more, for I'm sure he must be a very open-handed man. Nobody thinks better of Mr. Morland than I do, I'm certain, but everyone has their limitations, and everyone has the right to do as they please with their own money." Catherine was stung by these insinuations. "I'm very sure," she said, "that my father has promised to do everything he can afford." Isabella caught herself. "As to that, my sweet Catherine, there can be no doubt, and you know me well enough to be certain that a much smaller income would be enough for me. It's not the lack of money that has me a little low right now. I hate money, and if we could be married tomorrow on just £50 a year, I wouldn't have a single wish left unfulfilled. Ah, my Catherine, you've seen through me. That's the real pain. The long, endless 2.5 years that must pass before your brother can take the living." Yes, my darling Isabella," said Mrs. Thorpe, We see straight into your heart. You have no secrets from us. We understand completely what's troubling you right now, and everyone must love you all the more for such a noble and honest devotion." Catherine's discomfort began to ease. She tried to convince herself that the delay of the marriage was the only reason for Isabella's unhappiness, and when she saw her at their next meeting as cheerful and sweet as ever, she tried to forget that she had, for a moment, thought otherwise. James soon followed his letter in person and was received with the most gratifying warmth. Chapter 17. The Allens had now been in Bath for 6 weeks, and whether they would stay longer had been an open question that left Catherine's heart racing. The thought of her friendship with the Tilneys ending so soon felt like a disaster nothing could make up for. Her entire happiness seemed to hang in the balance while the matter was undecided, and she felt instant relief when it was settled that they would keep their lodgings for another 2 weeks. What that extra 2 weeks might bring her beyond the pleasure of occasionally seeing Henry Tilney was something Catherine barely dared to think about. Once or twice, since James's engagement had shown her what was possible, she had allowed herself a secret perhaps, but mostly she was content just to be near Henry for now. 3 more weeks felt like plenty, and with her happiness secured for that time, the rest of her life seemed too far off to worry about. That same morning, once the matter was settled, she went to visit Miss Tilney and shared her joy with her. But it turned out to be a day full of surprises. No sooner had she expressed her delight at the Allens' extended stay than Miss Tilney told her that her father had just decided to leave Bath by the end of the following week. What a blow! All the anxious waiting of that morning now seemed like nothing compared to this fresh disappointment. Catherine's face fell, and in a voice full of genuine distress she repeated Miss Tilney's words. "By the end of next week. Yes, my father is rarely persuaded to give the Waters a fair chance. He was expecting some friends to arrive and meet him here, and since they haven't come and he's feeling well enough, he's eager to get home." "I'm so sorry to hear that," said Catherine miserably. "If I had known this before, perhaps," said Miss Tilney, looking a little awkward. "You would be kind enough. It would make me so happy if—" Her father's entrance cut short the conversation, just as Catherine had been starting to hope Miss Tilney was about to suggest they write to each other. After greeting Catherine with his usual courtesy, General Tilney turned to his daughter and said, "Well, Elinor, can I congratulate you on making your request to your charming friend? I was just beginning to ask, sir, when you came in." "Well, go ahead by all means. I know how much it means to you." Then, without giving his daughter a chance to speak, he continued, "My daughter, Miss Morland, has been nursing quite a bold wish. We leave Bath, as she may have told you, a week from Saturday. A letter from my steward tells me I'm needed at home, and since the Marquis of Longtown and General Courtenay, some of my oldest friends, haven't turned up as I'd hoped, there's nothing left to keep me here. And if we could manage to get our selfish way, we'd leave without a single regret. In short, can we persuade you to leave behind all your social triumphs here and keep your friend Elinor company in Gloucestershire? I'm almost embarrassed to ask, though I'm sure everyone else in Bath would find it more presumptuous than you would. Your modesty, but I wouldn't dream of embarrassing you with open flattery. If you can be persuaded to visit us, you would make us happier than I can say. We can't offer you anything like the entertainments of this lively place, and we won't tempt you with amusements or grandeur, since our way of life, as you can see, is simple and unpretentious. But we will do everything we can to make Northanger Abbey not entirely unpleasant." Northanger Abbey, those words sent a thrill through Catherine and lifted her feelings to the highest peak of excitement. Her grateful, delighted heart could barely contain itself within the bounds of polite composure. To receive such a flattering invitation, to have her company so warmly wanted, it held everything she could hope for both now and in the future, and she eagerly accepted, with only the condition that her parents would approve. "I'll write home right away," she said, "and if they don't object, which I'm sure they won't." General Tilney was equally confident, having already paid a visit to her good friends on Pulteney Street and secured their blessing. "Since they can bring themselves to part with you," he said, "we can expect a philosophical attitude from everyone." Miss Tilney added her own warm and gentle encouragement, and within a few minutes the plan was as good as settled, pending word from Fullerton. The morning had taken Catherine's emotions through suspense, relief, and disappointment, but now she had arrived safely at pure happiness. Her spirits soared, Henry in her heart and Northanger Abbey on her lips, as she hurried home to write her letter. Mr. and Mrs. Morland, trusting in the judgment of the Allens who had been looking after their daughter all along, had no reservations about a friendship formed under such respectable supervision, and by return post sent their cheerful consent to her visit in Gloucestershire. This permission, though no more than Catherine had hoped for, completed her sense that she was the most fortunate person alive, blessed in her friends, her luck, and her circumstances. Everything seemed to be working in her favor. Thanks to the kindness of the Allens, her first friends here, she had been brought into a world where every kind of pleasure had found her. Wherever she had felt affection, she had found it returned. Isabella's love would soon be made permanent through marriage into her family, and the Tilneys, the people whose good opinion she wanted most, had gone beyond even her wishes in finding a way to keep their friendship going. She was to be their chosen guest, spending weeks under the same roof as the person whose company she valued above all others. And on top of everything else, that roof would be the roof of an abbey. Her love of old buildings ran a close second to her love of Henry Tilney. Castles and abbeys were the stuff of her daydreams whenever his face wasn't filling them. She had longed for weeks to explore the battlements and keep of one or the cloisters of the other, though staying for more than a brief visit had seemed too much to hope for. And yet here it was, about to happen. With all the odds against it, houses, halls, estates, parks, courtyards, cottages, Northanger had turned out to be an abbey, and she was going to live in it. Its long, damp corridors, narrow rooms, and ruined chapel would be part of her daily life, and she couldn't entirely push down the hope of discovering some old legend, some chilling reminder of a wronged and tragic nun. It amazed her that her friends seemed so unimpressed by living in such a place, that they wore the knowledge of it so lightly. Only the habit of a lifetime could explain it. A distinction they had been born into gave them no pride. Their remarkable home meant no more to them than their own good looks. Catherine had many questions she was eager to ask Miss Tilney, but her thoughts were moving so fast that even after the answers came, she was barely more certain than before about the details. That Northanger Abbey had been a well-endowed convent at the time of the Reformation, that it had passed into the hands of the Tilney family when it was dissolved, that a large part of the original building still stood as part of the current house, even though the rest had fallen to ruin, or that it sat in a low valley sheltered from the north and east by rising oak woods. Chapter 18. With her mind full of happiness, Catherine had barely noticed that 2 or 3 days had gone by without seeing Isabella for more than a few minutes at a time. She first became aware of this one morning as she walked through the pump room beside Mrs. Allen, with nothing to say or hear. She had been longing for her friend's company for barely 5 minutes when Isabella herself appeared, invited her to a private talk, and led her to a seat. "This is my favorite spot," she said as they settled onto a bench between the doors, which offered a decent view of everyone coming in from either side. "It's so out of the way." Catherine noticed that Isabella's eyes kept darting toward one door or the other, as if she were eagerly expecting someone. Remembering how often she had been wrongly accused of being sly, she decided this was a perfect chance to actually be so, and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, Isabella, James will be here soon." "Oh, please," Isabella replied. "Don't take me for such a fool that I always need him at my side. It would be awful to be together every single moment. We'd be the laughingstock of the place. So you're going to Northanger? I'm absolutely thrilled for you. It's one of the finest old places in England from what I understand. I'll be expecting a very detailed description." "You'll certainly get the best description I can manage. But who are you looking for? Are your sisters coming?" "I'm not looking for anyone. One's eyes have to be somewhere, and you know what a ridiculous habit I have of staring into space when my mind is miles away. I'm terribly absent-minded. I think I'm the most absent-minded person alive. Tilney says it's always like that with certain kinds of minds. But I thought you had something specific to tell me, Isabella." "Oh, yes, I do. But that's exactly what I was saying. See what I mean? My poor head. I'd completely forgotten." "Well, here it is. I've just had a letter from John. I'm sure you can guess what it's about." "No, honestly, I can't. My dear, don't be so absurdly coy. What else would he write about but you? You know he's completely head over heels in love with you." "With me, Isabella? Now, my dearest Catherine, you're being utterly ridiculous. Modesty is all well and good, but a little plain honesty is sometimes just as attractive. I won't stand for this kind of false innocence. It's fishing for compliments. His attentions were so obvious even a child would have noticed. And it was only half an hour before he left Bath that you gave him every encouragement. He says so in his letter, says he practically made you an offer and that you received his advances in the warmest way possible. Now, he wants me to plead his case and say all sorts of flattering things to you, so there's no point pretending you don't know what I'm talking about." Catherine, with complete sincerity, expressed her astonishment at such a claim, insisting she had never once thought Mr. Thorpe was in love with her, and that it was therefore impossible she could have ever meant to encourage him. "As for any attentions on his part, I honestly declare I was never aware of any, except for him asking me to dance on the first day he arrived. And as for making me an offer, or anything like it, there must be some extraordinary misunderstanding. I couldn't have missed something like that, could I? And as truly as I want to be believed, I swear that not a single word of that kind ever passed between us. The last half hour before he left, it must be a complete mistake, because I didn't see him once that entire morning. But you certainly did, because you spent the whole morning at Edgar's Buildings. It was the day your father's consent arrived, and I'm fairly sure you and John were alone in the parlor for some time before you left the house. Were we? Well, if you say so, I suppose it must be true, but for the life of me I can't remember it. I do recall being with you and seeing him along with everyone else, but being alone together for even 5 minutes. Still, it's not worth arguing about. Whatever may have happened on his side, you must realize, given that I have no memory of it whatsoever, that I never thought, expected, or wanted anything of that sort from him. I'm genuinely sorry that he should have any feelings for me, but it was truly unintentional on my part. I never had the slightest idea. Please set him straight as soon as you can, and tell him I beg his pardon. That is, I'm not sure exactly what to say, but make him understand what I mean, in the kindest way possible. I wouldn't want to speak poorly of your brother, Isabella, I truly wouldn't, but you know very well that if I could think of one particular man above all others, he is not that man. Isabella was silent. My dear friend, please don't be angry with me. I can't believe your brother cares quite so deeply about me, and you know, we'll still be sisters. Yes, she said with a blush, there's more than one way for us to be sisters, but where am I wandering off to? Well, my dear Catherine, it seems you're set against poor John, is that it? I certainly can't return his feelings, and I just as certainly never meant to encourage them. In that case, I won't press you any further on the subject. John asked me to speak to you, and so I have. But I'll admit, as soon as I read his letter, I thought it a very foolish and reckless idea, unlikely to do either of you any good, for what would you have lived on? If you had come together, you both have something, of course, but that's not nearly enough to support a family these days. And whatever romantics might say, you really can't get by without money. I'm only surprised John thought of it at all. He clearly hadn't received my last letter. So you do clear me of any wrongdoing? You're convinced I never meant to deceive your brother, and never suspected he liked me until this very moment. Oh, as for all that, answered Isabella with a laugh, I won't pretend to know what your thoughts and intentions were in the past. Only you know that. A little harmless flirting here and there is perfectly natural, and one is often drawn into giving more encouragement than one intends to follow through on. But you can be sure that I am the last person on earth to judge you harshly. All of that should be forgiven in youth and high spirits. What one means one day isn't necessarily what one means the next. Circumstances change, opinions shift. But my opinion of your brother never changed, it was always the same. You're describing something that never happened. My dearest Catherine, the other continued, paying no attention to what she had said, I wouldn't for the world be the one to rush you into any kind of engagement before you knew your own mind. I don't think anything could justify me in wanting you to sacrifice your happiness simply to please my brother, because he is my brother, and who perhaps, after all, might be just as happy without you. Young people rarely know what they truly want, especially young men. They're so remarkably changeable and inconsistent. The way I see it, why should a brother's happiness matter more to me than a friend's? You know I take friendship very seriously. But above all, my dear Catherine, don't be in a hurry. Take my word for it, if you rush into anything, you will certainly live to regret it. Tilney says there's nothing people deceive themselves about more than the state of their own feelings, and I think he's absolutely right. Ah, here he comes. Never mind, I'm sure he won't see us. Catherine looked up and saw Captain Tilney. Isabella fixed her eyes on him intently as she spoke, and soon caught his attention. He came over immediately and took the seat her movements had been inviting him to take. His first words made Catherine flinch. Though he spoke quietly, she could make out, what, always being watched in person or by proxy? Oh, nonsense, was Isabella's whispered reply. Why do you put such ideas in my head? If I actually believed it, my spirit, you know, is fairly independent. I wish your heart were independent, that would be enough for me. My heart. Indeed, what do you have to do with hearts? You men don't have any hearts, any of you. If we have no hearts, we have eyes, and they torment us quite enough. Do they? I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry they find anything so disagreeable about me. I'll look the other way. I hope that pleases you, she said, turning her back on him. I hope your eyes aren't tormented now. More than ever, the curve of a rosy cheek is still in view, which is at once too much and too little. Catherine heard all of this and, deeply uncomfortable, could listen no longer. Stunned that Isabella could put up with it, and feeling protective of her brother, she stood up, announced she would go find Mrs. Allen, and suggested they all take a walk. But Isabella showed no interest in that. She was so terribly tired, and it was so dreadful to walk around the pump room, and if she left her seat, she would miss her sisters. She was expecting them any moment, so her dearest Catherine would have to excuse her and sit back down. But Catherine could be just as stubborn. When Mrs. Allen appeared at that moment to suggest heading home, Catherine joined her and walked out of the pump room, leaving Isabella still sitting with Captain Tilney. She left them with a deep sense of unease. It seemed to her that Captain Tilney was falling in love with Isabella, and that Isabella was unconsciously encouraging him. Unconsciously, it had to be, since Isabella's attachment to James was as certain and openly acknowledged as their engagement. It was impossible to doubt her honesty or her good intentions, and yet throughout their entire conversation, her behavior had been strange. Catherine wished Isabella had spoken more like her usual self, less about money, and that she hadn't looked so pleased at the sight of Captain Tilney. How could she not notice his admiration? Catherine longed to drop her a hint, to put her on her guard and spare everyone the pain that her overly lively behavior might otherwise cause, both Captain Tilney and her brother. The flattery of John Thorpe's supposed affection did nothing to make up for his sister's carelessness. Catherine was almost as far from believing his feelings were genuine as she was from wanting them to be. She hadn't forgotten that he was prone to misunderstanding things, and his claim that he had made her an offer and that she had welcomed it convinced her that his misunderstandings could sometimes be remarkably large. His supposed love, then, did little for her vanity. What it mostly gave her was bewilderment. That he should think it worth his while to imagine himself in love with her was a source of genuine astonishment. Isabella had spoken of his attentions, but Catherine had never been aware of any. Still, Isabella had said a great many things that Catherine hoped had been said carelessly and would never come up again, and on that hope she was content to rest for the time being. Chapter 19. A few days passed, and Catherine, though she refused to let herself suspect her friend, couldn't help watching her closely. What she observed troubled her. Isabella seemed like a different person. When Catherine saw her surrounded only by their close group of friends in Edgar's Buildings or Pulteney Street, the change in her behavior was subtle enough that it might have gone unnoticed. She occasionally drifted into a kind of listless distraction, that fashionable absent-mindedness Catherine had never noticed in her before, and if nothing worse had shown itself, it might simply have added a new charm and made her more interesting. But when Catherine watched her in public, accepting Captain Tilney's attention just as eagerly as he offered it, and giving him nearly as much of her smiles and notice as she gave James, the change became impossible to ignore. What could such inconsistent behavior mean? What on earth was her friend thinking? It was beyond Catherine's understanding. Isabella couldn't possibly realize the hurt she was causing, but it was a level of selfish carelessness that Catherine couldn't help resenting. James was the one suffering for it. She could see he was troubled and uneasy, and however little the woman who had won his heart seemed to care about his feelings right now, Catherine always cared deeply about them. She also felt genuinely sorry for poor Captain Tilney. His looks didn't particularly appeal to her, but his last name was enough to earn her goodwill, and she thought with real sympathy about the disappointment that awaited him. Despite what she believed she had overheard in the pump room, his behavior was so inconsistent with any knowledge of Isabella's engagement that, thinking it over, she couldn't imagine he actually knew about it. He might have seen James as a rival and felt jealous, but if she had thought she heard something more, she must have misunderstood. She wanted to gently remind Isabella of her situation and make her see how she was being unkind on two fronts, but whenever she had the chance to say something, Isabella never seemed to grasp what she was hinting at. The hints went straight over her head. In the middle of all this worry, the news of the Tilney family's upcoming departure became Catherine's greatest comfort. Their trip to Gloucestershire was only a few days away, and Captain Tilney's leaving would at least bring some peace to everyone, except perhaps himself. But as it turned out, Captain Tilney had no intention of leaving. He wasn't going with the rest of the family to Northanger, he was staying on in Bath. The moment Catherine learned this, her mind was made up. She went to Henry Tilney and told him her concerns, saying how obvious his brother's feelings for Miss Thorpe were and asking him to let his brother know about her prior engagement. "My brother already knows about it," Henry said. "He does? Then why is he still here?" Henry didn't answer and started to change the subject, but Catherine pressed on. "Why don't you persuade him to leave? The longer he stays, the harder it will be for him in the end. Please, for his own good and everyone else's, urge him to leave Bath right away. Time and distance will help him get over it, but there's nothing for him here, and he's only staying to make himself miserable." Henry smiled and said, "I'm sure my brother wouldn't want to do that." "Then you'll persuade him to go?" "Persuasion isn't something I can simply command, and forgive me, but I can't even bring myself to try. I've already told him that Miss Thorpe is engaged. He knows what he's doing and has to be free to make his own choices." "No, he doesn't know what he's doing," Catherine cried. "He doesn't know the pain he's causing my brother. Not that James has ever said so directly, but I know he's very unhappy." "And are you sure it's my brother who's causing that unhappiness?" "Yes, absolutely." "Is it my brother's attention to Miss Thorpe that's causing the pain, or Miss Thorpe's willingness to accept it? Isn't that the same thing?" "I think Mr. Morland would see a difference. No man is hurt by another man admiring the woman he loves. It's only the woman herself who can turn that admiration into something painful." Catherine felt a flush of embarrassment for her friend and said, "Isabella is in the wrong, but I'm certain she doesn't mean to cause any pain because she genuinely loves my brother. She's been in love with him since the moment they met, and while my father's approval was still uncertain, she nearly made herself ill with worry over it. Surely you can see she's devoted to him." "I understand, she's in love with James and flirting with Frederick." "Oh no, not flirting. A woman who loves one man can't flirt with another. It's likely she'll do neither as well as she would if she focused on just one. Both gentlemen will have to accept a little less." After a brief silence, Catherine said, "So you don't really believe Isabella is as devoted to my brother as all that?" "I can't form an opinion on that. But what is your brother thinking? If he knows she's engaged, what does his behavior mean? You ask very pointed questions." "Do I? I'm only asking what I want to know. But are you only asking what I can reasonably be expected to tell you?" "Yes, I think so. You must know your own brother's heart." "My brother's heart, as you put it, is something I can only guess at right now, I assure you." Well, if we're guessing, then let everyone guess for themselves. Being led by someone else's speculation is a poor way to go about things. The facts are right in front of you. My brother is a lively young man, sometimes thoughtless. He has known your friend for about a week, and he has known about her engagement almost as long as he has known her." "Well," said Catherine, after thinking it over for a moment, "maybe you can draw some conclusion about your brother's intentions from all that, but I certainly can't." "Still, isn't your father troubled by it? Doesn't he want Captain Tilney to leave? Surely if your father spoke to him, he would go." "My dear Miss Morland," said Henry, "in your very kind concern for your brother's feelings, might you not be getting things slightly wrong? Aren't you perhaps going a bit too far? Would your brother thank you, either on his own behalf or Miss Thorpe's, for assuming that her affection, or at least her good conduct, can only be counted on when she has no contact with Captain Tilney? Is he only safe when she's kept away from everyone else? Is her heart faithful to him only when no one else is paying her attention? He can't possibly think that, and you can be sure he would not want you to think it either. I won't tell you not to worry, because I can see that you are worrying right now, but try to worry as little as you can. You have no doubt that your brother and your friend genuinely love each other, so trust that there can be no real jealousy between them, and that any disagreement they might have won't last. Their hearts are open to each other in a way that neither heart can be open to you. They know exactly what the other needs and what can be endured, and you can be certain that neither one will push the other beyond what they know is bearable." Seeing that she still looked uncertain and serious, he added, "And although Frederick isn't leaving Bath with us, he'll probably only stay a few days longer. His leave is nearly up and he'll have to return to his regiment. And what will their acquaintance amount to after that? His fellow officers will toast Isabella Thorpe for a couple of weeks, and she'll be laughing with your brother about poor Tilney's infatuation within the month." Catherine gave up arguing against reassurance. She had held out through the entire length of his speech, but now it won her over completely. Henry Tilney surely knew best. She blamed herself for how seriously she had taken the whole thing and resolved not to dwell on it anymore. Her resolution was reinforced by Isabella's behavior during their farewell visit. The Thorpes spent the last evening of Catherine's stay in Pulteney Street, and nothing passed between the two lovers to renew her anxiety or send her away feeling worried. James was in excellent spirits, and Isabella was charmingly calm and sweet. Her warmth toward her friend seemed to take priority over everything else that evening, which was perfectly understandable under the circumstances. She did contradict her lover flatly once, and pulled her hand away once, but Catherine remembered what Henry had told her and put it all down to sensible, thoughtful affection. As for the embraces, the tears, and the promises that filled the girl's farewell, those can be easily imagined. Chapter 20. Mr. and Mrs. Allen were sorry to lose their young friend, whose cheerful, good-natured company had been a genuine pleasure to them, and whose happiness had quietly added to their own. Her excitement about going with Miss Tilney, however, made them glad for her sake, and since they themselves were staying only one more week in Bath, her leaving a little early wouldn't be felt for long. Mr. Allen walked her to Milsom Street, where she was to have breakfast, and saw her settled warmly among her new companions. But the agitation of suddenly finding herself part of the Tilney household, combined with her desperate fear of doing something wrong or losing their good opinion, was so overwhelming that in those first 5 embarrassing minutes, she nearly wished she could turn around and go back to Pulteney Street with him. Miss Tilney's kind manner and Henry's smile gradually eased some of her discomfort, but she was still far from relaxed, and even the General's constant attentions couldn't fully put her at ease. In fact, strangely enough, she suspected she might have felt less awkward had she been paid less attention. His concern for her comfort, his repeated urging that she eat something, his frequent worries that nothing on the table would suit her taste, even though she had never in her life seen such a spread at breakfast, made it impossible for her to forget for a single moment that she was a guest. She felt completely unworthy of such consideration and had no idea how to respond to it. Her unease only grew worse when the General grew visibly impatient waiting for his eldest son to appear, and then expressed open displeasure at Captain Tilney's laziness when he finally came downstairs. She was genuinely distressed by the harshness of his father's reproach, which seemed far out of proportion to the offense, and her discomfort increased considerably when she realized she was the main reason for the lecture, that his tardiness was being treated as a personal disrespect to her. This put her in an extremely awkward position, and she felt genuine sympathy for Captain Tilney, though she couldn't hope to have earned his goodwill. He listened to his father in silence and offered no defense at all, which made her all the more certain that his restlessness over Isabella had kept him awake so long that he had simply been unable to get up. It was the first time she had really been in his company, and she had hoped to form some impression of him, but he barely spoke while his father was in the room, and even afterward his spirits were so dampened that the only thing she could make out was a whispered remark to Alina. "How glad I shall be when you're all gone." The bustle of getting ready to leave was no more pleasant. The clock struck 10 while the trunks were still being carried down, and the General had insisted they be out of Milsom Street by that hour. His greatcoat, instead of being brought inside for him to put on, had been spread out in the curricle in which he was to ride with his son. The middle seat of the chaise hadn't been pulled out, despite 3 people needing to ride in it, and Alina's maid had stuffed it so full of parcels that there would barely be room for Catherine to sit. The General was so alarmed by this when he helped her in that she had some difficulty saving her new writing desk from being tossed out into the street. At last, though, the carriage door closed on the 3 women, and they set off at the steady, unhurried pace typical of a gentleman's well-fed 4 horses covering 30 miles, which was the distance from Bath to Northanger, to be broken into 2 equal stages. Catherine's spirits lifted the moment they pulled away from the door. With Miss Tilney, she felt completely at ease, and the novelty of an unfamiliar road, with an abbey ahead and a curricle behind, made her watch Bath disappear without a trace of regret. She reached every milestone sooner than she expected. What followed was less enjoyable. A 2-hour wait at Petty France with nothing to do, but eat without being hungry and wander around with nothing to see. Her admiration for the style in which they were traveling, the fashionable chaise and 4, the smartly dressed postilions rising in their stirrups with practiced regularity, the several outriders properly mounted, faded somewhat under this tedious inconvenience. Had the company been entirely pleasant, the delay would have been nothing, but General Tilney, charming as he was, seemed to cast a constant shadow over his children's spirits, and almost nothing was said except by him. His running commentary of complaints about what the inn had to offer and his snappish impatience with the waiters made Catherine grow more in awe of him with every passing minute, and seemed to stretch the 2 hours into 4. Finally, however, they were free to go, and Catherine was genuinely surprised when the General proposed that she take his place in his son's curricle for the rest of the journey. The day was fine, he said, and he was eager for her to see as much of the countryside as possible. The memory of Mr. Allen's opinions about young men and open carriages made her blush at the suggestion, and her first instinct was to decline. But then she thought better of it, General Tilney would never propose anything improper, and within a few minutes she found herself sitting beside Henry in the curricle, as happy as she had ever been in her life. It took very little time to convince her that a curricle was the finest vehicle in the world. The chaise and four had pulled away with a certain grandeur, to be sure, but it was a heavy, cumbersome affair, and she could not easily forget that it had sat idle for 2 hours at Petty France. The curricle would have needed half that time at most, and the light horses were so eager to move that, had the general not chosen to have his own carriage lead the way, they could have overtaken it easily within half a minute. But the pleasure of the curricle wasn't all down to the horses. Henry drove beautifully, quietly and smoothly, without any fuss, without showing off for her benefit or cursing at the horses, so unlike the only other gentleman coachman she had ever had to compare him with. And his hat suited him so well, and the many-caped greatcoat looked so impressively becoming. Being driven by him was, next to dancing with him, the greatest happiness in the world. On top of everything else, she now had the pleasure of hearing herself praised, being thanked, at least on his sister's behalf, for her kindness in coming to stay, and hearing it described as real friendship that inspired real gratitude. His sister, he explained, was in an uncomfortable situation. She had no female companion, and during their father's frequent absences was sometimes left with no company at all. "But how can that be?" said Catherine. "Aren't you with her? Northanger is only half my home. I have my own house at Woodston, nearly 20 miles from my father's, and I'm obliged to spend a good deal of my time there. How sorry you must be for that. I'm always sorry to leave Alina." "Yes, but apart from how much you care for her, you must love the Abbey so much. After growing up in a place like that, an ordinary parsonage must feel very dull." He smiled. "You've formed quite a flattering picture of the Abbey." "Of course I have. Isn't it a wonderful old place, just like something out of a book? And are you prepared for all the horrors that a building just like something out of a book might produce? Do you have a brave heart? Nerves ready for sliding panels and tapestry?" "Oh yes, I don't think I'd frighten easily, because there would be so many people in the house, and besides, it hasn't been abandoned and left empty for years before the family suddenly came back without any warning, the way it usually happens in stories." "No, certainly not. We won't have to feel our way into a hall lit only by the dying embers of a wood fire, or be forced to sleep on the floor of a room with no windows, doors, or furniture. But you must know that whenever a young lady finds herself, by whatever means, in a house of this kind, she is always lodged well away from the rest of the family. While they all settle comfortably into their own wing, she is formally escorted by Dorothy, the ancient housekeeper, up a separate staircase and along a series of gloomy corridors into a room that hasn't been used since some cousin or relation died in it about 20 years before. Can you bear a ceremony like that? Won't your courage fail you when you find yourself in that gloomy chamber, too tall and too vast for you, with only the faint glow of a single lamp to reveal its size, the walls hung with tapestry showing life-sized figures, and the bed, draped in dark green cloth or purple velvet, looking almost like something from a funeral? Won't your heart sink? Oh, but that won't happen to me, I'm sure. How fearfully you'll examine every corner of your room, and what will you find? Not ordinary tables, dressing tables, wardrobes, or drawers, but on one side perhaps the remains of a broken lute, and on the other a massive chest that no amount of effort can open, and above the fireplace, the portrait of a handsome warrior whose face will strike you so strangely and inexplicably that you won't be able to look away. Dorothy, meanwhile, equally struck by your appearance, stares at you in great agitation and drops a few cryptic hints. To cheer you up, she also gives you reason to believe that the part of the Abbey you're in is definitely haunted, and informs you that there won't be a single servant within earshot. With that parting gift she curtsies and disappears. You listen to the sound of her retreating footsteps until the last echo fades, and when, with trembling hands, you try to lock your door, you discover to your growing alarm that there is no lock. "Oh, Mr. Tilney, how dreadful, this is exactly like a book, but it can't really happen to me. I'm sure your housekeeper isn't really a Dorothy." Well, what happens next? Perhaps nothing more alarming on the first night. Once you overcome your unconquerable horror of the bed, you'll manage to sleep a few restless hours. But on the second night, or by the third at the latest, you'll almost certainly have a violent storm. Thunder loud enough to seem to shake the building to its foundations will roll around the surrounding hills, and during the terrifying gusts of wind that come with it, you'll probably think you can see, your lamp being still lit, one section of the tapestry moving more violently than the rest. Unable, of course, to resist your curiosity at such a perfect opportunity, you'll immediately get up, throw your dressing gown around your shoulders, and go to investigate. After a very brief search, you'll discover a seam in the tapestry so cleverly made that it could escape the closest examination. And when you open it, a door will appear. A door secured only by heavy bolts and a padlock, which, after a few tries, you'll manage to open. And, lamp in hand, you'll step through it into a small vaulted room. No, truly, I'd be far too frightened to do any such thing. What? Not after Dorothy has given you to understand that there's a secret underground passage connecting your room to the chapel of St. Anthony, barely 2 miles away. Could you really shrink from such a simple adventure? No, you'll go forward into that small vaulted room, and from there into several others, without finding anything particularly remarkable in any of them. In one, there may be a dagger, in another a few drops of blood, and in a third the remains of some instrument of torture. But as none of this is especially out of the ordinary, and your lamp is nearly burned out, you'll start making your way back to your room. On your way back through the small vaulted room, however, your eye will be caught by a large, old-fashioned cabinet of ebony and gold that, despite having examined the room carefully before, you somehow failed to notice. Driven by an irresistible feeling of destiny, you'll rush toward it, unlock the folding doors, and search through every drawer, for some time finding nothing of importance, perhaps nothing but a sizable collection of diamonds. At last, though, by touching a hidden spring, a secret compartment opens, a rolled-up paper appears, you grab it. It contains many sheets of handwritten manuscript. You hurry back to your own room with the precious find and have barely managed to read the words. "Oh, thou, whosoever thou mayst be, into whose hands these memoirs of the wretched Matilda may fall," when your lamp suddenly gutters out in its socket and leaves you in complete darkness. "Oh, no, don't say that. Go on, please." But Henry was too entertained by the effect he had produced to continue with a straight face. He could no longer keep either his expression or his voice serious, and was forced to invite her to use her own imagination for the rest of Matilda's sufferings. Catherine, catching herself, felt embarrassed by her own eagerness, and began earnestly insisting that she had been listening with pure amusement, and without the slightest genuine fear of encountering anything he had described. Miss Tilney, she was certain, would never put her in such a room. She wasn't frightened at all. As they drew near the end of their journey, her impatience to see the Abbey, temporarily forgotten during their conversation, returned in full force. Every bend in the road seemed likely to reveal at last a glimpse of its massive gray stone walls rising among ancient oak trees, with the last rays of sunlight blazing beautifully through its tall Gothic windows. But the building sat so low in the landscape that she found herself passing through the great lodge gates and entering the very grounds of Northanger without having spotted so much as an old chimney. She couldn't say she had any right to be surprised, but something about this approach was certainly not what she had imagined. Passing through lodge gates of a perfectly modern appearance, finding herself inside the Abbey grounds so easily, rolling swiftly along a smooth, level gravel drive with no obstacles, no sense of dread, and no atmosphere of any kind, it all struck her as odd and somehow wrong. She had little time to dwell on these thoughts, however. A sudden burst of rain driving straight into her face made it impossible to notice anything else and turned all her attention to the welfare of her new straw bonnet. Before she knew it, she was under the Abbey walls, springing down from the carriage with Henry's help, sheltering under the old porch, and stepping into the entrance hall where Aline and the general were waiting to welcome her, without a single fearful premonition of future misery, and without a moment's thought that terrible things might ever have happened within these solemn walls. The wind had not seemed to carry the sighs of the murdered to her ears. It had brought nothing worse than a heavy, damp drizzle. After giving her clothes a good shake, she was ready to be shown into the everyday sitting room, and composed enough to take in where she was. An abbey, yes, it was genuinely thrilling to actually be in an abbey, but as she looked around the room, she had to wonder whether anything she could see would have told her so. The furnishings were lavishly and elegantly modern in every respect. The fireplace, where she had expected something wide and heavily carved in the old style, had been reduced to a compact Rumford grate, flanked by plain but handsome marble slabs and decorated above with the prettiest English china. The windows, on which she had pinned particular hopes, having heard the general speak with such reverence about preserving their Gothic form, were even further from what she had pictured. The pointed arch was there, to be sure, and the shape was Gothic. They might even have been casements, but every pane was so large, so clear, so bright, to an imagination that had hoped for small. Dark divisions, heavy stonework, stained glass, grime, and cobwebs, the reality was a very great disappointment. The general, noticing where her eyes were wandering, began talking about the smallness of the room and the simplicity of the furnishings, which were meant only for everyday comfort, and so on, reassuring her, however, that there were other rooms in the abbey more worthy of her attention, and had begun describing the expensive gilding of one in particular when he pulled out his watch and stopped short, announcing with evident displeasure that it was already 20 minutes to 5. This seemed to be the signal to part, and Catherine found herself swept away by Miss Tilney in a manner that made it perfectly clear that punctuality to the household schedule would be strictly expected at Northanger. Retracing their steps through the large, high-ceilinged entrance hall, they climbed a broad staircase of polished oak, which, after many flights and landings, brought them out onto a long, wide gallery. Along one side ran a row of doors. The other side was lined with windows, which Catherine had just enough time to notice looked down into a courtyard before Miss Tilney led her into a bedroom. Barely pausing to hope she would find it comfortable, Eleanor left her with an anxious request that she change her dress as quickly as possible. Chapter 21. A single glance was enough to reassure Catherine that her room was nothing like the one Henry had tried to frighten her with his description of. It was a perfectly reasonable size, with no tapestries or velvet anywhere in sight. The walls were papered, the floor was carpeted, and the windows were just as clear and bright as those in the drawing room downstairs. The furniture, while not the latest style, was attractive and comfortable, and the room had a pleasant, cheerful feel overall. Her mind instantly at ease on that front, she decided not to waste time looking around, since she was anxious not to annoy the general by keeping him waiting. She quickly pulled off her traveling clothes and was about to unpack the linen bundle that had been brought along for her immediate use, when her eye landed on a large, tall chest standing back in a deep alcove on one side of the fireplace. The sight of it made her jump. Forgetting everything else, she stood staring at it in stunned silence, her mind racing. This is so strange. I never expected to see something like this. An enormous, heavy chest. What could it possibly hold? Why would it be placed here? Pushed back like that too, as if someone wanted it hidden. I'm going to look inside. No matter what it costs me, I'm going to look inside, and right now while it's still daylight. If I wait until evening, my candle might go out. She stepped forward and examined it closely. It was made of cedar, beautifully inlaid with a darker wood, and raised about a foot off the ground on an ornately carved stand of the same material. The lock was silver, though tarnished with age. At each end were the remains of silver handles, broken as if by some violent force. In the center of the lid was a mysterious monogram, also in silver. Catherine leaned over it and stared, but couldn't make it out clearly. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't convince herself that the last letter was a T, and yet the idea that it could be anything else here in this house was astonishing. If it hadn't originally belonged to the Tilneys, what strange chain of events could have brought it to them? Her fearful curiosity was growing stronger by the second. With trembling hands, she grabbed the hasp of the lock and decided she had to know what was inside, whatever the consequences. With some difficulty, as if something was working against her, she managed to lift the lid a few inches. But at that very moment, a sudden knock at the door startled her so badly that she let go, and the lid slammed shut with a jarring bang. The unwelcome visitor was Miss Tilney's maid, sent by her mistress to help Miss Morland get ready. Although Catherine sent her away immediately, the interruption snapped her back to what she was supposed to be doing and forced her, despite her desperate need to solve the mystery, to get on with dressing without any further delay. Her progress was slow, since her thoughts and her eyes kept drifting back to the chest. Though she didn't dare waste another moment on a second attempt, she couldn't bring herself to move far from it. Finally, having gotten one arm into her dress and her outfit nearly complete, she decided her curiosity had waited long enough and she could safely indulge it for just one moment. One moment surely was all she needed, and she would throw that lid open with such force that nothing short of supernatural powers could keep it shut. With that determination, she lunged forward, and her confidence was well placed. Her forceful effort threw back the lid and revealed to her astonished eyes a perfectly folded white cotton bedspread, sitting at one end of the chest in undisturbed possession of it. She was staring at it, still flushed with surprise, when Miss Tilney walked in, anxious that her friend wasn't ready yet. To the embarrassment of having spent several minutes nursing a ridiculous expectation was now added the humiliation of being caught in such a pointless search. "That's a curious old chest, isn't it?" said Miss Tilney, as Catherine quickly closed it and turned away to the mirror. "There's no telling how many generations it's been here. I don't know how it ended up in this room in the first place, but I've left it where it is because it occasionally comes in useful for storing hats and bonnets. The problem is that it's so heavy it's hard to open. At least tucked in that corner, it's out of the way." Catherine had no time to speak. She was simultaneously blushing, tying her dress, and making firm resolutions, all at top speed. Miss Tilney gently mentioned her worry that they were going to be late, and within half a minute they were both running downstairs together. With good reason to be alarmed, General Tilney was pacing the drawing room with his watch in hand, and the moment they walked in, he yanked the bell pull sharply and ordered, "Dinner to be on the table immediately." Catherine was shaken by the intensity in his voice and sat pale and breathless, feeling mortified, sorry for his children, and thoroughly sick of old chests. The general, recovering his manners when he glanced at Catherine, spent the rest of his time scolding his daughter for so thoughtlessly rushing her lovely guest, who was completely out of breath, when there had been absolutely no reason to hurry. But Catherine couldn't shake the double misery of having gotten her friend scolded and having made such a fool of herself, until they were finally and happily seated at the dinner table, where the general's pleasant smiles and her own healthy appetite restored her peace of mind. The dining room was a magnificent space, large enough to suit a drawing room far grander than the everyday one, and furnished with a level of luxury and expense that was largely wasted on Catherine's untrained eye. She mostly noticed how spacious it was and how many servants were attending them. She said as much out loud, and the general, looking very gracious, admitted that it wasn't a bad-sized room at all, and went on to confess that, though he cared as little about such things as most people, he did consider a generously proportioned dining room one of the basic necessities of life. He supposed, however, that she must have been used to far better rooms at Mr. Allen's. "Not at all," Catherine said honestly. Mr. Allen's dining room was barely half this size. She had never seen a room this large in her life. The general's good mood improved further. Well, since he had such rooms, he thought it would be foolish not to use them, though in all honesty, he suspected there might be more genuine comfort to be found in rooms half the size. Mr. Allen's house, he was quite sure, must be exactly the right size for real happiness. The evening passed without any further unpleasantness, and during the general's occasional absences, it was genuinely enjoyable. It was only when he was present that Catherine felt any tiredness from the journey, and even then, even in moments of tension or restraint, an underlying sense of contentment prevailed, and she could think of her friends in Bath without wishing for a moment that she were with them. The night turned stormy. The wind had been picking up in gusts all afternoon, and by the time the party broke up for the night, it was blowing and raining hard. As Catherine crossed the hall, she listened to the storm with a sense of awe, and when she heard it howl around a corner of the old building and slam a distant door shut with sudden force, she felt for the first time that she was truly in an abbey. Yes, these were the sounds that belonged here. They brought to mind countless frightening scenes and sinister events that such buildings had witnessed and such storms had announced. And she was deeply grateful for the far happier circumstances of her own arrival within these solemn walls. She had nothing to fear from midnight intruders or dangerous strangers. Henry had clearly been joking that morning. In a house this well-furnished and well-staffed, there was nothing to discover or to dread, and she could go to her bedroom just as safely as if it were her own room back in Fullerton. Having sensibly settled her nerves with these thoughts on her way upstairs, and especially reassured by the fact that Miss Tilney's room was only 2 doors from her own, she entered her bedroom with a reasonably steady heart. Her spirits lifted immediately at the sight of a cheerful wood fire blazing in the fireplace. "How much better this is," she said, walking over to the hearth. "How much better to find a fire already lit than to have to wait shivering in the cold until everyone else has gone to bed, the way so many poor girls have had to do, and then have some old servant scare you half to death by coming in with an armful of firewood. I'm so glad Northanger is what it is. If it had been like some other places, I don't know whether I could have kept my nerve on a night like this, but as things are, there's really nothing to be frightened of." She looked around the room. The window curtains seemed to be moving. It had to be the wind forcing its way through the gaps in the shutters. She walked boldly forward, humming a little tune to herself, checked behind each curtain without hesitation, found nothing alarming on either window seat, and pressing her hand against the shutter, felt the full force of the wind outside. A glance at the old chest as she turned away from her inspection wasn't entirely wasted either. It reminded her to be sensible and to dismiss the groundless fears of an overactive imagination, and she began getting ready for bed with perfectly happy indifference. She was in no hurry. She wasn't going to rush. She didn't care if she was the last one awake in the whole house, but she wouldn't build up the fire. That would feel cowardly, as though she needed the comfort of light after she was in bed. So the fire burned down, and Catherine, having taken the better part of an hour with her preparations, was just starting to think about climbing into bed when she took a final look around the room and noticed a tall, old-fashioned black cabinet that, despite being in a fairly prominent spot, had somehow escaped her attention until now. Henry's words, his description of the ebony cabinet that she would fail to notice at first, came rushing back to her at once. Of course, there couldn't be anything truly significant about it, but it was a remarkable coincidence and certainly a very odd one. She picked up her candle and took a closer look. It wasn't exactly ebony and gold. It was lacquered, black and yellow lacquer of the finest quality, and the yellow in the candlelight had very much the look of gold. The key was in the door, and she had a strange urge to open it, not with any real expectation of finding anything, but given what Henry had said, it seemed too peculiar to ignore. She simply couldn't sleep without checking, so setting her candle carefully on a chair, she grasped the key with an unsteady hand and tried to turn it. It refused to budge. Startled but not deterred, she tried the other direction. A bolt clicked and she thought she'd succeeded, but the door still wouldn't open. She paused, breathless with suspense. The wind roared down the chimney, the rain lashed against the windows, and everything around her seemed to echo the eeriness of her situation. But going to bed without settling this was out of the question. She would never sleep knowing the cabinet sat there, mysteriously locked, right next to her. She tried the key again, working it in every possible direction with the frantic determination of someone making one last desperate effort, and suddenly the door gave way. Her heart leaped with triumph. She threw open both panels of the door, the second secured only by simple bolts that presented no difficulty, and found herself looking at 2 rows of small drawers, with larger drawers above and below them. In the center was a small door, also locked with a key, almost certainly concealing something of importance. Catherine's heart was pounding, but her courage held. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and her eyes were wide as she grabbed the handle of a drawer and pulled it open. It was completely empty. With less anxiety and greater eagerness, she tried a second drawer, then a third, then a fourth. Each one was just as empty as the last. She searched every single one and found nothing in any of them. Well aware of the trick of building false bottoms into drawers, she ran her fingers carefully around the inside of each one, searching for a hidden lining, and found nothing. Only the compartment in the middle remained unexplored now. And although she had never truly expected to find anything in the cabinet and wasn't the least bit disappointed by her lack of success so far, it would be foolish to stop now without examining it thoroughly. It took her a while to get the inner door open, the same stubborn resistance she'd encountered with the outer lock, but at last it yielded, and this time her search was not in vain. Her sharp eyes fell immediately on a rolled-up paper pushed far back into the cavity, clearly hidden there deliberately. The feeling that swept over her was beyond description. Her heart fluttered, her knees shook, and the color drained from her face. With an unsteady hand, she seized the precious manuscript. A single glance was enough to confirm that it was covered in writing, and while she felt a shiver of awe at this striking proof of everything Henry had predicted, she resolved to read every single line before she allowed herself to rest. The dim light from her candle worried her. She turned to check it. There was no immediate danger of it going out. It had several hours left to burn. But wanting to see the writing as clearly as possible, she quickly trimmed the wick and snuffed it out completely. A lamp could not have gone out with more terrible effect. For a few moments, Catherine stood absolutely still with horror. It was done utterly and finally. Not even the faintest glow remained in the wick to offer any hope of relighting it. Total, impenetrable darkness filled the room. A violent blast of wind roared down the chimney at that exact moment, making everything worse. Catherine trembled from head to foot. In the silence that followed, the sound of retreating footsteps and the closing of a distant door reached her terrified ears. That was too much. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, the manuscript slipped from her hand, and she groped her way to the bed, threw herself in, and burrowed as deep under the covers as she could, desperate for some relief from the terror. Sleep, she was certain, was completely out of the question that night. With her curiosity so powerfully aroused and her nerves in such a state, rest was simply impossible. And the storm outside was so violent. She had never been frightened of wind before, but now every gust seemed to carry some dreadful message. The manuscript, found so miraculously, fulfilling that morning's prediction so perfectly, how could it be explained? What did it say? Who did it concern? How had it stayed hidden for so long? And how extraordinary that it should have been her fate to discover it. Until she had read every word, she could have neither peace nor comfort, and the moment the sun rose, she was determined to do exactly that. But there were so many long, tedious hours still to get through. She shuddered and tossed restlessly in her bed, envying everyone who was sleeping soundly. The storm still raged, and amid the noise of the wind came other sounds, stranger and more frightening, that made her sit up sharply again and again. At one moment, the curtains around her bed seemed to stir. At another, the lock of her door rattled, as if someone was trying to come in. Low, hollow sounds seemed to drift along the corridor outside, and more than once a distant moan sent the blood running cold in her veins. The hours crawled by. The weary Catherine heard 3 o'clock struck by every clock in the house before the storm finally died down, or before she unknowingly drifted off to sleep at last. Chapter 22. The housemaid threw open the window shutters at 8 o'clock the next morning, and that was the sound that woke Catherine. She opened her eyes, surprised they had ever been closed, and took in the cheerful scene around her, the fire already burning, bright morning sunlight replacing the storm of the night before. The moment she was fully conscious, she remembered the manuscript. She sprang out of bed just as the maid was leaving, eagerly gathered every scattered sheet that had fallen to the floor when the roll dropped, and rushed back to enjoy reading them against her pillow. She could see right away that she shouldn't expect a manuscript anywhere near as long as the ones she'd shuddered over in books, because the roll seemed to be nothing but small, loose sheets, altogether quite a small stack, much less than she'd first thought. Her eager eyes skimmed rapidly over a page. She froze. Could this be right? Were her senses playing tricks on her? What she saw appeared to be nothing more than a linen inventory, written in plain, ordinary handwriting. If she could trust her own eyes, she was holding a laundry list. She grabbed another sheet and found the same items with slight variations. A third, a fourth, a fifth, all the same. Shirts, stockings, cravats, and waistcoats on everyone. 2 others, written by the same hand, recorded expenses barely more interesting: letters, hair powder, shoelaces, and boot polish, and the larger sheet that had wrapped the rest around them. Its first cramped line read, "To Poultice Chestnut Mare, a farrier's bill." This was the collection of papers, left behind, she could now assume, by some careless servant in the place where she'd found them, that had filled her with such excitement and dread and stolen half her night's sleep. She wanted to sink into the floor with embarrassment. Hadn't the adventure of the chest already taught her a lesson? She caught a glimpse of it from where she lay, and it seemed to rise up in judgment against her. Nothing could be clearer now than how absurd her recent fantasies had been. To imagine that a manuscript from generations ago could have gone undiscovered in a room like that, so modern, so comfortably lived in, or that she would be the first person clever enough to unlock a cabinet whose key was available to everyone. How had she let herself get so carried away? God forbid Henry Tilney should ever find out how foolish she'd been. And it was largely his fault anyway. If the cabinet hadn't seemed to match his description of her adventures so perfectly, she would never have given it a second thought. That was the only comfort she could find. Desperate to get rid of those shameful pieces of paper scattered across her bed, she got up immediately, folded them back into roughly the same shape as before, returned them to their spot inside the cabinet, and fervently hoped that no unfortunate accident would ever bring them to light again and humiliate her, even in her own eyes. Still, she couldn't quite explain why the locks had been so hard to open before, when she could now manage them with complete ease. There was surely something mysterious about that, and she let herself enjoy the flattering thought for about half a minute, until it struck her that the door might have been unlocked from the start, and that she herself might have been the one to lock it. That cost her another blush. She got out of that room as quickly as she could, since every thought it produced was an unpleasant one, and made her way as fast as possible to the breakfast room that Miss Tilney had pointed out to her the evening before. Henry was alone in it, and his immediate expression of hope that she hadn't been disturbed by the storm, with a knowing reference to the character of the building they were staying in, was rather uncomfortable. She would have done anything in the world to keep him from suspecting her foolishness, yet she couldn't bring herself to lie outright, and was forced to admit that the wind had kept her awake a little. "But what a beautiful morning we have after it," she added, wanting to change the subject. "Storms and sleepless nights are nothing once they're over. What gorgeous hyacinths, I've just learned to love them. And how did you learn? By accident or by reasoning? Your sister taught me, I can't quite explain how. Mrs. Allen tried year after year to make me like them, but I never could until I saw some the other day in Milsom Street. Flowers have never really moved me one way or the other. But now you love a hyacinth. All the better for you. You've gained a new source of pleasure, and it's good to have as many things that make you happy as possible. Besides, an appreciation for flowers is always useful for someone of your sex. It gets you outside and tempts you into more exercise than you might otherwise take. And though the love of a hyacinth may be a rather domestic feeling, who's to say that once you've developed the sentiment, you might not in time come to love a rose? But I don't need any such hobby to get me outdoors. The pleasure of walking and breathing fresh air is enough for me, in good whether I'm outside more than half the time. Mama says I'm never in the house. In any case, I'm glad you've learned to love a hyacinth. The simple habit of learning to love something is the point, and an openness to learning is a wonderful quality in a young woman. Does my sister have an enjoyable way of teaching? Catherine was spared the awkwardness of answering by the general entering the room. His smiling pleasantries made clear he was in a happy mood, but his gentle remark about rising early in sympathy with her did nothing to settle her nerves. When they sat down at the table, the elegance of the breakfast set caught Catherine's eye, and it turned out, luckily, to have been the general's own choice. He was delighted by her appreciation of his taste, admitted the set was neat and simple, said he felt it right to support his country's manufacturers, and declared that as far as his own modest palate was concerned, tea tasted just as good from Staffordshire clay as from Dresden or Sevres. But this particular set was quite old, purchased 2 years ago. The quality of English manufacture had improved considerably since then. He'd seen some beautiful pieces on his last visit to London, and if he'd had any vanity of that kind, he might have been tempted to order a new one. He hoped, however, that an occasion to select one might not be too far off, though not for himself. Catherine was probably the only person at the table who didn't catch his meaning. Shortly after breakfast, Henry left them for Woodston, where business required him and would keep him for 2 or 3 days. They all gathered in the hall to watch him mount his horse, and the moment they returned to the breakfast room, Catherine crossed to a window hoping to catch one last glimpse of him. "This is rather a heavy demand on your brother's fortitude," the general remarked to Alina. "Woodston will have a rather gloomy look today." "Is it a pretty place?" asked Catherine. "What do you say, Alina? Give us your opinion. Ladies are best qualified to judge what appeals to other ladies, in places as in people. I think even the most impartial eye would have to admit it has a great deal to recommend it. The house stands among fine meadows facing southeast, with an excellent kitchen garden in the same aspect. I built and stocked the walls surrounding it myself about 10 years ago, for my son's benefit. It's a family living, Miss Morland, and since most of the property there is my own, you may trust that I've made sure it's a good one. If Henry's income depended solely on that living, he would be perfectly well provided for. It may seem odd, perhaps, that with only 2 younger children, I should consider any profession necessary for him, and there are certainly moments when we would all wish him free from every professional obligation. But though I may not quite convince you young ladies of this, I'm sure your father, Miss Morland, would agree with me that it's wise to give every young man some occupation. The money is beside the point, that's not what matters, but having work to do, that's everything. Even Frederick, my eldest, who will likely inherit as considerable a landed estate as any private gentleman in the county, has his profession." The persuasive force of this last point was exactly what he'd hoped for. The lady's silence proved it beyond argument. There had been some mention the previous evening of showing Catherine over the house, and the general now offered to be her guide. Although Catherine had hoped to explore it with only his daughter for company, it was too appealing a prospect under any circumstances not to accept gladly. She had already been at the Abbey for 18 hours and had seen only a handful of its rooms. The needlework box she had just leisurely drawn out was snapped shut with happy haste, and she was ready to follow him within moments. After they had toured the house, he added that he looked forward to accompanying her through the shrubberies and garden as well. She curtsied her agreement. But perhaps, he suggested, she might prefer to start with the garden. The weather was fine at the moment, and at this time of year it was very uncertain whether it would stay that way. Which would she prefer? He was entirely at her service. Which did his daughter think would best suit her friend's wishes, but he thought he could tell. Yes, he was quite sure he could read in Miss Morland's eyes a sensible desire to make the most of the present fine weather. When had she ever judged wrongly? The Abbey would always be there, safe and dry. He deferred completely, and would go and fetch his hat and join them immediately. He left the room, and Catherine turned to Miss Tilney with a worried, apologetic expression, beginning to say she was sorry he was taking them outside against his own inclination, just to please her. But Miss Tilney stopped her, saying with a slight awkwardness, I think it really will be wisest to take advantage of the morning while it's so lovely. And please don't worry on my father's account. He always goes out for a walk at this time of day. Catherine wasn't quite sure what to make of that. Why had Miss Tilney seemed embarrassed? Could the general have any reluctance to show her around the abbey? The suggestion had been his own idea. And wasn't it strange that he always took his walk so early? Her father never did, and neither did Mr. Allen. It was really quite frustrating. She was desperate to see the house and had almost no interest in the grounds at all. If only Henry had been with them, but as it was, she wouldn't even know what was picturesque when she saw it. These were her thoughts, though she kept them to herself and put on her bonnet in quiet resignation. She was struck, however, far beyond what she'd expected, by the grandeur of the abbey when she saw it for the first time from the lawn. The entire building enclosed a large courtyard, and two sides of the quadrangle, richly decorated with Gothic ornaments, stood forward and demanded admiration. The rest was screened by clusters of ancient trees and lush plantings, and the steep, wooded hills rising behind to shelter it were beautiful even in the bare month of March. Catherine had seen nothing to compare with it, and her feelings of delight were so strong that without waiting for any encouragement, she burst out in open wonder and praise. The general listened with grateful agreement, and it seemed as though his own sense of Northanger's worth had been waiting for that very moment to be confirmed. The kitchen garden was to be admired next, and he led the way across a portion of the park. The number of acres it contained was more than Catherine could hear without a feeling of awe, more than double the combined size of Mr. Allen's garden and her father's, including the churchyard and orchard. The walls seemed beyond counting, their length without end. A whole village of greenhouses seemed to have sprung up among them, and an entire parish appeared to be at work inside the enclosure. The general was flattered by her look of astonishment, which told him almost as clearly as he soon pressed her to say in words that she had never seen gardens to equal these, and he then modestly allowed that, without any particular ambition on the subject, and without making any great point of it, he did believe them to be unrivaled in the country. If he had one passion, it was that. He loved a garden. Though he was fairly indifferent about food in most respects, he did love good fruit, or if he didn't, his friends and children certainly did. There were great frustrations, however, in maintaining a garden of this kind. The greatest care couldn't always protect the most valuable crops. The pineapple house had produced only 100 in the past year. Mr. Allen, he supposed, must experience the same difficulties. No, not at all. Mr. Allen didn't care about the garden and never went into it. With a triumphant smile of self-satisfaction, the general said he wished he could say the same, for he never set foot in his without finding something that fell short of his vision and vexed him. How did Mr. Allen manage his succession houses? He asked, describing his own as they walked through them. Mr. Allen had only one small greenhouse, which Mrs. Allen used for her plants in winter, and a fire was lit in it every now and then. "He's a fortunate man," said the general, with an expression of very satisfied contempt. After leading her into every section and along every wall until she was thoroughly tired of looking and marveling, he finally let the girls slip out through a side door. Then, expressing a wish to check on some recent changes to the tea-house, he proposed extending their walk there a little if Miss Morland wasn't too tired. "But where are you going, Alina? Why are you choosing that cold, damp path? Miss Morland will get wet. Our best route is across the park." "This is such a favorite walk of mine," said Miss Tilney, "that I always think it the best and most direct way, though perhaps it is a bit damp." It was a narrow, winding path through a dense grove of ancient Scotch firs, and Catherine, struck by its shadowy atmosphere and eager to explore it, could not be deterred even by the general's disapproval. He saw her inclination, and having urged the argument of her health once more without success, was too polite to object further. He excused himself from joining them, however. The direct sunlight was not particularly welcome to him, and he would meet them by another route. He turned away, and Catherine was startled to find how much her spirits lifted the moment he was gone. The relief, being more real than the shock, did it no harm, and she began to speak with easy cheerfulness about the delightful melancholy such a grove inspired. "I'm especially fond of this spot," said her companion with a quiet sigh. "It was my mother's favorite walk." Catherine had never heard Mrs. Tilney mentioned in the family before, and the emotion stirred by this tender memory showed immediately in her changed expression and in the attentive silence with which she waited to hear more. "I used to walk here with her so often," Alina continued, "though I never loved it then the way I've loved it since. At the time I used to wonder why she chose it, but the memory of her makes it dear to me now." And shouldn't it, Catherine thought, make it dear to her husband as well? Yet the general had refused to enter it. Miss Tilney fell silent, and Catherine ventured to say, "Her death must have been a terrible loss." "A terrible and lasting one," the other replied in a low voice. "I was only 13 when it happened, and though I felt it as deeply as anyone that young could, I couldn't understand at the time how great a loss it truly was." She paused for a moment, then added with quiet steadiness, "I have no sister, and though my brothers are very loving, and Henry is here a great deal, for which I'm truly grateful, it's impossible for me not to feel lonely much of the time. Of course you must miss him terribly. A mother would always have been there. A mother would have been a constant companion. Her influence would have been unlike anything else. Was she a wonderful woman? Was she beautiful? Was there a portrait of her anywhere in the Abbey? And why had she been so drawn to that particular grove? Was it from a sad or melancholy spirit? These questions came pouring out one after another. The first 3 received a ready yes, the last 2 were passed over in silence, and Catherine's fascination with the late Mrs. Tilney only grew with each question, whether answered or not. She was convinced the woman had been unhappy in her marriage. The general had clearly been an unkind husband. He hadn't loved his wife's walk. Could he therefore have loved his wife? And besides, handsome as he was, there was something in the set of his features that suggested he had not treated her well. "Her portrait, I suppose," said Catherine, blushing at the craftiness of her own question, "hangs in your father's room?" "No, it was intended for the drawing room, but my father wasn't satisfied with the painting, and for some time it had no place. Shortly after her death, I claimed it for myself and hung it in my bedroom, where I'd be happy to show it to you. It's a very good likeness." Here was more evidence. A portrait, a very good likeness, of a dead wife not valued by her husband. He must have been dreadfully cruel to her. Catherine no longer tried to hide from herself the nature of the feelings he had stirred in her, in spite of all his attentiveness. What had been unease and dislike before was now outright aversion. Yes, aversion. His cruelty to such a wonderful woman made him repulsive to her. She had read about characters like this many times. Characters Mr. Allen had always dismissed as unnatural and exaggerated, but here was living proof to the contrary. She had just settled this point in her mind when the end of the path brought them face to face with the general, and despite all her righteous indignation, she found herself once again obliged to walk beside him, listen to him, and even smile when he smiled. No longer able to take any pleasure in her surroundings, she soon began to walk with a heavy step. The general noticed it, and with a concern for her health that seemed to reproach her for her opinion of him, he urged most insistently that his daughter take her back to the house. He would follow them in a quarter of an hour. They parted again, but Alina was called back within half a minute to receive firm instructions not to take her friend on a tour of the Abbey until he returned. This second sign of his determination to delay what Catherine so desperately wanted to see struck her as very suspicious indeed. Chapter 23. An hour passed before the general came in, an hour that his young guests spent forming a distinctly unfavorable opinion of him. This prolonged absence, these solitary wanderings, didn't suggest a man at peace with himself or free from guilt. He finally appeared, and whatever dark thoughts had been occupying him, he could still manage a smile. Miss Tilney, sensing her friend's curiosity to see the house, quickly brought the subject back up. To Catherine's surprise, her father had no excuse to delay further, beyond taking 5 minutes to order refreshments to be ready in the room by the time they returned, and at last he was ready to lead the tour. They set off. With an air of grandeur and a dignified stride that certainly caught the eye, though it did nothing to dispel the doubts of the well-read Catherine, he led them across the hall, through the common drawing-room and a pointless antechamber, into a room that was magnificent both in size and furnishings, the real drawing-room reserved only for guests of distinction. It was very noble, very grand, very impressive. That was about all Catherine could say, since her untrained eye could barely make out the color of the satin. Any detailed or meaningful praise was supplied entirely by the general himself. The cost or elegance of a room's decor meant nothing to her. She had no interest in furniture made any later than the 15th century. Once the general had satisfied his own curiosity by closely examining every familiar ornament, they moved on to the library, a room of equal magnificence in its own way, housing a book collection that even a modest man might have viewed with pride. Catherine listened, admired, and marveled with more genuine feeling than before, absorbing all she could from this storehouse of knowledge by skimming the titles on half a shelf, and was ready to move on. But the house didn't seem to keep pace with her expectations. Large as the building was, she had already seen most of it. When she was told that, including the kitchen, the 6 or 7 rooms she'd just visited made up 3 sides of the courtyard, she could barely believe it and couldn't quite shake the feeling that there were many more rooms hidden somewhere. It was some comfort, at least, that they were heading back to the everyday rooms by passing through a few lesser ones overlooking the courtyard, connected by occasional passageways that weren't entirely straightforward. She was further soothed along the way by being told she was walking through what had once been a cloister. Traces of the old cells were pointed out to her, and she noticed several doors that were neither opened nor explained. She found herself passing through a billiard room and then the general's private rooms without quite understanding how they connected, and without being able to retrace her steps if she tried. Finally, she passed through a small dark room that clearly belonged to Henry, scattered with his books, guns, and overcoats. From the dining room, which, though they had already seen it, and would see it again at 5 o'clock, the general couldn't resist pacing out its full length for Miss Morland's benefit, informing her of something she neither doubted nor cared about. They then moved quickly through to the kitchen, the old convent kitchen, rich with its thick ancient walls and the smoke of centuries past, and equally equipped with the modern stoves and warming closets of the present day. The general's improving hand had clearly been busy here. Every modern device to ease the work of the cooks had been installed in this spacious workspace, and where the ingenuity of others had fallen short, his own had often supplied the solution. His improvements to this room alone could have earned him a place among the great benefactors of the convent at any time in history. The kitchen walls marked the end of all that was ancient about the abbey. The 4th side of the quadrangle had been in such a state of decay that the general's father had it demolished and replaced with a new structure. Everything venerable ended there. The new building was not only new, it announced itself as such. Intended purely for practical use and enclosed at the back by stable yards, no attempt had been made to match the architecture of the rest. Catherine could have raged against whoever had swept away what must have been worth more than everything else combined, all for the sake of household practicality. She would gladly have been spared the humiliation of touring rooms so stripped of their former glory, but the general allowed no such escape. If he had one vanity, it was in how his service quarters were organized. Convinced that a person of Miss Morland's sensibility would always appreciate seeing the comforts and conveniences provided for those who worked beneath her, he made no apology for leading her on. They took a quick tour of everything, and Catherine was genuinely impressed, beyond what she'd expected, by the sheer number of rooms and how well designed they were. Functions that were handled at Fullerton by a few cramped pantries and a bare scullery were managed here in proper dedicated spaces, roomy and well laid out. The number of servants constantly appearing struck her just as much as the number of the rooms themselves. Wherever they went, some girl in wooden pattens stopped to curtsy, or a footman in his shirt sleeves ducked out of sight. And yet this was an abbey. How completely different from anything she had read about, from the abbeys and castles in novels where, despite being far larger than Northanger, all the household work was supposedly done by no more than 2 pairs of female hands. How they ever managed had often puzzled Mrs. Allen, and now that Catherine saw what was actually required, she was beginning to be puzzled herself. They returned to the hall so that the main staircase could be properly admired, its fine wood and richly carved ornaments duly pointed out, and at the top they turned in the opposite direction from the gallery where Catherine's room was. They entered a gallery of the same design, but longer and wider. She was shown in succession 3 large bedrooms with their dressing rooms, fitted out with complete luxury and taste. Everything that money and good taste could do to make rooms comfortable and elegant had been done, and since they had been furnished within the last 5 years, they were perfect in every way that would generally please, and lacking in everything that would have pleased Catherine. As they were looking over the last room, the general, after casually mentioning a few notable guests who had stayed there over the years, turned to Catherine with a smile and ventured to express his hope that in future, some of the first guests to enjoy these rooms might be our friends from Fullerton. She felt the unexpected compliment warmly and deeply regretted that it was impossible to think well of a man who was so genuinely kind to her and so courteous to her entire family. The gallery ended in a pair of folding doors, which Miss Tilney stepped forward to open. She passed through and appeared about to do the same with the first door on the left, leading into another long stretch of gallery, and the general hurried forward and called her back, Sharply, Catherine thought, almost angrily, demanding where she was going. Was there anything more worth seeing? Hadn't Miss Morland already seen everything of interest? And surely her friend could use some refreshment after so much walking. Miss Tilney stepped back immediately, and the heavy doors swung shut on a mortified Catherine. In the brief moment before they closed, she had glimpsed a narrower passage beyond, more numerous doors, and what looked like the beginning of a winding staircase. She felt certain she had just been on the verge of finding something genuinely worth her attention. As she reluctantly walked back along the gallery, she knew she would rather have been allowed to explore that end of the house than see all the splendor of everything else combined. The general's obvious desire to prevent any such exploration only made her more curious. Something was definitely being hidden. Her imagination, though it had gotten carried away once or twice recently, couldn't be misleading her here. And what that something was seemed to be hinted at by a quiet remark from Miss Tilney, spoken as they followed the general downstairs at a slight distance. "I was going to take you into what was my mother's room, the room in which she died." Just those few words, but they told Catherine everything. It was no wonder the general would recoil from anything connected to that room. It was almost certainly a room he had never entered since the dreadful day his suffering wife had died there and left him to the torment of a guilty conscience. When she next had a moment alone with Aline, Catherine ventured to express her wish to see that room, as well as all the rest of that side of the house. Aline promised to take her there whenever they could find a convenient time. Catherine understood perfectly. The general would need to be away from home before that room could be entered. "It's still the same as it was, I suppose," she said with feeling. "Yes, entirely. And how long ago did your mother die?" "She's been dead 9 years. 9 years, Catherine knew, was nothing compared to how long such things usually took, how long a wronged wife's room typically sat untouched before anyone thought to put it in order. "You were with her at the end, I suppose." "No," said Miss Tilney, sighing. "I was away from home, unfortunately. Her illness came on suddenly and didn't last long. By the time I arrived, it was all over." Catherine felt a chill run through her at the dreadful implications those words naturally suggested. Could it be possible? Could Henry's father? And yet how many examples existed to justify even the darkest suspicions? That evening, as she sat working with her friend, she watched the general pace slowly back and forth across the drawing room for a full hour, silent and absorbed in thought, his eyes downcast and his brow furrowed. She felt there could be no doubt. It was the bearing and posture of a Montoni. What could more clearly reveal the gloomy workings of a mind not entirely dead to conscience, tormented by a private review of past crimes? The poor man. Her anxious attention kept drifting back to him so repeatedly that Miss Tilney noticed. "My father often walks about the room like this," she whispered. "It's nothing unusual." So much the worse, thought Catherine. Such restless pacing at this hour was of a piece with his strange early morning walks and boded nothing good. The evening dragged on, its monotony and apparent length making her feel keenly how much Henry's presence would have improved it, and she was thoroughly relieved when it was time to go to bed. It was a look from the general, not meant for her eyes, that sent his daughter to ring the bell. When the butler moved to light his master's candle, however, he was waved off. The general was not going to bed. "I have a great many pamphlets to get through," he said to Catherine, "before I can close my eyes. I may well be poring over the affairs of the nation for hours after you're asleep. Can either of us be more usefully employed? My eyes will be straining for the good of others, while yours are resting up for future mischief." But neither the explanation he offered nor the elaborate compliment could stop Catherine from thinking that some very different purpose must account for such a serious delay in getting to bed. Being kept up for hours after the household had retired, reading pamphlets? Hardly likely. There had to be a deeper reason. Something needed to be done that could only be done while the house was asleep. And the conclusion that followed almost inevitably was that Mrs. Tilney was still alive, locked away for reasons unknown, receiving nothing but coarse food delivered each night by her merciless husband. Horrible as the idea was, it was at least preferable to murder, since in the natural course of things she would eventually be set free. The sudden onset of her supposed illness, the absence of her daughter, and probably her other children, at the time, all of it supported the theory of imprisonment. The reason behind it, jealousy, perhaps, or simple cruelty, had yet to be uncovered. Turning these thoughts over in her mind as she undressed, it suddenly struck her as quite possible that she might that very morning have passed close to the spot where this unfortunate woman was being held. She might have been within a few feet of the cell where she was wasting away. What part of the abbey could be better suited to such a purpose than the section that still bore traces of its original monastic divisions? In the high-arched stone-paved passage she had already walked through with a sense of particular unease, she remembered clearly the doors the general had offered no explanation for. Where might those doors lead? In support of this theory, it also occurred to her that the forbidden gallery, where the apartments of the unfortunate Mrs. Tilney were located, must be, as best she could recall, directly above that suspected row of cells, and the staircase she had caught a brief glimpse of beside those apartments, which presumably connected by some hidden means to the cells below, would have made it easy for her husband to carry out his cruel scheme. Down that staircase she might have been carried, rendered unconscious by some carefully prepared means. Catherine sometimes caught herself startled by the boldness of her own suspicions, and at times half hoped or half feared that she had gone too far, but they were supported by so many signs that she couldn't dismiss them. Since the wing of the quadrangle where she imagined the crime was being committed lay, she believed, directly opposite her own room, it occurred to her that if she watched carefully, she might see the faint glow of the general's lamp through the lower windows as he made his way to his wife's prison. Twice before she got into bed, she slipped quietly from her room to the corresponding window in the gallery to look. But outside all was dark, and it was probably still too early. The various sounds from around the house told her the servants were still up. It would be pointless to watch before midnight, she decided. But then, once the clock had struck 12 and the house had fallen silent, she would, if the darkness didn't completely unnerve her, slip out and look one more time. The clock struck 12, and Catherine had been sound asleep for half an hour. Chapter 24. The next day offered no chance for the planned exploration of the mysterious rooms. It was Sunday, and the general spent all the time between morning and afternoon services either walking outside or eating cold meat at home. As curious as Catherine was, she didn't have the nerve to explore the rooms after dinner, not in the fading evening light between 6 and 7, and certainly not by the weak, unreliable glow of a lamp. The day passed without anything to stir her imagination, except for the sight of an elegant memorial to Mrs. Tilney, which stood directly facing the family pew. Her eyes locked onto it immediately and stayed there, reading the overwrought epitaph, in which the inconsolable husband credited his wife with every possible virtue. This same husband who must have been responsible for her destruction in some way, moved her to tears. That the general could have erected such a monument and still bring himself to face it was perhaps not so strange, yet the fact that he could sit so calmly within sight of it, looking so composed and untroubled, even daring to set foot in the church at all, seemed extraordinary to Catherine. Though, of course, there was no shortage of examples of people equally hardened in their guilt. She could think of dozens who had persisted in every kind of vice, moving from one crime to the next, killing whoever they chose without the slightest flicker of humanity or remorse, until a violent death or a religious retreat brought their dark careers to an end. The existence of the monument itself did nothing to shake her doubts about Mrs. Tilney's actual death. Even if she were to go down into the family vault where her remains were supposedly laid to rest, even if she were to see the coffin in which they were said to lie, what would that prove? Catherine had read enough to know perfectly well how easily a wax figure could be substituted and a fake funeral staged. The following morning looked more promising. The general's early walk, inconvenient in every other way, worked in her favor here, and as soon as she knew he was out of the house, she went straight to Miss Tilney and reminded her of her promise. Elinor was happy to oblige, and Catherine, reminding her of another promise as they went, led them first to the portrait in her bedroom. It showed a very lovely woman with a gentle, thoughtful expression, which matched Catherine's expectations so far, but not entirely, since she had expected to find features, hair, and a complexion that were the very image of Henry's, or at least Elinor's. In every portrait she had ever thought about, the resemblance between mother and child was always clear. Once a face was painted, it was passed down through generations. Here, though, she had to look carefully and search hard to find any resemblance at all. Despite this disappointment, she studied the portrait with deep emotion and would have been reluctant to leave it, had something even more compelling not awaited her. Her agitation as they entered the great gallery made conversation impossible. She could only glance at her companion. Elinor's expression was sad but composed, the composure of someone long accustomed to everything gloomy that surrounded them. Again they passed through the folding doors. Again Elinor's hand was on the important lock, and Catherine, barely able to breathe, was turning to carefully close the doors behind her, when at the far end of the gallery, the figure she dreaded most appeared, the general himself. At that same moment, he called out Aliner's name in his loudest voice, which rang through the building, alerting his daughter to his presence and sending wave after wave of terror through Catherine. Her first instinct had been to hide when she spotted him, though she could hardly hope to have escaped his notice. When Aliner shot her an apologetic look and hurried past to join her father before disappearing with him, Catherine fled to her own room, locked herself in, and was convinced she would never have the courage to go downstairs again. She stayed there for at least an hour, deeply distressed, agonizing over her poor friend's situation and expecting the general to summon her to his apartments at any moment. No summons came, however, and eventually, when she saw a carriage pull up to the Abbey, she felt brave enough to go down and face him under the cover of visitors. The breakfast room was full of company, and the general introduced her to them as his daughter's friend in such a gracious, complimentary tone that it so thoroughly masked whatever anger he might have felt that she felt reasonably sure of her safety, at least for now. And Aliner, with a composure that reflected well on her loyalty to her father, found an early moment to say quietly to her, "My father only wanted me to answer a note," which gave Catherine hope that either the general hadn't noticed her at all, or that for some reason he was willing to let her believe he hadn't. On that assumption, she dared to remain in his presence after the company left, and nothing happened to disturb it. Reflecting on the morning's events, she made up her mind to attempt the forbidden room again, this time alone. It would be far better in every way if Aliner knew nothing about it. Dragging her friend into the risk of being caught a second time, or bringing her into a room that would only cause her heartache, was not something a true friend would do. Whatever the general's anger might mean for Catherine herself, it could mean far worse for his own daughter. Besides, she felt the investigation would be more thorough without company. It would be impossible to explain to Aliner the suspicions that she had, in all likelihood, been fortunately spared until now. And Catherine couldn't very well, in Aliner's presence, search for proof of the general's cruelty. Proof she was still certain she would find somewhere, in the form of a fragmentary journal written to the very last. She now knew the way to the room perfectly well, and since she wanted to get it done before Henry returned, expected the next day, there was no time to waste. The day was bright, her courage high. At 4 o'clock the sun was still well above the horizon, and all it would require was retiring to dress half an hour earlier than usual. She did it, and Catherine found herself alone in the gallery before the clock had finished striking. This was no time to hesitate. She hurried forward, slipped through the folding doors as quietly as possible, and without pausing to look or breathe, rushed straight to the door in question. The lock turned easily in her hand, and fortunately without any grinding sound that might alert anyone. She tiptoed in. The room lay before her, but she stood frozen for several minutes before she could take another step. What she saw rooted her to the spot and shook her to the core. She saw a large, well-proportioned room, a handsome dimity bed, neatly arranged as if kept ready by a careful housekeeper, a gleaming bath stove, mahogany wardrobes, and freshly painted chairs, all bathed in warm afternoon sunlight pouring cheerfully through 2 sash windows facing west. Catherine had been bracing herself for something to work on her feelings, and work on them it did. First came astonishment and disbelief, quickly followed by a sobering flash of common sense that brought a bitter wave of shame. She couldn't be wrong about the room, but how completely wrong she had been about everything else. About what Miss Tilney had meant, about her own assumptions. This room, which she had imagined to be ancient and forbidding, turned out to be part of a wing the general's own father had built. There were 2 other doors in the room, probably leading to dressing closets, but she had no desire to open either. Would Mrs. Tilney's last veil still be hanging somewhere, or the last book she had read still lying open, to tell what nothing else was permitted to whisper? No. Whatever the general's crimes might be, he was clearly too clever to leave anything around that could be used against him. She was done with exploring and wanted nothing more than to get back to her own room, where only she would know the full extent of her foolishness. She was on the point of slipping out as quietly as she had come in when the sound of footsteps, she couldn't quite tell where, made her stop and tremble. Being found there even by a servant would be bad enough, but by the general, who always seemed to appear at the worst possible moment, it would be far worse. She listened, the sound had stopped, and deciding not to waste a second, she passed through and closed the door. At that instant, a door below was flung open and someone came up the stairs at a quick, light pace, stairs that she still had to pass to reach the gallery. She couldn't move. With a vague but powerful feeling of dread, she fixed her eyes on the staircase, and in a few moments Henry came into view. Mr. Tilney, she exclaimed with an astonishment she couldn't disguise. He looked equally surprised. Good God, she went on, not registering what he'd said. How did you get here? How did you come up that staircase? How did I come up that staircase? He replied, clearly puzzled. Because it's the quickest way from the stable yard to my room. Why wouldn't I come up it? Catherine caught herself, flushed deeply, and said nothing. He seemed to be searching her face for an explanation that she wasn't offering. She moved toward the gallery. And may I ask in return, he said, pushing back the folding doors, how you came to be here. This passage is at least as unusual a route from the breakfast parlor to your room as that staircase is from the stables to mine. I've been, said Catherine, looking down, to see your mother's room. My mother's room? Is there something unusual to see there? No, nothing at all. I thought you weren't coming back until tomorrow. I didn't expect to be able to return sooner when I left, but 3 hours ago I was pleased to find there was nothing keeping me. You look pale. I'm afraid I frightened you running up those stairs so fast. Perhaps you didn't know, weren't aware, that they connect to the commonly used part of the house? No, I wasn't. You must have had a lovely day for your ride. Very. And does a leaner leave you to find your way into every room in the house on your own? Oh, no, she showed me most of it on Saturday, and we were on our way to these very rooms, but only, she lowered her voice, your father was with us. And that stopped you, he said, watching her carefully. Have you looked into all the rooms in that passage? No, I only wanted to see, isn't it getting late? I should go and dress. It's only 4:15, he showed her his watch, and you're not in Bath now. No theater, no assembly rooms to get ready for. Half an hour at Northanger should be plenty. She couldn't argue with that, and so let herself be kept there, though her fear of more questions made her, for the first time in their acquaintance, wish she could leave him. They walked slowly along the gallery. Have you had any letter from Bath since I last saw you? No, and I'm very surprised. Isabella promised faithfully to write straight away. Promised faithfully? A faithful promise? That puzzles me. I've heard of a faithful performance, but a faithful promise. The faithfulness of promising, it's a quality hardly worth admiring since it can deceive and cause you pain. My mother's room is very comfortable, isn't it? Large and bright, and the dressing closet so well arranged. It's always struck me as the pleasantest room in the house, and I've often wondered why Alina doesn't make it her own. I suppose she sent you to look at it. No, it was entirely your own idea. Catherine said nothing. After a short silence, during which he had been watching her closely, he added, since there's nothing remarkable about the room itself, this must have come from a feeling of respect for my mother's memory, based on what Alina has told you, which does her great credit. I believe the world never saw a better woman. But it's rare that quiet virtue inspires such devotion. The modest, private goodness of someone you never knew doesn't often produce the kind of deep, reverent tenderness that would bring you to her room like this. Alina has talked about her quite a lot, I suppose. Yes, quite a lot. That is, no, not a great deal, but what she did say was very moving. The fact that she died so suddenly, spoken slowly and with hesitation, and none of you being at home, and your father, I thought, perhaps hadn't been very fond of her. And from those circumstances, he replied, his sharp eyes fixed on hers, you perhaps suspect some negligence, some, she shook her head involuntarily, or perhaps something even less forgivable. She looked up at him more directly than she ever had before. My mother's illness, he continued, the attack that ended in her death was sudden. The condition itself, a bilious fever, was one she had suffered from before and therefore constitutional in origin. On the third day, as soon as she could be persuaded, a physician attended her, a well-respected man in whom she had always had full confidence. When he judged her to be in danger, 2 more doctors were called the following day and remained in almost constant attendance for 24 hours. She died on the 5th day. During the course of her illness, Frederick and I, we were both at home, saw her repeatedly, and can say from our own observation that she received every possible care that love and her position in life could provide. Poor Alina was away, and so far that she only returned in time to see her mother in her coffin. But your father, said Catherine, was he grieved? Very much for a time. You were wrong to assume he wasn't attached to her. He loved her, I'm convinced, as much as he was capable of. We don't all have the same depth of feeling, as you know, and I won't pretend that while she lived she didn't often have a great deal to put up with. But though his temperament hurt her, his judgment never did. He truly valued her, and if his grief didn't last forever, it was genuine at the time of her death. I'm very glad, said Catherine. It would have been dreadful otherwise. If I understand you correctly, you had imagined something so terrible that I can barely find words for it. Dear Miss Morland, please think about what you've been suspecting. What have you been basing this on? Think about the country and the time we live in. Remember that we are English, that we are Christians. Trust your own judgment, your own sense of what's plausible, your own observations of everyday life. Does our upbringing prepare people for such horrors? Do our laws allow them? Could such things happen without being discovered in a country like this, where people are so connected, where every man is surrounded by neighbors who notice everything, where roads and newspapers make every secret impossible to keep? Dearest Miss Morland, what on earth have you been thinking? They had reached the end of the gallery, and with tears of shame, she ran off to her own room. Chapter 25. The romantic fantasies were over. Catherine was completely back to reality. Henry's words, brief as they had been, had done more to open her eyes to how wildly she'd been imagining things than all her previous disappointments combined. She was deeply, painfully humiliated. She cried bitterly. It wasn't just herself she'd let herself down in front of Henry. Her foolishness, which now felt almost criminal, had been laid bare before him, and he would surely despise her forever. The freedom her imagination had taken with his father's character, could he ever forgive that? The absurdity of her fears and suspicions, could they ever be forgotten? She hated herself more than she could put into words. She thought he had, once or twice before this terrible morning, shown something like affection for her. But now, in short, she made herself as miserable as possible for about half an hour, then went downstairs when the clock struck 5, heartbroken, and could barely give Alina a coherent answer when she asked if she was all right. The dreaded Henry followed her into the room soon after, and the only change in his behavior toward her was that he paid her somewhat more attention than usual. Catherine had never needed comfort more, and he seemed to sense it. The evening passed with no lessening of this gentle kindness, and her spirits gradually settled into a quiet calm. She didn't learn to forget what had happened or make excuses for it, but she learned to hope it would never go any further, and that it might not cost her Henry's respect entirely. With her thoughts still mostly fixed on what she had felt and done out of such groundless terror, it soon became perfectly clear to her that it had all been a self-created delusion. Every minor detail blown out of proportion by an imagination determined to be alarmed, everything twisted to fit a single narrative by a mind that, before she'd ever arrived at the Abbey, had been hungry to be frightened. She remembered the feelings with which she had prepared herself to discover Northanger's secrets. She could see that the obsession had taken root long before she left Bath, and it seemed as though the whole thing could be traced back to the kind of novel she'd been reading there. Charming as all of Mrs. Radcliffe's works were, and charming as the works of her imitators were too, they were perhaps not the best guide to human nature, at least not in the English Midlands. The Alps and Pyrenees, with their pine forests and their villains, might be faithfully portrayed in those pages, and Italy, Switzerland, and the south of France might indeed be as full of horrors as those books suggested. Catherine didn't dare question what lay beyond her own country, and even within England, if pushed, she would have conceded the northern and western edges. But in the heart of England, surely even an unloved wife had some protection in the laws of the land and the customs of the age. Murder was not tolerated, servants were not slaves, and neither poison nor sleeping draughts could be bought as easily as rhubarb from any pharmacist. Perhaps among the Alps and Pyrenees there were no complex characters. Perhaps there, anyone who wasn't pure as an angel might have the soul of a devil. But England was different. Among the English, she believed, most people were a mixture of good and bad in varying degrees. With this in mind, she wouldn't be surprised if even Henry and Alina Tilney turned out to have some small flaw. And with this same understanding, she didn't need to shy away from acknowledging certain genuine faults in their father's character. He had been entirely cleared of the monstrous suspicions she would always blush to have entertained, but on careful reflection, she did believe he was not a perfectly agreeable man. Her mind settled on these points, and with a firm resolution to always act with good sense going forward, all she had left to do was forgive herself and move on, and time, with its quiet, gradual work, did much for her over the course of the next day. Henry's remarkable generosity and decency in never once referring to what had happened was an enormous help to her, and sooner than she could have imagined possible at the height of her distress, her spirits became genuinely comfortable again and as capable as ever of being lifted by anything Henry said. There were still certain topics, of course, that would always make her flinch, any mention of a chest or a cabinet, for instance, and she had no love for the sight of lacquerwork in any form. But even she could admit that an occasional reminder of past foolishness, however uncomfortable, might not be entirely without value. The everyday anxieties of ordinary life soon began to replace the alarms of Gothic fantasy. Her desire to hear from Isabella grew stronger every day. She was desperate to know what was happening back in Bath, how the social scene was going, and especially whether Isabella had managed to match the particular netting cotton she'd been searching for when Catherine left, and whether things were still good between her and James. Isabella was her only source of news. James had refused to write until he was back at Oxford, and Mrs. Allen had given her no hope of a letter until she was home in Fullerton. But Isabella had promised again and again, and when she made a promise, she was always so careful to keep it, which made the silence all the more baffling. For 9 mornings in a row, Catherine suffered through the same disappointment, each morning feeling a little sharper than the last. But on the 10th morning, when she walked into the breakfast room, the first thing she saw was a letter held out by Henry's willing hand. She thanked him as warmly as if he'd written it himself. "It's only from James, though," she said, glancing at the handwriting on the envelope. She opened it. It was from Oxford, and it read, "Dear Catherine, though God knows I have little desire to write, I feel it my duty to tell you that everything is finished between Miss Thorpe and me. I left her in Bath yesterday, and I will never see either again. I won't go into the details, they would only cause you more pain. You will soon hear enough from another source to know where the blame lies, and I hope you will not blame your brother for anything except the foolishness of too easily believing his feelings were returned. Thank God I found out in time, but it is a terrible blow. After father had given his consent so generously, but I will say no more about that. She has made me miserable forever. Write to me soon, dear Catherine, you are my only friend, and your love is something I count on. I hope your visit to Northanger will be over before Captain Tilney makes his engagement public, or you will find yourself in a very uncomfortable position. Poor Thorpe is in town. I dread seeing him. His honest heart will feel this so deeply. I have written to him and to father. Her dishonesty hurts me more than anything else. Right up until the very end, whenever I confronted her, she insisted she was just as devoted to me as ever, and laughed at my worries. I'm ashamed of how long I put up with it, but if any man ever had reason to believe he was truly loved, I was that man. Even now I can't fully understand what she was playing at. There was no need to string me along just to secure Tilney. In the end we parted by mutual agreement. How much better if we had never met. I don't expect to ever know another woman like her. Dearest Catherine, be careful with your heart. Believe me, etc." Catherine hadn't read 3 lines before her expression changed completely, and her small, anguished exclamations made it clear she was reading something very upsetting. Henry watched her closely throughout, and could plainly see that the letter ended no better than it began. He was prevented from even showing his surprise, however, by his father's arrival in the room. They went straight to breakfast, but Catherine could barely eat. Tears filled her eyes and ran down her cheeks as she sat there. The letter moved from her hand to her lap to her pocket, and she looked as if she didn't know what she was doing. The general, occupied between his cocoa and his newspaper, fortunately had no time to notice her, but her distress was obvious to both Henry and Alina. The moment she felt she could leave the table, she hurried to her room, only to find the housemaids busy in it, forcing her back downstairs. She slipped into the drawing room for some privacy, but Henry and Alina had retreated there too, and were deep in conversation about her. She started to back away and apologize for the interruption, but they gently but firmly insisted she come in, and then withdrew themselves, after Alina warmly expressed her wish to be of any help or comfort she could. After half an hour of freely giving in to grief and reflection, Catherine felt ready to face her friends again, though whether to share her news with them was another question entirely. Perhaps if they asked her directly, she might give them the general idea, just hint at it vaguely, but nothing more. To expose a friend, and such a friend as Isabella had been to her, and with their own brother so closely involved, she thought she would have to avoid the subject altogether. Henry and Alina were alone in the breakfast room, and both looked at her anxiously as she came in. Catherine took her seat at the table, and after a brief silence, Alina said, "I hope there's no bad news from Fullerton, Mr. and Mrs. Morland, your brothers and sisters. None of them are ill, I hope?" "No, thank you," Catherine said, sighing as she spoke. "They're all perfectly well. My letter was from my brother at Oxford." Nothing more was said for a few minutes, and then, speaking through her tears, she added, "I don't think I ever want to receive a letter again." "I'm sorry," said Henry, closing the book he had just picked up. "If I had suspected the letter contained bad news, I would have handed it to you very differently. It contains something worse than anyone could have imagined. Poor James is so unhappy. You'll soon understand why. To have such a kind, loving sister," Henry replied warmly, "must be a real comfort to him through any difficulty. I have one favor to ask," said Catherine a little while later, her voice agitated. "If your brother should be coming here, please warn me in advance so I can leave." "Our brother, Frederick?" "Yes, I'd be very sorry to leave you so soon, but something has happened that would make it unbearable for me to be in the same house as Captain Tilney." Elinor set down her work and stared at her in growing astonishment, but Henry was beginning to suspect the truth, and something that included Miss Thorpe's name crossed his lips. "How quick you are!" cried Catherine. "You've guessed it, I can tell, and yet when we talked about it in Bath, you had no idea it would end like this. Isabella, no wonder I haven't heard from her. Isabella has abandoned my brother and is going to marry yours. Could you have believed anyone could be so fickle and faithless and everything else that is wrong in this world? I hope, as far as my brother is concerned, you've been misinformed," Henry said. "I hope he hasn't played a significant part in causing Mr. Morland's heartbreak. His marrying Miss Thorpe seems unlikely to me. I think you must be mistaken about that part. I'm very sorry for Mr. Morland, sorry that anyone you care about should be unhappy, but I would be more surprised by Frederick marrying her than by any other part of this story. It's true, though you can read James's letter yourself. Wait, there's one part." She stopped, blushing as she remembered the last line. "Would you read us the parts that concern my brother?" "No, read it yourself," said Catherine, whose second thoughts were wiser. "I don't know what I was thinking," she added, blushing again at having blushed in the first place. "James only means to give me some good advice." Henry took the letter willingly and read it carefully all the way through, then handed it back saying, "Well, if that's how it is, all I can say is that I'm sorry. Frederick won't be the first man to choose a wife with less sense than his family expected. I don't envy his position either as a lover or as a son." At Catherine's invitation, Elinor also read the letter, and having expressed her own concern and surprise, began asking about Miss Thorpe's background and finances. "Her mother is a very decent woman," Catherine offered. "What did her father do?" "A lawyer, I think. They live in Putney." "Are they well off?" "No, not particularly. I don't think Isabella has any money of her own, but that won't matter in your family. Your father is so generous. He told me just the other day that he only values money for what it allows him to do for his children's happiness." The brother and sister exchanged a glance. "But," said Elinor after a brief pause, "would it really make Frederick happy to marry a girl like this? She must have no principles, or she couldn't have treated your brother the way she did. And what a strange obsession on Frederick's part. A girl who, right before his eyes, is breaking off an engagement she freely entered into with another man. Doesn't that seem incomprehensible to you, Henry? Frederick, of all people, who always carried himself with such pride, who never thought any woman good enough to love. That's the most troubling detail, the strongest argument against him. When I think of what he used to say, I give up on him entirely. Besides, I have too high an opinion of Miss Thorpe's practical sense to think she would let go of one man before the next one was secured. It's all over for Frederick. He's done for dead to good judgment. Prepare yourself for a sister-in-law, Elinor, and what a sister-in-law. Open, candid, straightforward, guileless, with strong but simple feelings, no pretensions, and no capacity for deceit. That kind of sister-in-law, Henry, I would genuinely love, said Elinor with a smile. But perhaps, Catherine suggested, even though she's treated our family so badly, she might treat yours better. Now that she actually has the man she wants, she might be faithful. I'm rather afraid she will be, replied Henry. I'm afraid she'll be very faithful, unless a baronet happens to cross her path. That's Frederick's only hope. I'll get the bath paper and check the new arrivals. So you think it's all about ambition? And honestly, there are things that do seem to point that way. I can't forget that when she first found out what my father would do for them, she seemed genuinely disappointed it wasn't more. I have never been so completely wrong about a person's character in my life. Among the vast number of people you've known and studied. My own loss in losing her as a friend is very painful, but as for poor James, I suppose he'll hardly ever recover from this. Your brother is certainly very much to be pitied right now, but we mustn't, in our concern for his suffering, underestimate yours. You feel, I imagine, that in losing Isabella you've lost a part of yourself, that there's a gap in your heart nothing else can fill. Company feels tedious, and as for all the amusements you used to share with her in Bath, the very thought of them without her is unbearable. You wouldn't dream of going to a ball now. You feel as though you no longer have a single friend you can speak to freely, whose affection you can count on, or whose advice you could rely on in a difficult moment. You feel all of that. No, said Catherine after a moment's thought. I don't, should I? To be honest, although I'm hurt and sad that I can't still love her, that I'll probably never hear from her or see her again, I don't feel quite as devastated as one would expect. You feel, as you always do, exactly what reflects best on human nature. Such feelings deserve to be examined so that we can truly understand them. By some fortunate turn, Catherine found that this conversation had lifted her spirits so considerably that she couldn't regret having been led, however unexpectedly, to bring up the very thing that had caused her so much distress. Chapter 26. From this point on, the subject came up frequently among the three young people, and Catherine was somewhat surprised to discover that her two friends completely agreed on one thing. Isabella's lack of social standing and money would create serious obstacles to her marrying their brother. Their conviction that the general would oppose the match on these grounds alone, even setting aside any objections to Isabella's character, began to make Catherine uneasy about her own situation. She was just as insignificant and probably just as penniless as Isabella. And if the heir to the Tilney estate didn't have enough wealth and status on his own, what could the younger son possibly hope to offer? The only thing that kept these painful thoughts from overwhelming her was her faith in the special regard that the general had shown her, made clear through both his words and his actions, from the very beginning. She also took comfort in remembering the remarkably generous and selfless things she had heard him say more than once on the subject of money, which made her think his children had misjudged him in that regard. They were firmly convinced, however, that their brother would never have the courage to ask their father's permission in person, and they repeatedly told her that he was less likely to come to Northanger right now than he had ever been. This reassured her that she wouldn't need to leave suddenly anytime soon. Still, since it was obvious that Captain Tilney, when he did speak to his father, would never give him an accurate account of Isabella's behavior, it struck Catherine as important that Henry should lay out the whole situation honestly, allowing the general to form a calm, fair opinion and raise his objections on more solid grounds than simply the difference in their circumstances. She suggested this to Henry, but he didn't jump at the idea the way she had expected. "No," he said. "My father doesn't need any help making up his mind, and Frederick's foolishness doesn't need to be spelled out in advance. He can tell his own story, but he'll only tell half of it. A quarter would be more than enough." A day or two went by with no word from Captain Tilney. His brother and sister didn't know what to make of it. Sometimes the silence seemed like a natural consequence of the engagement they suspected, and other times it seemed completely at odds with it. The general, meanwhile, though annoyed every morning by Frederick's failure to write, had no real worry about him and was far more concerned with making sure Miss Morland enjoyed her time at Northanger. He frequently fretted about this, worried that the sameness of each day's company and activities would bore her, wished the Lady Frasers were in the area, talked occasionally about hosting a large dinner party, and once or twice even started counting the young people in the neighborhood who might enjoy a dance. But then, it was such a quiet time of year. No game, no hunting, and the Lady Frasers were nowhere nearby. In the end, it all came to nothing except his telling Henry one morning that the next time he went to Woodston, they would drop in on him unexpectedly one day and have a simple meal together. Henry was genuinely pleased and honored, and Catherine was thrilled by the plan. "And when might I look forward to this, sir? I need to be at Woodston on Monday for parish meeting, and I'll probably have to stay 2 or 3 days. Well, we'll take our chance on one of those days. No need to set a specific date. Don't go to any trouble on our account. Whatever you happen to have at home will be perfectly fine. I'm sure the young ladies won't expect anything elaborate from a bachelor's table. Let me think. Monday will be busy for you, so not Monday. And Tuesday will be a busy one for me. My surveyor from Brockham is coming in the morning with his report, and after that I really can't skip the club dinner. I couldn't face my neighbors if I stayed away now. Everyone knows I'm in the country, and it would be taken very badly. It's a rule of mine, Miss Morland, never to offend my neighbors if a small sacrifice of time can prevent it. They're a very respectable group of men. They get half a deer from Northanger twice a year, and I dine with them whenever I can. So Tuesday is out. But Wednesday, Henry, I think you can expect us on Wednesday, and we'll come early so we have time to look around. It should be about 2 hours and 3/4 to Woodston. We'll leave in the carriage by 10, so you can expect us around 1:45 on Wednesday." A ball itself couldn't have excited Catherine more than this little outing, so eager was she to see Woodston. Her heart was still bubbling with happiness when Henry walked into the room about an hour later, already dressed in his boots and greatcoat, and said, "I've come to offer a little moral observation. Ladies, our pleasures in this world always come at a price. We often pay too dearly for them, trading real, immediate happiness for a promise of future joy that may never arrive. Take me as Exhibit A. Because I'm hoping for the pleasure of seeing you at Woodston on Wednesday, which bad weather or any number of other things could easily prevent. I have to leave right now, 2 days earlier than I planned." "Leave," said Catherine, her face falling. "But why?" "Why? How can you even ask? Because there's no time to lose in getting my housekeeper properly alarmed, and because I need to go prepare a dinner for you, obviously." "Oh, surely not seriously." "Quite seriously, and sadly too, since I'd much rather stay. But how can you think such a thing is necessary after what the general said? He made a point of telling you not to go to any trouble, that anything would do." Henry just smiled. "I'm quite sure it's completely unnecessary, for your sister's sake and mine. You must know that too. And the general made such a point of you not preparing anything out of the ordinary. Besides, even if he hadn't said any of that, he always has such an excellent dinner at home that sitting down to a simple one for one day couldn't possibly matter. I wish I could reason as easily as you do, for his sake and my own. Goodbye. Since tomorrow is Sunday, Alina, I won't be back." He left, and since it was always far easier for Catherine to doubt herself than to doubt Henry, she soon had to admit he was right, even though she didn't like his going. Still, the general's behavior puzzled her deeply. She had already figured out on her own that he was very particular about his food, but why would he say one thing so emphatically while meaning something else entirely? How was anyone supposed to make sense of that? Who but Henry could have seen through his father so clearly? From Saturday to Wednesday, they would be without Henry. That grim fact was the conclusion she kept coming back to. Captain Tilney's letter would almost certainly arrive while Henry was gone, and she was quite convinced Wednesday would turn out to be rainy. Past, present, and future all looked equally bleak. Her brother was miserable. Losing Isabella's friendship had been a real blow, and Alina was always quieter and lower in spirits when Henry was away. What was there to enjoy or look forward to? She had grown tired of the woods and the garden paths, always so neat and dry, and the Abbey itself meant no more to her now than any ordinary house. The only feeling it stirred in her was the painful memory of the foolishness it had encouraged in her imagination. What a complete change had come over her. She, who had longed so desperately to stay in an abbey. Now, nothing seemed more appealing to her than the unpretentious comfort of a well-situated parsonage, something like Fullerton, only better. Fullerton had its faults, but Woodston probably had none. If only Wednesday would come? It did come, right on schedule. It arrived. The weather was fine, and Catherine felt as though she were walking on air. By 10 o'clock, the carriage had carried the three of them away from the Abbey, and after a pleasant drive of nearly 20 miles, they entered Woodston, a large, lively village in an agreeable setting. Catherine was almost embarrassed by how charming she found it, since the general seemed to feel it necessary to apologize for the flatness of the countryside and the modest size of the village. In her heart, though, she preferred it to anywhere she had ever been, and she looked with genuine admiration at every tidy house above the level of a cottage, and at all the little corner shops they passed. At the far end of the village, comfortably set apart from the rest, stood the parsonage, a solid, newly built stone house with a sweeping curved driveway and green gates. As they pulled up to the door, Henry was there to meet them, along with his companions in solitude, a large Newfoundland puppy and 2 or 3 terriers. Catherine's mind was too full as she entered the house for her to take much notice of her surroundings or say a great deal, and until the general asked for her opinion of the room, she had barely registered where she was sitting. When she did look around, she immediately felt it was the most comfortable room imaginable, but she held herself back from saying so, and her lukewarm response clearly disappointed him. "We are not calling it a good house," he said. "We're not comparing it to Fullerton or Northanger. We're looking at it as a simple parsonage, small and modest, certainly, but decent and livable, and on the whole not below average. In other words, I believe there are few country parsonages in England half as good. It could be improved, no doubt. I wouldn't say otherwise, and reasonable changes could be made." A bay window added. "Perhaps, though between us, if there is one thing I particularly dislike, it is a bay window that looks like it was tacked on as an afterthought." Catherine caught little enough of this speech to be bothered by it, and Henry skillfully steered the conversation elsewhere while his servant brought in a tray of refreshments. The general's good mood was soon restored, and Catherine relaxed back into her usual ease and cheerfulness. The room itself was a well-proportioned, comfortable size, nicely fitted out as a dining room. When they went outside to walk around the grounds, she was shown first into a smaller room that belonged to Henry personally, tidied up more than usual for the occasion, and then into what would eventually be the drawing room. Though it was completely unfurnished, Catherine was so delighted with it that even the general seemed satisfied. It was a beautifully shaped room, with windows that reached all the way to the floor and a pleasant view over green meadows. She expressed her admiration with total, uncalculated honesty. "Oh, why haven't you furnished this room, Mr. Tilney? What a shame to leave it like this. It's the prettiest room I've ever seen. It's the prettiest room in the world." "I am confident," said the general with a very satisfied smile, "that it will be furnished very soon. It is simply waiting for a woman's touch. Well, if this were my house, I would never sit anywhere else. Oh, and what a sweet little cottage there is among the trees, apple trees too. It's the prettiest cottage. You like it, you approve of it, that's all I need. Henry, make sure Robinson is told about it. The cottage stays." This remark brought the full weight of its implication crashing down on Catherine, and she fell silent immediately. Even when the general pressed her directly for her opinion on the wallpaper and furnishings, she couldn't manage to say a word on the subject. The fresh air and new surroundings soon helped clear away the awkwardness, though. By the time they reached the garden area, a path around two sides of a meadow that Henry had begun developing about 6 months earlier, she had recovered enough to think it lovelier than any garden she had ever walked in, even though not a single shrub in it stood higher than the green bench in the corner. A stroll through a few more meadows and part of the village, a visit to the stables to look at some recent work, and a delightful game with a litter of puppies who could barely toddle brought them to 4 o'clock, and Catherine could hardly believe it wasn't still 3. Dinner was at 4, and they were to leave at 6. No day had ever passed so quickly. She couldn't help noticing that the generous spread of the dinner didn't seem to surprise the general in the slightest. In fact, he was even glancing at the side table for cold meat that wasn't there. His son and daughter's observations were quite different. They had rarely seen him eat so heartily anywhere but his own home, and had never before known him to be so unbothered by the butter having separated. At 6 o'clock, after the general had finished his coffee, they got back into the carriage. His manner throughout the entire visit had been so warm and so encouraging, and her sense of his expectations so clear, that if Catherine could only have been equally certain of his son's feelings, she would have left Woodston with very little anxiety about how or when she might return. Chapter 27. The next morning brought a completely unexpected letter from Miss Abella. "Bath, April, my dearest Catherine, I received your 2 kind letters with the greatest joy, and I have 1,000 apologies for not writing back sooner. I'm genuinely ashamed of how lazy I've been, but in this horrible place, there's never time for anything. I've picked up my pen to write to you almost every day since you left Bath, but something trivial always gets in the way. Please write to me soon and send it to my home address. Thank God, we're leaving this awful place tomorrow. Since you left, I've had no pleasure here whatsoever. The dust is unbearable, and everyone worth caring about is gone. I think if I could see you, nothing else would matter, because you mean more to me than anyone could possibly know. I'm really worried about your dear brother, since I haven't heard from him since he went to Oxford, and I'm afraid there's been some misunderstanding. You're so kind, please set things right between us. He is the only man I have ever loved or could ever love, and I trust you'll make him believe that. The spring fashions have started arriving, and the hats are absolutely dreadful. I hope you're enjoying yourself, though I suspect you never think of me at all. I won't say everything I could about the family you're staying with, because I don't want to be unfair or turn you against people you care about, but it really is so hard to know who to trust, and young men never know their own minds from one day to the next. I'm happy to report that the one young man I despise above all others has left Bath. You'll know from that description that I mean Captain Tilney, who, as you may remember, was ridiculously determined to follow me around and pester me before you left. After you were gone, he only got worse and became practically my shadow. A lot of girls might have been fooled by it. His attentions were extraordinary, but I know men and their fickleness too well. He left to rejoin his regiment 2 days ago, and I sincerely hope I never have to deal with him again. He is the most conceited man I have ever met, and absolutely insufferable. The last 2 days he spent constantly hovering around Charlotte Davis. I felt sorry for his taste, but paid him no attention whatsoever. The last time we crossed paths was on Bath Street, and I immediately ducked into a shop so he couldn't speak to me. I wouldn't even look at him. He went into the pump room afterwards, but nothing in the world could have made me follow him. What a contrast between him and your brother. Please send me some news of James. I'm truly miserable without word from him. He seemed so out of sorts when he left, with a cold or something that had brought down his spirits. I would write to him myself, but I've lost his address, and as I hinted earlier, I'm afraid he misread something in my behavior. Please explain everything to his satisfaction, Or if he still has any doubts, a note from him to me, or a visit to Putney the next time he's in town, would clear everything up. I haven't been to the rooms in ages, or to the theater either, except last night when the Hodges dragged me along for a half-price lark. They talked me into it, and I was determined not to give them the satisfaction of saying I'd shut myself away just because Tilney had gone. We ended up sitting near the Mitchells, who made a great show of being surprised to see me out. I saw through them immediately. There was a time when they could barely be civil to me, and now suddenly they are all smiles and friendship, but I'm not fool enough to be taken in by that. You know I have a pretty good sense of my own worth. Anne Mitchell had tried to copy the way I wore my turban at the concert the week before and made a complete mess of it. I suppose the style happened to suit my particular face. Tilney told me so at the time, actually, and said every eye in the room was on me. Not that his opinion counts for anything. I'm wearing nothing but purple these days. I know it doesn't suit me at all, but it doesn't matter. It's your dear brother's favorite color. Don't waste a moment, my dearest, sweetest Catherine, in writing to him and to me, ever yours, etc. Such a hollow, calculating letter could not have fooled even Catherine. The contradictions, inconsistencies, and outright lies hit her from the very first line. She was ashamed of Isabella, ashamed that she had ever loved her. Isabella's declarations of affection now seemed as repulsive as her excuses were hollow and her demands were shameless. Write to James on her behalf. No, Isabella's name would never pass her lips to James again. When Henry arrived from Woodston, Catherine told him and Eleanor about their brother's safety, congratulated them both with genuine warmth, and read aloud the most significant parts of the letter with barely concealed outrage. When she finished, she cried, "So much for Isabella, and for everything I thought we had. She must think I'm an idiot, or she would never have written something like this. But perhaps this has done me a favor. Now I know her character far better than she knows mine. I can see exactly what she's been up to. She's a vain flirt, and her games haven't worked out. I don't believe she ever genuinely cared for James or for me, and I wish I had never known her." "It will feel that way soon enough," said Henry. "There's just one thing I can't quite work out. I can see she set her sights on Captain Tilney, and it didn't pan out. But what on earth was Captain Tilney doing through all of this? Why would he pay her so much attention that it ruined things between her and my brother, and then simply disappear? I have very little to say in Frederick's defense, based on what I believe his motives were. He has his own share of vanity, just like Miss Thorpe. The main difference being that, with a stronger head on his shoulders, it hasn't gotten him into serious trouble yet. If his behavior doesn't justify itself by its results, we'd probably be better off not digging into the reasons. So you don't think he was ever genuinely interested in her? I'm quite sure he never was. And he just pretended to be, for the fun of causing trouble." Henry nodded his agreement. "Well then, I have to say I don't like him at all. Even though it's turned out fine for us in the end, I simply don't like him. As it happens, no real damage was done because I don't think Isabella has much of a heart to lose. But what if he had made her fall deeply in love with him? But that would first require Isabella to have had a heart to lose, which would have made her an entirely different kind of person. And if she were that kind of person, she would have been treated very differently. You're right to defend your brother. And if you were as loyal to yours, you wouldn't be particularly upset by Miss Thorpe's disappointment. But your mind is guided by an instinctive sense of basic decency, which makes you immune to the cold logic of family bias or the desire for payback." The compliment smoothed away the last of Catherine's bitterness. Frederick couldn't be entirely unforgivable while Henry was being so charming. She decided not to answer Isabella's letter and did her best to put the whole thing out of her mind. Chapter 28. Soon after this, the general found himself obliged to go to London for a week. He left Northanger deeply regretful that any necessity should rob him of even an hour of Miss Morland's company, and anxiously instructing his children to make her comfort and enjoyment their top priority while he was away. His departure gave Catherine her first real proof that losing someone can sometimes be a blessing. The happiness that filled their days now was complete, every activity chosen freely, every laugh allowed, every meal relaxed and cheerful, walking wherever and whenever they pleased, their time, pleasures, and energy entirely their own. This made her fully aware of just how much the general's presence had constrained them, and she felt deeply grateful for their freedom without him. Such ease and joy made her love the place and the people more with every passing day. Had it not been for her dread that she would soon need to leave, and her worry that she might not be as loved as she hoped, she would have been perfectly happy every single moment. But she was now in her 4th week of the visit, and before the general returned, that 4th week would be over. and staying much longer might start to feel like an imposition. This was a painful thought whenever it crossed her mind, and eager to rid herself of the worry, she quickly resolved to speak to Alina about it directly, to propose leaving and let Alina's reaction guide her. Knowing that if she gave herself too long she might find it hard to raise such an uncomfortable subject, she seized the first opportunity to find herself alone with Alina, catching her in the middle of talking about something completely unrelated, and blurted out that she would need to leave quite soon. Alina looked genuinely upset and said she had hoped for the pleasure of her company for much longer, had perhaps been led by her own wishes to assume a much longer visit had been planned, and couldn't help thinking that if Mr. and Mrs. Morland knew how much pleasure her presence brought, they would be too generous to rush her home. Catherine explained, "Oh, as for that, Papa and Mama were in no hurry at all. As long as she was happy, they would always be satisfied." Then why, may she ask, was she in such a hurry to leave them herself? Oh, because she had been there so long. Well, if you can use that word, I can press you no further. If you think it long? Oh no, I really don't. For my own pleasure, I could stay with you just as long again. And it was settled then and there that until she had stayed that long, leaving wasn't even to be considered. With that worry so pleasantly resolved, the other one lost much of its power too. The warmth and earnestness of Alina's manner in urging her to stay, and Henry's pleased expression when told she was staying, were such sweet proof of how much she meant to them that she was left with just enough anxiety to keep her comfortable, which is about as much as any human mind can manage without. She believed, almost always, that Henry loved her, and entirely always that his father and sister loved her, and even hoped she might one day belong to their family. Believing as much as that, her doubts and worries were little more than pleasant distractions. Henry was not able to follow his father's instruction to remain entirely at Northanger with the ladies during his absence in London, since his duties as a curate at Woodston required him to leave for a couple of nights on Saturday. His absence now was nothing like it had been when the general was home. It dampened their spirits a little but didn't spoil their comfort, and the two girls, finding common interests and growing closer, got along so well on their own that it was 11 o'clock, quite late for the Abbey, before they left the dining room on the evening of Henry's departure. They had just reached the top of the stairs when, as far as the thick walls would allow them to tell, it seemed a carriage was pulling up to the door, and the next moment the loud ring of the house bell confirmed it. After the initial jolt of surprise, good heavens, what can be happening? Alina quickly concluded it must be her eldest brother, whose arrivals were often this sudden, if not quite this late, and she hurried downstairs to welcome him. Catherine walked on to her room, doing her best to prepare herself for further acquaintance with Captain Tilney, and comforting herself, despite the poor impression his behavior had made on her, with the thought that at least he was far too refined a gentleman to think well of her, and so they would probably not meet under any circumstances that would make the encounter truly painful. She trusted he would never bring up Miss Thorpe, and indeed, since he must by now be ashamed of the role he had played, there was no real risk of it. As long as all mention of Bath was avoided, she thought she could treat him perfectly civilly. Time passed in these thoughts, and it was actually in Captain Tilney's favor that Alina seemed so glad to see him and had so much to say, for nearly half an hour had passed since his arrival, and Alina still hadn't come up. At that moment, Catherine thought she heard Alina's footstep in the hallway and listened for it to continue, but all was silent. She had barely convinced herself she was imagining it when the sound of something moving just outside her door made her jump. It seemed as if someone were touching the very door frame, and a moment later a faint movement of the handle proved that someone had their hand on it. She trembled slightly at the thought of anyone approaching so quietly, but resolving not to be startled again by trivial things or led astray by an overactive imagination, she stepped quietly forward and opened the door. Alina stood there. Only Alina. But Catherine's relief lasted only a moment, for Alina's cheeks were pale and her manner visibly distressed. Although she clearly meant to come in, it seemed an effort to enter the room, and an even greater effort to speak once she was inside. Catherine, assuming some worry about Captain Tilney, could only show her concern through quiet attention, guiding her to a seat, rubbing her temples with lavender water, and hovering over her with anxious affection. "My dear Catherine, you must not. Indeed, were Alina's first coherent words. I am quite well. This kindness undoes me, I cannot bear it, I have come to you on such an errand. Errand to me? How can I tell you? Oh, how can I tell you?" A sudden new thought flashed through Catherine's mind, and she went as pale as her friend and exclaimed, "It's a messenger from Woodston." "You're wrong, I'm afraid," Alina replied, looking at her with deep compassion. It's no one from Woodston. It is my father himself. Her voice faltered, and her eyes dropped to the floor as she said his name. His unexpected return was enough on its own to make Catherine's heart sink, and for a few moments she could barely imagine there was anything worse still to come. She said nothing, and Alina, trying to compose herself and speak steadily, though her eyes remained downcast, soon continued. You are too good, I know, to think worse of me for the part I'm forced to play. I truly am the most reluctant of messengers. After what was so recently settled between us, so joyfully, so gratefully on my part, regarding your staying on as I had hoped for many, many more weeks, how can I now tell you that your kindness cannot be accepted, and that the happiness your company has brought us is to be repaid by, but I cannot trust myself to find the words. My dear Catherine, we must part. My father has remembered a commitment that takes our whole family away on Monday. We are going to Lord Longtown's near Hereford for a fortnight. Explanation and apology are equally impossible. I cannot attempt either. My dear Alina, cried Catherine, fighting to keep her feelings under control, please don't be so upset. A second commitment must give way to the first. I am very, very sorry we are to part, so soon and so suddenly too, but I am not offended. Truly I'm not. I can finish my visit here at any time, after all, or I hope you will come to me. When you return from this lord's house, can you come to Fullerton? It won't be possible, Catherine. Come whenever you can, then. Alina made no reply, and Catherine's thoughts drifting to something more immediately pressing, she added, almost thinking aloud, Monday, as soon as Monday, and you all go. Well, I am certain of, I shall be able to say goodbye properly at least. I needn't leave until just before you do. Don't be upset, Alina, I can manage Monday perfectly well. My father and mother having no notice of it matters very little. The general will surely send a servant with me part of the way, and then I'll be in Salisbury before long, and from there I'm only 9 miles from home. Ah, Catherine, if it were arranged that way, it would be somewhat less dreadful, though even then you would be receiving far less than you deserve. But how can I say this? Tomorrow morning is fixed for your departure, and you are not even given any choice of the hour. The carriage has already been ordered and will be here at 7 o'clock, and no servant will be provided for you. Catherine sat down, breathless and speechless. I could hardly believe it when I heard it, and no anger, no resentment you might feel right now, however completely justified, could exceed what I myself, but I must not speak of what I felt. Oh, if only I could offer some excuse. Good God, what will your father and mother say? After drawing you away from the protection of real friends to this, nearly twice the distance from your home, only to have you driven out of the house without even the basic courtesy of decent treatment. Dear Catherine, in delivering such a message, I feel as though I myself am guilty of every insult it contains. Yet I trust you will not blame me, for you must have been here long enough to see that I am mistress of this house in name only, and that my actual power here is nothing. Have I offended the general? Said Catherine in an unsteady voice. Alas, speaking only as his daughter, all I know, all I can answer for, is that you cannot have given him any real cause for offense. He is certainly very, very much disturbed. I have rarely seen him more so. He does not have an easy temper, and something has now upset it to an unusual degree, some disappointment, some frustration which seems important to him right now, but which I can hardly imagine involves you in any way. How could it possibly? It was painful for Catherine to speak at all, and she did so only for Alina's sake. I am sure, she said, I am very sorry if I have offended him. It was the last thing I would ever have wished to do. But please don't be unhappy, Alina. A prior commitment must of course be honored. I'm only sorry it wasn't remembered sooner so that I might have written home. But it really doesn't matter very much. I sincerely hope, that as far as your actual safety is concerned, it will not matter at all. But in every other respect it matters enormously, to your comfort, to appearances, to propriety, to your family, to the world. If your friends the Allens were still in Bath, you could go to them with comparative ease. A few hours would get you there. But a journey of 70 miles to be taken by post, alone, at your age, with no one to accompany you? Oh, the journey is nothing. Please don't worry about that. And if we must part, a few hours either way makes no difference. I can be ready by 7. Just make sure someone wakes me in time. Alina saw that she wanted to be alone, and believing it was better for both of them to avoid any further conversation, she left with, I'll see you in the morning. Catherine's aching heart needed to release its grief. Alina's presence had kept her tears back through equal parts friendship and pride, but the moment she was gone they broke free in torrents. Turned out of the house, and in such a manner. Without any reason that could justify it, Any apology that could make up for its abruptness, its rudeness, indeed, its outright insolence. Henry far away, not even able to say goodbye to him. Every hope, every expectation she had placed in him suspended, indefinitely, for who could say how long? Who could say when they might meet again? And all of this done by a man like General Tilney, so polished, so well-bred, and until now so particularly warm toward her. It was as baffling as it was humiliating and heartbreaking. Where it had come from and where it would end were questions equally confusing and frightening. The way it had been done was so grossly rude, rushing her away with no consideration for her own convenience, not even giving her any real say in the time or manner of her travel. Of 2 possible days, the earliest had been chosen, and of that day, nearly the earliest possible hour, as if he were determined to have her gone before he was even up in the morning, so that he wouldn't have to lay eyes on her. What could all of this mean except a deliberate insult? Somehow, by some means, she must have had the misfortune to offend him. Elinor had tried to spare her from that painful conclusion, but Catherine couldn't believe that any injury or grievance could provoke such hostility towards someone who had no connection to it, or was at least not supposed to. The night dragged by heavily. Sleep, or anything worthy of the name, was out of the question. That same room where her overactive imagination had tormented her on her first night at the Abbey was once again the scene of troubled thoughts and restless half-sleep. Yet how different the source of her distress now compared to then. How much more real, how much more serious. Her anxiety now had a basis in fact, her fears in genuine probability, and with her mind so occupied by real and concrete troubles, the loneliness of her situation, the darkness of her room, and the age of the building around her registered without the slightest hint of Gothic dread. Though the wind was strong and frequently sent strange sudden sounds through the house, she lay listening to it, hour after hour, with neither curiosity nor fear. Shortly after 6, Elinor came into her room, eager to help or offer comfort wherever she could, but there was very little left to do. Catherine had not wasted any time. She was almost fully dressed and her packing was nearly finished. As Elinor appeared, the possibility of some conciliatory message from the general crossed her mind. What could be more natural than for anger to subside and give way to regret? She only wanted to know how far, after everything that had happened, she could appropriately accept an apology. But the knowledge would have been useless here. It was never called for. Neither her forgiving nature nor her dignity was put to the test. Elinor brought no message. Very little passed between them. Each found her greatest safety in silence, and few and trivial were the words exchanged while they remained upstairs, Catherine busily completing her dressing, and Elinor, with more goodwill than skill, doing her best to help fill the trunk. When everything was ready, they left the room, Catherine lingering only half a minute behind her friend to take one last look at every familiar and cherished object, then went downstairs to the breakfast room, where breakfast had been laid out. She tried to eat, partly to spare herself the pain of being urged to, and partly to make things easier for Elinor, but she had no appetite and could manage only a few mouthfuls. The contrast with her last breakfast in that room brought fresh misery and made everything before her feel worse. It was not even 24 hours ago that they had gathered there for the same meal, yet in such entirely different circumstances. With what easy cheerfulness, what happy, if mistaken, sense of security she had sat there then, enjoying every moment and fearing almost nothing ahead, save Henry's going to Woodston for a day. What a happy, happy breakfast that had been, because Henry had been there. Henry had sat beside her and helped her. These memories kept her thoughts fully occupied, undisturbed by any word from Elinor, who sat equally lost in her own thoughts. The appearance of the carriage was the first thing to jolt them both back to the present. The color rose in Catherine's cheeks at the sight of it, and the indignity of her treatment struck her at that moment with particular force, filling her for a short time with nothing but anger. Elinor seemed suddenly galvanized into resolve and speech. "You must write to me, Catherine," she cried. "You must let me hear from you as soon as possible. Until I know you're safely home, I won't have a moment's peace. At whatever risk, whatever difficulty, I must beg one letter from you. Just let me have the relief of knowing you've arrived safely at Fullerton and found your family well, and then, until I can ask for your letters as I ought to be able to do, I'll expect nothing more. Write to me at Lord Longtown's, and, I must ask this, address it in care of Alice." "No, Elinor, if you're not permitted to receive a letter from me, I'm sure I'd better not write at all. There's no doubt that I'll get home safely." Elinor only replied, "I cannot blame you for feeling as you do. I won't press you further. I will trust in your kind heart when I am far from you." But these words and the look of sorrow that came with them were enough to dissolve Catherine's pride instantly, and she said at once, "Oh, Eleanor, I will write to you, truly I will." There was one more matter Miss Tilney was anxious to address, though it embarrassed her to raise it. It had occurred to her that after such a long absence from home, Catherine might not have enough money for the journey, and when she gently raised the concern along with a warm offer of help, it proved to be exactly the case. Catherine hadn't given the matter a moment's thought until then, but when she checked her purse, she realized that but for this kindness from her friend, she might have been turned out of the house without even the means to get home. The distress this realization brought to both of them left almost no more words to be said while they remained together. That time together, however, was short. The carriage was soon announced as ready, and Catherine rose immediately. A long and heartfelt embrace took the place of words as they said their goodbyes. As they entered the hallway, unable to leave the house without some mention of the one person neither had yet named, Catherine paused for a moment and with trembling lips just managed to make it understood that she left her warm regards for her absent friend. But with that approach to his name, all hope of holding back her feelings was gone. Hiding her face as best she could with her handkerchief, she rushed across the hall, climbed into the carriage, and in an instant was driven away from the door. Chapter 29. Catherine was too miserable to be afraid. The journey itself held no terrors for her, and she started it without dreading how long it would take or feeling the loneliness of traveling alone. She leaned back in one corner of the carriage, sobbing violently, and had traveled several miles beyond the Abbey walls before she lifted her head. The highest point of ground within the park had nearly disappeared from view before she was able to turn her eyes back toward it. Unfortunately, the road she was now traveling was the same one she had passed along so happily just 10 days ago, going back and forth to Woodston. For 14 miles, every bitter feeling was made sharper by the sight of familiar landmarks she had first seen under such different circumstances. Every mile that brought her closer to Woodston added to her pain, and when she was within 5 miles of it, she passed the turning that led there and thought of Henry. So close, yet completely unaware of what had happened. Her grief and distress were overwhelming. The day she had spent there had been one of the happiest of her life. It was there, on that very day, that the general had said things about Henry and herself, had spoken and looked in ways that gave her every reason to believe he genuinely wanted them to marry. Yes, just 10 days ago he had thrilled her with his pointed attention, had even flustered her with his unmistakably meaningful hints. And now, what had she done, or failed to do, to deserve such a complete change in him? The only thing she could accuse herself of having done wrong was something that could hardly have come to his knowledge. Only Henry and her own conscience knew about the shocking suspicions she had so foolishly entertained, and she trusted her secret was equally safe with each. Henry, at least, would never have deliberately betrayed her. If somehow, by some strange twist of fate, his father had learned what she had dared to think and look for, her groundless imaginings and intrusive snooping, she couldn't blame him for any level of anger. If he knew she had suspected him of murder, she couldn't even blame him for throwing her out of his house. But she trusted that such a justification, as agonizing as it would be to her, was not within his power to use. As anxious as she was about this, it wasn't what occupied her mind most. There was a closer, more pressing, more urgent concern. How Henry would think, feel, and look when he returned to Northanger the next day and heard she was gone. This question overpowered everything else, endlessly cycling through her mind, by turns frightening and comforting her. Sometimes it filled her with dread that he might simply accept it calmly, and other times she found sweet reassurance in imagining his distress and indignation. He wouldn't dare say anything to his father, of course, but to Eleanor. What might he say to Eleanor about her? Lost in this endless cycle of doubts and questions, unable to rest on any one thought for more than a moment, the hours slipped by, and her journey advanced much faster than she expected. The relentless anxiety of her thoughts, which kept her from noticing anything around her once she was past the Woodston area, also kept her from watching how quickly the miles passed. Though nothing along the road could hold her attention for even a moment, she found no stretch of it tedious. She was also spared from watching the clock by the fact that she had no eagerness to reach her destination. Returning home in such a way almost ruined the joy of being reunited with the people she loved most, even after an absence as long as hers, 11 weeks away. What could she possibly say that wouldn't humiliate herself and upset her family? That wouldn't deepen her own grief by having to confess it, stir up a pointless resentment, and perhaps drag the innocent down alongside the guilty in unfair contempt? She could never do justice to Henry and Eleanor's goodness. She felt it too deeply to put into words. And if dislike were taken against them, if they were judged badly because of their father's behavior, it would break her heart. With all these feelings weighing on her, she dreaded rather than looked forward to her first glimpse of the familiar church spire that would tell her she was within 20 miles of home. She had known Salisbury was her destination when she left Northanger, but after the first stage, she had needed to ask the postmasters for the names of the places along the way, so completely unaware had she been of her route. She encountered nothing, however, to distress or frighten her. Her youth, pleasant manners, and generous payment earned her all the attention a traveler in her situation could need. Stopping only to change horses, she traveled for about 11 hours without incident or alarm, and between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening found herself arriving in Fullerton. A heroine returning at the end of her adventures to her home village in triumph, her reputation restored, her title that of a countess, accompanied by a long procession of distinguished relatives in their carriages, with 3 ladies' maids following behind in a smart chaise. Now that is the kind of scene any author would love to linger over. It reflects well on the story's ending, and the writer gets to share in the glory she so generously grants her character. But my situation is very different. I bring my heroine home in solitude and disgrace, and no pleasant feeling of satisfaction allows me to dwell on the details. A heroine arriving in a hired post-chaise is such a blow to any sense of romance that no attempt at grandeur or pathos can survive it. So her driver shall speed quickly through the village, past clusters of people out on a Sunday, and her exit from the carriage shall be swift. But whatever distress Catherine felt as she approached the parsonage, and whatever embarrassment her storyteller feels in describing it, she was about to bring her family a joy that was anything but ordinary, first through the sight of an arriving carriage, and second through herself. A traveler's chaise was a rare sight in Fullerton, and the whole family rushed immediately to the window. To see it stop at the gate was a delight that lit up every face and set every imagination racing, a completely unexpected pleasure for everyone except the 2 youngest children, a boy and girl of 6 and 4, who expected a brother or sister to step out of every carriage that passed. How lucky the eyes that first recognized Catherine. How lucky the voice that called out the discovery, though whether that honor belonged to George or Harriet was never quite settled. Her father, mother, Sarah, George, and Harriet all gathered at the door to welcome her with warm eagerness, and the sight of them was enough to awaken every tender feeling in Catherine's heart. In the embrace of each of them as she stepped down from the carriage, she found herself comforted beyond anything she had thought possible. Surrounded and loved like this, she was, for a moment, even happy. In the warmth of family affection, everything else was briefly quieted, and the joy of seeing her left them little room at first for calm curiosity. They were all seated around the tea table, which Mrs. Morland had hurried to set out for the comfort of the poor traveler, whose pale and exhausted appearance quickly caught her attention, before anyone asked her a question direct enough to require a real answer. Reluctantly, and with considerable hesitation, she then began what might charitably be called, after about half an hour, an explanation, though even in that time her family could barely make out the cause or the details of her sudden return. They were not an easily irritated family, not quick to take offense or bitter in resenting it. But when the whole story finally came out, here was an insult too great to be overlooked, and for the first half hour, too great to be easily forgiven. Without panicking over the dangers of their daughter's long and lonely journey, Mr. and Mrs. Morland couldn't help feeling that it must have been very unpleasant for her, that it was something they would never have willingly allowed, and that in forcing her into such a situation, General Tilney had behaved neither honorably nor kindly, neither as a gentleman nor as a decent human being. Why he had done it, what could possibly have provoked him to such a breach of hospitality, and what had so suddenly turned his apparent fondness for their daughter into active ill will, was just as much a mystery to them as it was to Catherine herself. But it didn't weigh on them nearly as long, and after a reasonable amount of fruitless speculation, deciding that it was a very strange business and he must be a very strange man, was enough to account for all their indignation and bewilderment, though Sarah continued to enjoy the delicious mystery of it, exclaiming and theorizing with all her youthful energy. "My dear, you're working yourself up over nothing," her mother finally said. "Believe me, it's probably something not worth understanding at all. I can understand him wanting Catherine to leave once he remembered the engagement," said Sarah, "but why couldn't he do it politely?" "I feel sorry for the young people," said Mrs. Morland. "They must be having a difficult time of it, But as for the rest, it doesn't matter now. Catherine is safely home, and our happiness doesn't depend on General Tilney." Catherine sighed. "Well," her practical mother continued, "I'm glad I didn't know about your journey while it was happening. But now that it's over, perhaps no great harm has been done. It's always good for young people to be pushed into managing for themselves. And you know, my dear Catherine, you always were a bit of a scatterbrain. But you must have had to keep your wits about you with all that changing of carriages and everything, and I hope it will turn out that you haven't left anything behind in any of the coach pockets." Catherine hoped so too, and tried to take some interest in her own personal improvement, but her spirits were completely worn out. Wanting nothing so much as silence and solitude, she readily agreed when her mother suggested she go to bed early. Her parents, seeing nothing in her pale looks and distress beyond the natural result of wounded feelings and the unusual effort and fatigue of such a journey, said goodnight without any doubt that sleep would soon set her right. And though when they all met the next morning she had not recovered as much as they had hoped, they still had no suspicion that anything more serious was wrong. It never once occurred to them to think about her heart, which was rather remarkable for the parents of a 17-year-old girl who had just returned from her very first time away from home. As soon as breakfast was over, she sat down to keep her promise to Miss Tilney, whose faith that time and distance would soften her friend's feelings was already proving justified. Catherine was already reproaching herself for having parted from Aline so coldly, for never having properly valued her kindness and friendship, and for never having felt enough sympathy for what Aline had been left to endure the day before. The strength of these feelings, however, did nothing to help her write. She had never found it harder to put words on paper than in writing to Aline Tilney. To compose a letter that would accurately express both her feelings and her situation, that would convey gratitude without sounding servile, be careful without being cold, and honest without being bitter. A letter that wouldn't cause Aline pain to read, and above all one she herself wouldn't blush over if Henry happened to see it, was a task so daunting it paralyzed all her abilities. After long thought and much deliberation, the only thing she could settle on with any confidence was to keep it very brief. The money Aline had lent her was enclosed with little more than heartfelt thanks and the warmest wishes of a deeply affectionate heart. "That was a strange friendship," remarked Mrs. Morland as the letter was finished. "Made quickly and ended quickly. I'm sorry it turned out that way, because Mrs. Allen thought they seemed like very nice young people, and you were also so unlucky with that Isabella. Poor James. Well, we live and learn, and I hope your next new friends will be more worth keeping." Catherine flushed as she answered warmly, "No friend could be more worth keeping than Aline. If that's the case, my dear, I'm sure you'll meet again one day. Don't be upset. The chances are good that you'll be thrown together again within a few years, and what a pleasure that will be." Mrs. Morland's attempt at comfort missed its mark completely. The thought of possibly meeting again in a few years only brought to Catherine's mind everything that might happen in that time to make such a meeting dreadful. She could never forget Henry Tilney, or think of him with any less tenderness than she felt at that very moment, but he might forget her. And in that case, to meet again would be, her eyes filled with tears as she imagined such a reunion, and her mother, seeing that her well-meaning suggestions had done no good, proposed, as another way of lifting her spirits, that they visit Mrs. Allen. The two houses were only a quarter of a mile apart, and as they walked, Mrs. Morland quickly said everything she had to say on the subject of James's disappointment. "We feel sorry for him," she said, "but otherwise no real harm has been done by the engagement falling through. It couldn't have been a desirable thing to have him tied to a girl we knew nothing about and who had absolutely no money. And after the way she's behaved, we can't think well of her at all. It's hard on poor James right now, but that won't last forever. I dare say this foolish first choice will make him a wiser man for the rest of his life." This was exactly the sort of brisk summary of the situation that Catherine could listen to without objecting. One more sentence might have tested her self-control and prompted a less measured response, for her thoughts were quickly swallowed up in thinking about how completely her own feelings and spirits had changed since she last walked this familiar road. Not 3 months ago, she had run up and down it perhaps 10 times a day, wild with joyful anticipation, her heart light and free and full of hope, looking forward to pleasures she had never yet tasted, untouched by the knowledge of unhappiness or any fear of it. 3 months ago she had been all of that, and now look how different a person she had become. She was received by the Allens with all the warmth that her unexpected arrival, combined with their genuine affection for her, naturally inspired. Their surprise was great, and their indignation genuine when they heard how she had been treated, though Mrs. Morland's account of it was straightforward and matter-of-fact, with no dramatization and no deliberate appeal to their emotions. "Catherine gave us quite a surprise yesterday evening," she said. "She traveled the whole way alone by post-chaise and had no idea she was coming until Saturday night. General Tilney, out of some strange whim or other, suddenly decided he was tired of having her there and practically showed her the door. Very unfriendly, certainly, and he must be a very odd man, but we're so happy to have her back with us, and it's a great relief to find that she's not helpless, that she can manage perfectly well on her own." Mr. Allen responded with the measured indignation of a sensible and loyal friend, and Mrs. Allen thought his words good enough to immediately repeat herself. His astonishment, his theories, and his conclusions all became hers in turn, with the addition of one repeated remark. "I really have no patience with the General," inserted to fill every pause. And "I really have no patience with the General" was said twice more after Mr. Allen left the room, with no softening of anger and no real change of subject. By the third repetition, her thoughts had begun to drift somewhat, and immediately after completing the fourth, she added, "Now, you must see, my dear, I had that dreadful big tear in my best Mechlin lace repaired so beautifully before I left Bath that you can hardly tell where it was. I must show it to you one of these days. Bath really is a lovely place, Catherine. I honestly didn't much want to leave, I can tell you, having Mrs. Thorpe there was such a comfort to us, wasn't it? You and I were quite lost at first, you know." "Yes, but that didn't last long," said Catherine, her eyes brightening at the memory of what had first brought life and excitement to her time there. "Very true, we soon met Mrs. Thorpe, and then we wanted for nothing. My dear, don't you think these silk gloves have worn very well? I put them on new the first evening we went to the lower rooms, and I've worn them a great deal since. Do you remember that evening?" "Do I? Oh, perfectly. It was very enjoyable, wasn't it? Mr. Tilney drank tea with us, and I always thought he was a wonderful addition to any gathering. He really is so pleasant. I have an idea you danced with him, though I'm not entirely sure. I remember I had my favorite gown on." Catherine couldn't answer. After a brief attempt to find other topics of conversation, Mrs. Allen returned once more to, "I really have no patience with the General. Such an agreeable, respectable man as he appeared to be. I don't suppose, Mrs. Morland, you ever met a better-mannered man in your life. His lodgings in Milsom Street were taken the very day after he left them, Catherine. But no wonder, Milsom Street after all." On the walk home, Mrs. Morland tried to impress upon her daughter how fortunate she was to have such reliable and caring friends as Mr. and Mrs. Allen, and how little weight the neglect or unkindness of casual acquaintances like the Tilneys should carry, as long as she kept the love and good opinion of her oldest friends. There was a great deal of good sense in all this, but there are states of mind in which good sense has very little power, and Catherine's feelings contradicted nearly everything her mother said. Her present happiness depended entirely on the behavior of those very same casual acquaintances. And while Mrs. Morland was happily reinforcing her own views with her own sound reasoning, Catherine was quietly thinking. By now Henry must have arrived at Northanger. By now he must have heard that she was gone. And by now, perhaps, they were all setting off for Hereford. Chapter 30. Catherine wasn't naturally the type to sit still, and she'd never been particularly industrious, but whatever her usual shortcomings in that department, her mother could see they had gotten significantly worse. She couldn't stay still or keep herself busy for even 10 minutes at a stretch, walking around the garden and orchard over and over, as if movement were the only thing she could manage voluntarily. She even seemed to prefer wandering around the house rather than sitting in the parlor for any length of time. The loss of her usual spirits was an even bigger change. In her restlessness and idleness, she might simply have been an exaggerated version of herself, but in her silence and sadness, she was the complete opposite of everything she had been before. Mrs. Morland let it go for 2 days without saying a word, but when a third night's rest had failed to restore Catherine's cheerfulness, improve her productivity, or give her any interest in her needlework, she could no longer hold back a gentle word of correction. "My dear Catherine, I'm afraid you're turning into quite the fine lady. I don't know when poor Richard's cravats would ever get done if you were his only hope. Your mind is too full of Bath, but there's a time for everything, a time for balls and plays, and a time for work. You've had a long stretch of entertainment, and now you need to try to be useful." Catherine picked up her needlework immediately, saying in a flat voice that her mind wasn't really on Bath much. "Then you're fretting about General Tilney, and that's very silly of you because the chances are you'll never see him again. You should never fret about trivial things. After a brief silence, she added, I hope, my Catherine, you're not becoming dissatisfied with home just because it isn't as grand as Northanger. That would be turning your visit into something harmful rather than good. Wherever you are, you should be content, but especially at home, since that's where you'll spend most of your time. I didn't much like hearing you go on at breakfast about the French bread at Northanger. I'm sure I don't care about the bread. It makes no difference to me what I eat. There's a very good essay in one of the books upstairs on just that sort of subject, about young girls who have been ruined for ordinary home life by mixing with grand company. The Mirror, I think it is. I'll find it for you one of these days, because I'm sure it will do you good. Catherine said nothing more, and making an effort to do the right thing, returned to her needlework. But after a few minutes, without even realizing it, she drifted back into listlessness, shifting in her chair far more, often from restless boredom than she moved her needle. Mrs. Morland watched this relapse unfold, and seeing in her daughter's vacant, dissatisfied expression clear proof of a discontented spirit she had now come to blame for Catherine's low mood, she quickly left the room to fetch the book, eager to waste no time tackling such a troubling condition. It took her a while to find what she was looking for, and other household matters came up to delay her, so that a quarter of an hour had passed before she came back downstairs with the volume that was supposed to hold the remedy. Her business upstairs had blocked out all sounds except those she made herself, so she had no idea a visitor had arrived in the last few minutes, until she walked into the room, and the first thing she saw was a young man she had never seen before. He rose immediately with a respectful look, and Catherine, visibly flustered, introduced him as Mr. Henry Tilney. With the genuine awkwardness of real feeling, he began to apologize for his presence there, acknowledging that after what had happened, he had little right to expect a welcome at Fullerton, and explaining that his impatience to know that Miss Morland had arrived home safely was the reason for his intrusion. He was not speaking to a bitter or unforgiving listener. Far from holding Henry or his sister responsible for their father's behavior, Mrs. Morland had always thought well of both of them. Immediately charmed by his manner, she received him with simple, unaffected warmth, thanking him for his concern for her daughter, assuring him that her children's friends were always welcome there, and urging him not to say another word about the past. He was more than happy to comply with this request. Though his heart was enormously relieved by such unexpected kindness, he wasn't quite in a state at that moment to say anything meaningful. He returned quietly to his seat and spent several minutes politely responding to Mrs. Morland's general remarks about the weather and the roads. Catherine, meanwhile, anxious, agitated, happy, feverish Catherine, said nothing at all, but her flushed cheeks and bright eyes were enough to convince her mother that this kind visit would at least give her daughter's heart some peace for a while. Mrs. Morland was quite happy to set aside the first volume of the Mirror for another time. Wanting Mr. Morland's help both to encourage their guest and to keep the conversation going, since she felt genuinely sorry for Henry's discomfort over his father's behavior, Mrs. Morland had sent one of the children to fetch him early on. But Mr. Morland was not at home, and without any backup, after a quarter of an hour, she had completely run out of things to say. After a couple of minutes of unbroken silence, Henry turned to Catherine for the first time since her mother had come in and asked her with sudden energy whether Mr. and Mrs. Allen were currently at Fullerton. Once he had managed to extract a clear answer from her tangle of flustered words, an answer that could have been given in a single syllable. He promptly announced his intention of paying them a visit, and with a rising blush asked if she would be kind enough to show him the way. "You can see the house from this window, sir," Sarah offered helpfully, which earned nothing more than a polite nod from Henry and a silencing look from her mother. Mrs. Morland suspected that, as a secondary purpose of his visit to their neighbors, he might have some explanation to give of his father's conduct, one that would be easier to share with Catherine alone, and she had no intention of preventing her daughter from going with him. They set off together, and Mrs. Morland was not entirely wrong about his intentions. He did have some explanation to offer regarding his father's behavior, but his first purpose was to explain himself, and before they reached Mr. Allen's grounds, he had done it so thoroughly that Catherine felt she could never hear it too many times. She was assured of his love, and in return he sought her heart, which they both pretty much knew was already entirely his. For although Henry was now genuinely and deeply attached to her, and felt true delight in all her qualities and truly loved being with her, I have to admit that his feelings had their origin in nothing more noble than gratitude. Or, to put it plainly, that it was only his belief in her affection for him that had first made him think of her seriously. I acknowledge this is an unusual circumstance in a romance, and dreadfully undermining of a heroine's dignity. But if it is equally unusual in real life, then at least the credit for an unconventional imagination will be entirely my own. A very brief visit to Mrs. Allen followed, during which Henry talked at random without much sense or direction, and Catherine, lost in the contemplation of her own indescribable happiness, barely opened her mouth. This visit released them to the joy of another private conversation, and before it ended, she had learned how far he was supported by his father's approval in what he was now asking of her. On returning from Woodston 2 days earlier, he had been met near the Abbey by his father, who wasted no time in angrily informing him of Miss Morland's departure and ordering him to put her out of his mind entirely. Such was the permission under which he had now offered her his hand. Frightened Catherine, as she listened to this account with all the anxiety of suspense, could not help feeling grateful for the thoughtful way Henry had spared her the need to refuse him on principle, by securing her commitment before he mentioned his father's opposition. And as he went on to explain the details and motives behind his father's behavior, her feelings quickly hardened into something close to triumphant satisfaction. The general had nothing real to hold against her, nothing to accuse her of except being the unwitting, unknowing target of a deception that his pride could not forgive, and which a worthier kind of pride would have been ashamed to claim as justification. Her only offense was being less wealthy than he had assumed. Under a mistaken belief about her wealth and connections, he had sought her out in Bath, invited her to Northanger, and planned to make her his daughter-in-law. When he discovered his error, throwing her out of the house seemed the most satisfying, if still insufficient, way to express his contempt for her and her family. John Thorpe had started it all. The general, noticing one evening at the theater that his son was paying considerable attention to Miss Morland, had casually asked Thorpe whether he knew anything about her beyond her name. Thorpe, thrilled to have the ear of someone as important as General Tilney, had eagerly and boastfully shared everything he knew, and then some. At that point, Thorpe had not only been expecting daily that Morland would get engaged to Isabella, but had also pretty much decided he intended to marry Catherine himself, so his vanity led him to paint the Morland family as even wealthier than his own inflated imagination had already made them. Whoever he was connected to, or hoped to be connected to, always had to be important, and the closer he grew to any acquaintance, the more their fortune seemed to grow in his telling. His friend Morland's prospects had already been exaggerated from the start, but ever since Thorpe had introduced him to Isabella, they had been growing steadily in the retelling. By simply doubling what he claimed to believe was Mr. Morland's income from his profession, tripling his private fortune, inventing a wealthy aunt, and quietly eliminating half the children from the picture, Thorpe managed to present the entire family to the general in a thoroughly impressive light. For Catherine herself, who was the general's particular focus of interest, and of Thorpe's own ambitions, he had something extra in reserve. The 10 or 15,000 pounds her father could settle on her would make a very nice addition to Mr. Allen's estate. Her close relationship with the Allens had led Thorpe to conclude, quite seriously, that she would inherit handsomely from them one day, and it followed naturally enough that he should describe her as the more or less acknowledged future heiress of Fullerton. On the strength of this information, the general had acted, for it never once occurred to him to question its reliability. Thorpe's connection to the Morland family, through his sister's imminent engagement to one of them, and his own designs on another, both of which he boasted about with barely any restraint, seemed like guarantee enough of his honesty. On top of that, there were the plain facts. The Allens were wealthy and had no children. Miss Morland was living under their care, and as soon as the general had seen them together, he could tell they treated her with something close to parental affection. His decision was quickly made. He had already noticed the signs of his son's interest in Miss Morland, and grateful to Mr. Thorpe for his information, he almost immediately resolved to spare no effort in undermining Thorpe's own claim to her and ruining his dearest hopes. Catherine herself knew no more about any of this at the time than Henry and Alina did. Neither of them had seen anything in her situation likely to attract their father's particular interest, and they had watched with astonishment the suddenness, persistence, and degree of his attention toward her. Though later, from certain hints that had come along with what amounted to a firm instruction from his father to do everything in his power to win Catherine's affections, Henry had come to understand that his father viewed the match as advantageous. It was not until the recent confrontation at Northanger that either of them had the slightest inkling of the false assumptions that had driven him. The general had learned those assumptions were false from the very person who had planted them in the first place, from Thorpe himself, whom he happened to run into again in London. Thorpe, now operating under completely opposite motivations, stung by Catherine's rejection of him, and even more so by the recent failure of his attempt to patch things up between Morland and Isabella, convinced that their relationship was finished for good, and no longer seeing any value in a friendship that could no longer benefit him, he now rushed to contradict everything he had previously said in the Morlands' favor. He admitted he had been entirely wrong about their circumstances and character, having been misled by his friend's own boasting into thinking Mr. Morland was a man of wealth and standing, when in fact the events of the last 2 or 3 weeks had proved he was neither. For when the possibility of a match between the two families had first come up, Morland had stepped forward eagerly with seemingly generous proposals. But when Thorpe's sharp-eyed account had actually brought matters to the point, Morland had been forced to admit he couldn't provide the young couple with even a decent income. They were, in fact, a family in strained circumstances, and an almost impossibly large one at that. Far from being well respected in their own neighborhood, as he had lately had good reason to discover, they were a family reaching beyond their means, seeking to improve themselves through wealthy connections. A pushy, boastful, scheming lot. The alarmed general spoke the name of Allen with a questioning look, and here too Thorpe had to admit he'd been wrong. The Allens, he now believed, had simply lived near the Morlands long enough for him to be misled, and he was well acquainted with the young man who would actually inherit the Fullerton estate. The general needed nothing more. Furious at almost everyone in the world except himself, he set off the very next day for the Abbey, where his subsequent conduct has already been described. I leave it to my reader's own judgment to work out how much of all this Henry was able to share with Catherine at this time, how much he had learned directly from his father, how much he was filling in with his own reasonable guesses, and what portions still remained to be told in a letter from James. I have put it all together here for the reader's convenience, though in reality it came to them in pieces. At any rate, Catherine heard enough to feel that in having suspected General Tilney of either murdering or imprisoning his wife, she had barely exaggerated his true character or overstated his cruelty. Henry, in having to tell such things about his own father, was almost as much to be pitied as he had been when first confronting the truth himself. He was ashamed of the small-minded scheming he was obliged to expose. The conversation between Henry and his father at Northanger had been deeply hostile. When Henry had understood how Catherine had been treated, grasped what his father had been planning, and been ordered to go along with it, his response had been open and forceful. The general, accustomed to having his word be law within the family, and prepared for no resistance beyond private feelings, for no opposing wish bold enough to put itself into words, had little patience for the steady opposition of his son, made all the steadier by the force of reason and conscience behind it. But in a cause like this, his father's anger, though it was painful, could not intimidate Henry, who was sustained by his conviction that he was in the right. He felt himself bound to Miss Morland as much by honor as by love, and believing that her heart, which he had been directed to win, was truly his, no weak retreat from an implied promise, no angry reversal of an unjust decree, could shake his loyalty or alter what that loyalty demanded of him. He refused outright to accompany his father to Herefordshire, a trip arranged almost on the spot to facilitate Catherine's dismissal, and declared with equal firmness his intention of offering Catherine his hand. The general was furious, and they parted in bitter disagreement. Henry, in a state of emotional turmoil that took many solitary hours to settle, had returned almost immediately to Woodston, and on the afternoon of the following day had begun his journey to Fullerton. Chapter 31. Mr. and Mrs. Morland were caught off guard when Mr. Tilney came to ask for their daughter's hand in marriage. For a few minutes they were genuinely surprised, since it had never once crossed their minds that either of them had developed feelings for the other. But when they thought about it, nothing could be more natural than Catherine being loved, and they quickly came around to viewing the whole thing with the warm, proud excitement of happy parents. As far as they were concerned, they had not a single objection. His pleasant manner and good sense spoke for themselves, and since they had never heard anything bad about him, it simply wasn't in their nature to assume there was anything bad to find. Goodwill filled in where experience was lacking, and his character needed no further proof. Catherine would make a pretty careless young housekeeper, I'm afraid, was her mother's only worried observation, though she quickly consoled herself with the thought that practice makes perfect. There was, in short, only one obstacle standing in the way, and until that obstacle was removed, they could not in good conscience give the engagement their blessing. They were gentle people by nature, but they held firm to their principles, and while Henry's father had so clearly forbidden the match, they could not allow themselves to encourage it. They weren't refined enough to demand that the general come forward to actively seek the union, or even that he warmly approve of it, but some decent show of consent had to be given. Once that was obtained, and their own hearts told them it couldn't be withheld forever, they would give their full and willing approval without hesitation. His consent was all they wanted. They had no intention of demanding his money, nor did they feel they had any right to. Henry was already secured a very considerable fortune through marriage settlements. His current income was more than enough for an independent and comfortable life, and from every financial angle, this was a match that exceeded anything their daughter could have reasonably hoped for. The young couple could hardly be surprised by this decision. They felt the weight of it and grieved over it, but they couldn't resent it. They parted ways, trying to hold on to the hope that the change in the general, which both of them privately considered nearly impossible, might come about quickly and bring them back together in the full joy of their love. Henry returned to what was now his only home, tending to his young plantations and making improvements with her in mind, looking eagerly forward to the day she would share in them. Catherine stayed at Fullerton and cried. Whether the pain of being apart was softened by secret letters passing between them, we won't inquire. Mr. and Mrs. Morland certainly never did. They had been too kind to demand any promises, and whenever a letter arrived for Catherine, which at that time happened quite regularly, they always made a point of looking the other way. The anxiety that Henry and Catherine must have felt during this period of uncertainty, along with everyone who cared for either of them, can hardly be expected to extend, I fear, to the hearts of my readers. They will already see, from the rapidly dwindling pages ahead, that we are all racing together toward a happy ending. The only real question is how that happy ending came about. What could possibly have worked on a man with the general's disposition? The key circumstance was the marriage of his daughter to a wealthy and prominent man, which took place over the course of that summer. This rise in the family's prestige put the general in such a good mood that he didn't fully come down from it, until Eleanor had secured his forgiveness of Henry and his permission for him to be a fool if he liked it. The marriage of Eleanor Tilney, her escape from all the misery of a home that Northanger had become since Henry's banishment, and her arrival at a home and a husband of her own choosing, is an event I expect will bring genuine happiness to everyone who knows her. My own joy is entirely sincere. I know no one more deserving of happiness through quiet, unassuming merit, or better prepared for it through years of patient suffering. Her feelings for this gentleman were not new. He had long been held back from approaching her only by the gap in their circumstances. His unexpected inheritance of a title and fortune had swept away every difficulty, and the general had never felt so fond of his daughter through all her years of companionship, usefulness, and quiet endurance as he did the moment he first addressed her as your ladyship. Her husband was truly worthy of her. Setting aside his title, his wealth, and his love for her, he was precisely the most charming young man in the world. Any further description of his qualities would be unnecessary. The most charming young man in the world is immediately vivid in all our imaginations. I need only add one thing about this particular gentleman, aware that the rules of storytelling frown on introducing a character with no connection to the plot, that he was the very same man whose careless servant had left behind that bundle of laundry bills from a long stay at Northanger, which had drawn my heroine into one of her most frightening misadventures. The influence of the Viscount and Viscountess on their brother's behalf was helped along by an accurate account of Mr. Morland's finances, which they were able to provide as soon as the general was willing to listen. It showed him that Thorpe had misled him almost as badly with his original boasts about the family's wealth as with his later spiteful tearing it down. The Morlands were by no means poor or struggling, and Catherine would have £3,000. This was a significant improvement on what the general had recently been led to expect, and it went a long way towards softening his wounded pride. It also didn't hurt that he went to some trouble to find out privately that the Fullerton estate was entirely at its current owner's disposal, leaving it wide open to all kinds of hopeful speculation. On the strength of this, the general, shortly after Aliner's wedding, gave Henry permission to return to Northanger and sent him from there as the messenger of his consent, expressed in a page full of polished but hollow courtesies addressed to Mr. Morland. What that consent made possible followed quickly. Henry and Catherine were married, the church bells rang, and everyone smiled. Since all of this happened within a year of the day they first met, it can't really be said, despite all the painful delays the general's cruelty had caused, that they were in any meaningful way damaged by it. To begin a life of true happiness at 26 and 18, respectively, is doing quite well indeed. And I will go further and say that I am genuinely convinced the general's unjust interference, far from truly harming their happiness, may actually have contributed to it, by deepening their understanding of each other and strengthening their bond. I leave it to whoever it may concern to decide whether the lesson of this story is, after all, a recommendation of parental tyranny or a reward for filial disobedience. You have been listening to Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey, rewritten in modern English. Written by E. K. Stewart, rewritten from the Jane Austen classic novel. Narrated by Hart, our AI assistant.